Her hands did not tremble as she adjusted the heavy, scaly elements of the chainmail on her shoulder. The metal links quietly rang in the silence of the morning air. Nearby, an old advisor with battle-cracked armor chuckled quietly, accepting the harsh truth. His 600 men faced 1,400 forces commanded by Bachelord. He asked if these losses and the balance of power suited Varian's role during his first real clash. He turned to his mother, who stood nearby in the stone courtyard, and her steady voice held him as the tension only grew. She assured him his grandfather's armor would be his shield, just as it once protected his father. He looked ahead with a gaze hardened beyond his years and uttered a silent, solemn vow. If this battle was lost, he would not walk among those who returned home alive. The burden of his past defeats pressed on his chest, igniting a fierce resolve never to let the dearest be taken from him again. Against the backdrop of his mother sobbing, he swore neither alien enemies nor death itself would break or stop him as long as he kept safe what remained of his family. The burden of his past defeats pressed on his chest, igniting a fierce resolve never to let the dearest be taken from him again. Against the backdrop of his mother sobbing, he swore neither alien enemies nor death itself would break or stop him as long as he kept safe what remained of his family. He led the squad forward, determined and unbreakable. A wave of spears and shields pressed tightly at his command, rushing into the unknown of war. But beneath the gleam of this heroic charge lay a fractured memory of another life off Tadashi Tanaka. At 41, he awaited a deadly and completely unexpected end, then saw only himself falling through endless, suffocating darkness that seemed worse than any aid. He twitches from shock and sharply raises his hands to his face as he realizes his body has shrunk and his voice has broken into a thin squeak. The strike of a wooden sword on his shoulder stings instantly, and from the small frame bursts a cry of pain, leaving him completely bewildered by what has happened. He looks from a height at a small village with thatched roof houses pressed against the hillside. He peers closely, trying to make sense of what he sees, but in vain. The unfamiliar landscape and the calm people busy with their affairs only fuel his confusion. He cannot comprehend where exactly he has ended up. Another sharp blow from the wooden training sword, and he flies back as if instantly knocked out. A dull thud rolls through his tiny body. He frantically searches with his eyes for explanations, but the words spoken by the man before him scatter into meaningless noise. As a result, he is left alone with a foreign world where he cannot understand a single soul. The air whistles as the wooden sword swings sharply with confidence and decisiveness, and intermittent, clearly rhythmic groans of tension accompany each jerk. Attention is fixed on the grip and movement that clearly show the transition from confusion to action filled with effort. Alongside a whole bunch of other children, he diligently practices stances, endlessly repeating movements. His small shield holds firm as they strike together in unison. After 2 months, the first hazy moment following his arrival gradually clears, and step by step he can piece together what his new life really looks like. He has already acknowledged and accepted his new identity, Varian de Lioncourt, the 7-year-old son of a count. Although the whole story seems absurd, in the sound of this noble name he now bears, he stubbornly finds a strange yet genuine pride. His training partner, the older boy whom he now recognizes as his brother, stops and watches how he managed. He asks if the memories have returned. The trainer quietly apologizes and admits he still remembers nothing. And the brother, unhurried, remains patient and makes it clear that there is no need to rush restoring the lost past. He stood before his younger brother with a calm but firm expression, insisting on a less formal address. Robert, the 12-year-old older brother, considered the title Dirge Brat too pompous and preferred the simpler Big Bro. When they spoke, Varian noticed that although his mind had just adapted to this world, his body remarkably seemed to retain the muscle memory of the local language, making communication surprisingly easy. Then the older boy suggested they go in for breakfast. His idea was immediately supported with a joyful nod. Inside himself, the reborn king thought about how easily his legend cover worked. Explaining the change of character by a blow to the head is a simple and effective lie. Everyone seemed to swallow it without any doubts. Following his brother, the boy entered a huge, half-empty dining hall with few guests. There awaited them a tasteless dishbland soup, rock-hard bread, and overly sharp cheese. The food was not pleasing, but the boy ate with desperate focus. Hunger pressed harder than any concern for taste. The brother, watching, could not hold back and was clearly amused. He lifted his gaze from the plate and gave a bright, innocent smile, as if sincerely boasting about how lucky he was to have so much food. It was a calculated act, as Varian could not simply say the dish was actually disgusting, so he pressed even more confidently into the role of a grateful boy. The gratitude shown to Robert confused him. He quickly reached forward and, in a quiet pause of thought, ruffled the younger boy's hair. The older brother stopped, his gaze softened. The first wave of surprise receded, and a heavier, more attentive look appeared in his eyes as he contemplated a new side of his brother. Lowering his gaze and continuing to rub Virian's head with his palm, he said that he had seen a profound change in their brother with his own eyes. The difference was undeniable, and the casual intimacy of that touch only emphasized how their entire way of life had changed after that supposed accident. A warm, sincere smile spread across his face as he admitted that he liked the current version of his younger brother much more than the one he had known before. He even guessed that probably everyone in the house thought the same, hinting that the relationship between the boy and the people around him had previously been strained. His confession struck Varian himself like frost. A cold, trembling wave ran down his spine as he felt the heavy words settle in his body. His eyes widened, mixing shock and sudden insight. If his own brother rejoiced in his amnesia, then the real Varian was probably an unbearable scoundrel, and now the reborn king would wonder which ruin exactly he was meant to restore. He sits at the table and refuses his brother's invitation to join. His plans seem too boring. Robert reminds him that their mother will soon arrive to take him to the local house of worship, and this prospect confuses the boy. A little later, the boy stops right in front of the Church of the Holy Sky, a sturdy stone building, above the entrance of which a shining sun symbol is carved in stone. In the silence of the sanctuary, the priest stands before a small congregation. His voice echoes as he says that one must preserve the 9 virtues and keep the sacred instructions close to the heart. Next to his mother sits Lucian. The young boy behaves strangely calmly, and this makes her wonder what has changed in him. Previously, he showed no interest in such things at all. Now he already sees to understand this land to its core, one must start with the local faith. When the sermon cuts to the finale and the parishioners begin to disperse, Father Leonard approaches the two, asking how the boy feels. Lucian replies, his voice has truly returned, but he is no longer the same as before. However, the priest notes with interest how attentively the child listened to every word. Then the priest leans in and asks if the teaching of the sacred sky has sparked his curiosity, but in response he immediately catches a too clever remark. Cabin utters a complex postulate about the fidelity that a husband and wife must observe, and at the same time whispers that his mental maturity far surpasses his young appearance. This sudden flash of wisdom leaves his mother and the priest in stunned silence. They freeze, not taking their eyes off him, and the expressions on their faces twist with unpleasant surprise, such words from a child's mouth. The clergyman presses him again and interrogates whether the boy truly understands the hidden reason behind such fidelity. The child only repeats, he was simply reproducing the sermon. But the priest's gaze, heavy, vigilant, all sweaty, reveals that he is searching in the boy's eyes for something much deeper. He froze in place, and on his face froze an expression of shock like a mask of pure astonishment, when the child's words struck him like a heavy blow. His mind raced with thoughts about the terrible consequences of a world where sacred family bonds are broken. A future with chaos and fatherless children appeared before his eyes if the church's instructions are ignored. The boy continued in a steady, eerily precise tone to enumerate the 9 virtues, and at that moment the holy man began to tremble. It seemed almost impossible to him that a 7-year-old boy could flawlessly, without any hesitation, articulate the complex principles of tolerance, compassion, and fidelity. The moment hit him so hard that he twitched, his composure cracked as he abruptly turned to the boy's mother. He sharply threw out the last words, patience and diligence, and his voice sounded thick, as if it was woven with surprise and despair. After that, he thundered aloud, declaring that the child is marked by divine blessing and will grow up to be one of the highest spiritual authorities in the world. Next to him, the young boy broke out in a cold sweat as if an alarm had been triggered in him. He realized his demonstration of knowledge might have been too convincing. A foolish, wide-eyed gaze filled with wild audacity, it demanded that the boy be immediately sent to the monastery. He insisted, the sudden loss of memory in the child is a sign from above, divine intervention clearing the way for a holy destiny. The young boy lowered his gaze, his face softened as he expressed his true desire to stay with his family and support his brother, Robert. The priest's frantic fuss disappeared on dry land by itself. It was replaced by a quiet, thoughtful pause as he watched the child sincerely show devotion to his family. The holy man exchanged a long, meaningful look with the mother. She could only sigh in a half-breath of relief and still lingering anxiety and whisper her son's name. Breaking the tension with a sudden, light laugh, he immediately apologized for his excessive reaction. Now he looked down at the boy without harshness and asked if it was indeed his devotion to his older brother that was the real reason he did not want to go. He listened silently as the boy spoke with sincere, unspoiled warmth toward his older brother, calling him both kind and strong. Varian's gaze flared with youthful innocence, as if removing any additional pressure from the holy man, since the child stubbornly insisted. His brother was a good person and should not cause any problems. The boy's sincere confession made the priest reconsider his approach. He focused on the mother, who was no longer holding back tears. The priest offered a compromise and said, if the boy does not go to the monastery now, perhaps he should take the path through a scholarship, since the church's large library would be the perfect place for a mind that so keenly perceives differences. He silently watched as the mother choked with tears of relief and accepted the blessing, while Varian barely managed to contain his excitement. For the young boy, this scholarship seemed like a golden opportunity to step beyond his small world and discover the kingdom's secrets through learning. The young boy suddenly realized, in a land without any formal schools, the church became his only path to reading and to truly understanding how the world works. His gaze hardened, a new backbone and purpose appeared in it, and his mind already slid further there into the endless distances of planets waiting for him with unknown expanses. Later that same evening, the camera shifts attention to the family table. The brutal Rudolph, Varian's father, tears a piece of meat with primal fury. In the midst of the meal, he suddenly freezes, and his sharp gaze fixes firmly on his son as he calls the boy by name. He stops eating to ask how the boy's head feels now after everything that happened during the day. A heavy everydayness of their life hangs over the table, a sharp contrast to the lofty talks about scholarships and divine callings that took place earlier. The man is told by his son that everything is fine, but the boy in his thoughts recalls something else. The blow from a wooden sword, which stunned and confused him, was delivered by Rudolph. Varian's memory of the past still shatters and holds somewhere far away, but one thing he remembers clearly: his training under Father Lenora is about to begin. He remains silent while the mother impatiently tells Rudolph all the details, how his father Lenora showered the son with praise and decided that he was smart enough to someday hold the position of a high priest. Rudolph listens without uttering a word. His face reveals nothing. He carefully considers where his son's life path has unexpectedly turned. He silently watched as his wife openly showed pride. Her voice softened as she spoke about Varian's desire to be useful to his older brother. Robert was fired up by this prospect and, smiling, declared that he would have to work even harder not to fall behind his younger brother. While the father remained lively and smiled, the boy sank into gloomy thoughts and could not shake the idea. How terrifying was the version of himself in the past if none of his relatives showed that they missed who he used to be. He silently watched as the father quietly chuckled, noticing his sudden insatiable appetite, and not hiding his surprise, asked aloud if the boy would eventually outgrow even himself. Robert picked up the conversation and threw in. Apparently the younger brother had already eaten more than him this morning. And while the boy rose with a heavy hunger that seemed bottomless, his thoughts drifted further to how udon and barbecue smelled and tasted in the life he could no longer reach. Despite the inner torment, the room quickly filled with loud bursts of shared laughter, and the clatter of Dishest's family enjoyed the meal together. When they sat side by side, he suddenly realized his new life really was full of complications, yet he had unquestionably become part of this friendly circle. He felt this was the moment when everything sharply changes. The life of the man known as Tadashi Tanaka had come to an end, and the path of Varian was only beginning. Having survived death once already, he silently and resolutely made a vow to himself to give this new life everything he had, thus renouncing his former identity to truly embrace his new name. The awareness of the decision overwhelmed him, along with the feeling of an end, a quiet calm that could no longer be disturbed until this moment. Everything hung by a thread, caught only by one sharp rat tooth. He introduces himself, Tadashi Tanaka. He is 41 years old, and he considers his real name quite ordinary, without any sparkle. His gaze is heavy. The years and his current state seem to have etched into the wrinkles around his tired eyes. This life is rapidly nearing its end. He lies confined to a hospital bed, surrounded by the muted silence of his family and medical staff. Moment by moment, he realizes death is already within walking distance. The cause is a tumor in his stomach, yet he caught a shred of relief. The urgent care staff managed to dull the physical pain. His hand, already exhausted and pale, lies motionless on the sterile sheet. As he gazes into his path, his thoughts stop on the past life, which mostly seemed mundane despite the oddities of Buddhist high school and the forced hours spent in the judo section. Memories of youth that once pulsed brightly now echo somewhere far away, barely audible reverberations. His path led to marriage at 23 with Yumiko. This union brought 2 children into the world. While she cries beside him and holds his hand tightly, he finds solace in the thought that Yumiko will endure and be able to raise them without him. When he searches for the thing he came for, he is suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of hopeless remorse. Freezes and looks at his family, who are in bitter sorrow. At that moment he clearly understands he is not yet ready to leave. He is drawn to wait until the children grow up and see the grandchildren who will never have to know him. But the injustice being before one's own parent hurts more than any physical ailment. Darkness covers him tighter and tighter. Like phantom hands, it pulls him away from the light, from the life he still longs for. His last, unbearable thought is about the promise he did not keep, the trip with Yumiko, which now will forever turn into a dream erased by a voice forever. Darkness tears the silence. He gasps for air, convulsively exhales, and suddenly opens his eyes wide and sees that his body is completely different, much smaller and younger than what was just left behind. He reaches out his hand toward the flickering light of the new world, while his head buzzes from the unimaginable transition. He sat alone and thought hard, digesting the impossible truth about his own existence. Tadashi Tanaka's life had ended dead end, now another had begun in this strange body. His gaze stared forward. Within it lived a whole flood of memories from a lifetime, and he accepted a new name, Varian de Lion Corp. As soon as the boy began to look around, he was caught by an obstacle and he came across a map that shattered all his notions, causing him to freeze and breathe in short gasps from shock and complete disbelief. In the dusty walls of the library, the boy gripped something with such force that Father Linar noticed it. He came closer and asked if something was bothering him, and Varian instantly hid his surprise, replying that he was simply overwhelmed by the scale of this world. At that moment he realized this was not the historical period from which he remembered his home, but a completely different world, and its geography bore no resemblance to Earth. The priest did not stop explaining. He pointed to the Akkadans continent and told how the Armos people were naturally protected by the elements, the sea from the north and west, and giant mountain ranges from the south and east. Varian silently noted that these very features constituted a flawless strategic defense. The priest enthusiastically accepted his observation. He saw strategic intelligence in the boy, spoke about how he thought like an experienced commander, and this immediately made Varian anxious, as if he had made a move too early and revealed too much of his true self. He pondered the crude, primal essence of this world. A 360-day calendar and a complete lack of modern amenities, no glass, no aqueducts, no sewage systems. Even considering the natural fortifications of the kingdom, he understood. Rebellious uprisings among the feudal lords still regularly put the throne and the crown's power at risk. He admitted to the priest his curiosity and explained, due to gaps in his memory he is overwhelmed by anxiety, so he strives to learn everything about this world. The holy man carefully observed his keen interest in politics and the state of the kingdom, and noted how strange such concentration looked for a child. At the mere thought of his physical age, 7 years was momentarily confused, catching a sharp mismatch between how his mind felt and how his body looked. His focused reflections were interrupted by a loud call from the other side of the yard. The lesson was coming to an end. He watched as a burly man named Juru approached. Hima, servant of the House of Lioncourt, his personal guard and caretaker. Juru greeted him kindly but still did not hide his disgust at the church's atmosphere. He wanted to get the young master out of this creepy place as soon as possible. They crept through narrow, mud-splattered alleys of the slums. The stench of horse manure and waste became almost unbearable. He looked with disgust at the rough wooden shacks, tightly pressed against each other, and the stray animals rummaging through the garbage. And then it became clear, the capital was catastrophically lacking in basic sanitation. Leaning his foot on someone else's shoulders to avoid the mud, he realized, in such unsanitary conditions, only one disease could turn into a death sentence. He decided to toughen his body more to endure, even when Juru said that near the castle walls conditions were even worse, and the nobility lived in poverty there, if measured by modern standards. He stubbornly watched how the landscape changed as they moved away from the dense city and stretched further to the wider outskirts, where the air seemed a bit lighter. The road passed simple stone wooden buildings, a sharp contrast to the cramped slums they had just been navigating. His attention was suddenly caught by a melodious sound spreading through the air. He froze in place and listened intently. A faint singing and rhythmic splashing of water echoed from the nearest glade. He silently watches as a young girl hums a melody and rhythmically wanders over the laundry in a wooden basin. His guard catches his gaze and, noticing that he is secretly peeking, asks if he is trying to catch Rona's smile. Sensing the tension creeping between them, he asks Juru if anything ever happened between them in the past. The man folds his arms across his chest and admits that restoring exactly those relationships will be incredibly difficult. An experienced warrior raises a finger and shows a clear scar on the maiden's forehead, implying that Varian himself once threw a rocket at her. He adds, the young lord treated her younger brother, Rollo, no less cruelly, and these words overwhelm Varian with a sharp, tight wave of shame. He clenches his head when he finally realizes the weight of his past self's actions, and he understands why his father's training with the wooden sword was merciless. Stories of his own cruelty settle bitterly on his soul, erasing his former life from memory as dark and truly miserable. Despite the bad news, he shifts his gaze to the fence where the girl is working and tells Juru that he intends to sincerely apologize to her. The bodyguard interrupts him halfway. Just as the boy rushes forward, the guard's gaze hardens and he reminds him, the girl is not his equal, she is a slave. He explains, together with her mother, the girl belongs to the property of the House of Lionsort, so by law she is also considered a slave, and sharply warns Varian the master has no right to bow his head before such a person. Varian meets his gaze. The cold truth of this world, where such a social hierarchy reigns, finally begins to sink into reality. He reflects on the iron hierarchy of this land. Society is divided into 4 clear strata: the ruling nobility, commoners who are thrown into battle or the fields, free merchants, and slaves who end up at the very bottom. Slaves, however, are not openly tortured to death, but an apology from a nobleman to a slave is a social taboo that simply does not exist here. He stands before Juru, and his voice sinks with pity as he asks to convey his apologies to Rani. He admits, the mark he once left on the girl's face is a guilt that cannot be forgiven, and hopes that the story of his pangs of conscience will bring at least a bit of peace to the child he once tormented. He silently watches as the young girl breaks away and quickly disappears into the distance. This makes Juru let out a short laugh and tease him, saying he has a crush. He immediately brushes it off. He's only 7 years old, but inside he already knows for sure that his mind works like that of a 44-year-old. Even with all this maturity, the flight of children dissolving into the crowd painfully confirms they really hate him. The older man does not calm down and again gives unwanted advice. He leans closer, pulls a confident smile with his lips, and begins to tell what, in his opinion, is the nature of young girls. He insists that they easily take offense over trifles and warns. Refusals should not be taken literally. Meanwhile, the boy listens silently, his face hardens, and this cynical monologue does not provoke any reaction from him. He directs his thoughts to a way to atone for his guilt and runs through possible gifts in his mind that could melt Rani's heart. Flowers and some dried piece of meat come to mind, but eventually he settles on the idea of a simple hairpiece. He measures this idea with doubt. Will such a small gesture be enough to regain at least a bit of her favor? His gaze slides to the wooden washing tub, and a memory of a tool he has not yet seen here switches on: a washboard. Realizing that in the winter cold the children will have to scrub clothes even more exhaustingly, he begins to imagine its shape and wonders if he can make one himself. He goes out into the yard and, barely stepping onto the porch, calls Juru, asks if he can borrow an old wooden board and a chisel. The man is puzzled by such a simple request. One thought spins in his head: what kind of work has the young master taken on with such a modest tool and material? When he finally holds the tools in his hands, he sits down right on the ground and takes up a thick wooden plank. He persistently tells the skeptical onlooker, just wait and he will erase all doubts with the finished result, because it will be truly impressive and able to transform their daily chores. In response, the man stretches a wide, toothy smile across his face and raises his thumb, loudly encouraging, "Go ahead, do it." The boy only swallows a disappointed breath inside, because he cannot match that man's wildly enthusiastic zeal. He exaggerates too much. He slides down along the wall, and pressing against the rough stone, shudders all over. Hard manual labor has drained his strength. His shoulders and arms ache as if filled with lead, and this feeling painfully emphasizes the current body is no longer what it used to be. Fixing his gaze on the roughly nailed boards in front of him, he realizes that this work is tougher and more exhausting than he had imagined. So he decides to ask Juru for help to finish everything to the end. Having made sure his breath finally evened out, he slowly raises his gaze upward and freezes, as if listening to his own thoughts in strange circumstances. The mystery of how he ended up here remains unanswered, but a new goal is already awakening in his mind. He understands, even if the reason for his appearance cannot be named, the skills and knowledge he brought from his past life may become the key to elevating the primitive way of life of the people around him. When he again glides his gaze over the grooved wooden board, his resolve finally hardens. An ordinary tool suddenly becomes a symbol of a huge shift in his perception. He admits he cannot overturn the whole world, but he is capable of making the lives of his family, Juru, and those around him better. This is exactly how he will move forward, as a path by which he will repay the support that shaped the person he has become. Rona approaches Virion, lowering her gaze, and addresses him with exceptional formality, almost in a whisper. She sincerely thanks and emphasizes how much easier her daily chores have become thanks to the washboard he brought her. Meanwhile, Virion does not slow down. Under Juru's watchful eye, he continues training, and both of them hone their techniques right in the air. Despite Juru taking on the lion's share of the work, Varian insisted twice as much that the final instrument be flawless for her. When he sees her satisfaction, the tension on the boy's face eases and a relieved sigh escapes, while Juru herself just watches this duel with a sly, knowing, slightly mischievous smile. He cautiously dares to ask her for feedback, eager to refine his skill and tailor the instrument even more precisely to her needs. She does not resort to criticism. Instead, she sharply moves to sincere apologies, and a dark cloud of guilt appears on her face, pressing with memories of the past. She acknowledges a deeply rooted feeling of her own inferiority and declares that she does not deserve the title of friend that he gives so easily. Her confession momentarily throws him off balance, as if the chasm between their social levels suddenly became tangible, physical. When she turns to run away, she is overwhelmed by a wave of her own feelings, and he breaks into the silence with hurried words of apology because he fears he brought up the topic too sharply and inadvertently caused her pain. But she abruptly stops moving, instantly turns around, and declares with sudden harsh confidence that she actually wants to become his friend. And after this outburst, he freezes, eyes wide open. He froze in place while the voice of the young girl trembled. She was twitching her hands, confessing that neither she nor her brother had any friends worth mentioning. Feeling the weight of her loneliness, he fixed his gaze on her eyes and searched for the very words to bridge the gap between them. Having removed the official formality, he said to her directly, "Let her drop these titles and address them as he calls himself." He observed how her face lit up with a radiant smile as soon as she tried to pronounce that name, yet she still could not completely let go of the master prefix. He only smiled broadly in response, confirming without words, now they were truly friends. She was still blushing when that tender moment was interrupted by Juru. He slowly rolled closer with a mischievous smile and began teasing the boy for suddenly becoming a real handsome man. Varian did not falter a step, confidently boasting about his cute new companion while the older man watched and involuntarily amused himself. His loud laughter spread across the field, and Rona flinched embarrassedly, begging him to stop this humiliating comment. Then the veteran threw a sharp, cruel taste into the conversation and told Varian that on their first meeting with the girl he must take her to the execution. The boy shuddered at the very thought, too bloody for a first date, but an inevitable feeling suddenly fell upon him. In this kingdom where entertainment was lacking, public executions worked as a local show, full of adrenaline, almost like horror movies would look in his old world. As the day unfolded, the legacy of his family still hung like a shadow. His mother, Lucine, stood motionless, a silent force in pure form, and she was destined to one day become remembered in history as the wise mother. She fixed her gaze while the young girl worked and wondered if she still used the strange wooden drill that the young lord had given her. In response, the girl eagerly showed how the tool worked and began explaining to her mother. Now the clothes shine clean without the exhausting fuss that was before. Although there were many practical advantages, the woman still remained wary. She quietly, softly asked her daughter again if she really held no grudge against the young master, considering the tears she shed over the scar he inflicted. She turned away, and as she explained, her face froze in gloom. For people of her status, such treatment was a usual, inevitable reality, subjected to the whims of a nobleman. She recalled the days when she was humiliated, and stones were thrown at her right during the performance of her duties. But it seemed to her there was still something hidden in the story that the mother must finally understand. First and foremost, that episode when the young lord personally brought the ironing board for laundry. Although he claimed that the main work was done by his servant, she noticed fresh scratches and abrasions still shone on his own hands, silent proof that he himself was involved in the work. A memory of how he looked her straight in the eyes to sincerely apologize and ask for friendship filled her with new joy, and this very wave was reflected in the words of her brother, who proudly announced he was also a friend of the young master. While the children scattered to their lessons, she thoughtfully caught rumors in her mind about how a hard blow to the head can change a person's character to the very root, and despite the fact that he was still a master, she admitted, now this was no longer the boy they once knew. She freezes in the doorway and watches as the children prepare to leave, shouting a final warning, no pranks and not to cause problems for their master. Two little ones cheerfully wave back and promise to return as soon as their lessons are over. When they disappear into the distance, she remains frozen in thought for a long time, trying to comprehend the true chasm between their states. She is well aware, although the young lord now shows kindness, the distance between a nobleman and a slave is too great, yet she prays that these moments leave them at least a few bright memories for the future. A month passes and life enters this quiet, steady rhythm. The young lord stands at the edge of the field, watching his new companions play, and feels how much everything has changed since the moment they first met. He has already fully woven the children into his own daily schedule, patiently laying the foundations of literacy for them. During a light conversation about knowledge, he even takes vocal lessons from a young girl without stopping his strict daily sword exercises. Training with the mentor wears him down to exhaustion and leaves no room for error. The experienced warrior boldly taunts him, easily parries every strike and mocks his predictable moves, then delivers a quick blow and he falls, hitting the ground hard. The veteran looms over the fallen student, coldly reminding him, "A moment of hesitation on the battlefield and you become a corpse." Despite the harsh lesson, he admits that the boy is getting stronger and endures more and more. But just as he manages to continue, the younger boy suddenly jumps forward and with a fierce battle cry rushes into attack. The mentor knocks down the attacking child with one move and cuts off his impulse with a sharp remark about the foolishness of shouting during an attack. He explains, "Such outbursts only reveal your position and warn the opponent." After that, he returns to the young master and scolds him for the incorrect use of a straight weapon. They are made for thrusting lunges, not for wild, chaotic slashes. He fixes his gaze on his own weapon and suddenly realizes the main flaw of his technique. His instincts still reach for curved blades with which he lived in the past, but now he clearly sees, if he continues to swing this straight sword like a katana, in a real fight he will inevitably crack and break. He froze in readiness as soon as Juru called them for another round and ordered him and Rallo to raise their shields. The scorching sun hung over the training ground while they prepared for the next clash and exchange of blows. Just as they were about to start, a distant shout of his name broke their concentration, and they involuntarily turned their eyes to the path to the village, from which someone was approaching at a quick pace. Rona rushes to meet them, her face glowing with joy as she announces the return of Count Lioncourt and the hunting party. Juru notes, with the approach of winter, their success came just in time exactly enough for the village to hold out. In the village, the square buzzed in a short time. Heavy carts rumbled, and hunters drowned each other out with a ringing, excited chatter as they unfolded a luxurious trophy hall before everyone. Piles of carcasses lay in plain sight: deer, rabbits, and pheasants. They formed a generous, vital catch meant to feed them in the coming cold months. The gaze fixed on the huge mass of meat ahead, the work loomed like an endless front. Juru quickly stepped back to help the peasants and ordered the young master to use his time as he saw fit until the end of the day. He froze his gaze on the hustle and immediately realized, from this moment on, everyone would be consumed by exhausting work dissecting animals and preparing canned goods. But now he caught a rare break from his duties. When the sun dipped below the horizon, the day's work disappeared from sight, replaced by a loud evening banquet. Heavy wooden mugs clashed with a heavy roar, splashing beer around as the whole community gathered to celebrate a successful catch. In the very center of the celebration, a man raised his glass high and drowned out the crowd's noise with his powerful voice, demanding that everyone sit down to the feast, sing, and find comfort in each other's company, then gather their strength together before the long winter ahead. While the master watches how supplies are multiplied in the village, his son closely observes. Children argue about the harsh truth of their diet and stop in surprise as soon as the topic of what wolves eat comes up. Rona immediately explains they preserve the meat by salting or drying, but it does not taste pleasant at all. Varian noticeably falters inside when he learns. They go so far into despair that they eat meat that has already begun to rot, especially after Rallo explains that the real threats lie in the cold and in mysterious winter diseases that overwhelm them. Seeking a more stable solution, he inquired whether winter vegetables were for sale. Rona named rutabaga, cabbage, and leek, but immediately warned, these are precious shops, so the noble class of men, not common people, can much more often obtain them. This information triggers an instant insight in him. He immediately correlates the winter illnesses the boy mentioned with severe vitamin deficiencies. In this era, conditions like scurvy or rickets are seen as frightening mysteries, but he recognizes a simple nutritional cause in them. While they continue negotiating, he listens attentively as she mentions white beets. She says the leaves are exceptionally tasty, but those in captivity are only allowed to eat the roots. Interested in the prospects of this crop, he asks her to bring a sample at the next meeting. Varian's conversation is cut short by Robert's appearance. He informs the young nobleman that his father demands him immediately. Varian does not hide his curiosity about the unexpected summons, but his brother can only guess. Everything is decided by records and accounts that unfold events according to usual predictable moves. Soon he finds himself before his father. The latter is frozen with stern disapproval on his face and demands explanations regarding rumors as if the boy is teaching slaves to read, write, and fight. He motionlessly watches as his son steadfastly holds his ground in the spacious hall, while Varian admits his actions and during this already seems to anticipate what report will follow. The young man understands well. The father most likely believes that knowledge and skill only complicate those who must be ruled. He stood before the gathered workers and thoughtfully weighed their diligence and humility. Despite the pressure of his father's command, he had already composed his answer and acknowledged that these people possess a shade of grace that far surpasses his own past failures. Speaking directly to the count, the boy explained, "These people were not just workers. They are rare companions who gave as much knowledge as they took." He added that thanks to his instructions they learned to read and write the sacred teachings, and then the father asked with disbelief where such education came from. Seeing this from the side, his mother could not hide her surprise. What kind of man her son had grown into. But a shadow of anxiety quickly flashed in her gaze. She sincerely praised his right actions and then quietly warned, as their attachment to young Rona grows stronger, inevitable pain will come to the heart. He instantly understood what she was so worried about. In her words and gaze was hidden anxiety about a possible romance that would break the boundaries of their status. He dismissed this thought to himself because he knew well an unbreakable wall stands between a nobleman and a slave. Yet even despite this, another dream did not leave him. A much larger goal that grew from his education and the time spent in the village. The count leaned forward and his gaze fixed on the interlocutor as if demanding, "Tell me more." The boy spoke confidently and evenly, saying that in this land hunger and cold had long become memories, and he himself admitted, without the support of loyal comrades he would not cope with this task. The father sharply cut him off, pushing him into harsh truth. Knowledge breeds rebellion, and power leads to betrayal and escapes. The young nobleman did not look away, stubbornly endured his glare, and declared that he would give his people such benefits that the thought of escape or uprising would not even arise. Loud laughter burst from the count's mouth. He was clearly pleased with the boy's determination. Rushing words to Lucian, he promised, in spring they would return to the capital to begin the official military training of the youth, and the boy himself could not shake off the thought that what he said sounded too grown-up for a 7-year-old. When the conversation ended, the first frost settled on the landscapes, as if warning, the harsh winter season has come. Soon the kingdom of Armos was covered in whiteness, and thus the page of the past chapter blinked away, giving way to the cold, changing season. Winter and armor spare no one. Every year they take lives while people crowd indoors, inhaling thick smoke from cooling fires. Standing amid the snow falling from the sky, the young lord reflects on primitive ways of heating in this world. He recalls a design from a past life, a rakel stove, which could evenly distribute heat throughout the house and not suffocate with soot, but he hesitates. He understands the idea is so simple that it is easy to implement, but the main obstacle is his current age. However, for the adults of this world, his revolutionary ideas would sound like the vain fantasies of a 7-year-old boy, even if everything is calculated and based on iron logic. Focused, swaying in his own thoughts, he admits, he has knowledge but lacks money and the necessary connections to realize these grand plans. He decides to temporarily keep his advanced ideas to himself until suddenly a voice calling him cuts through his contemplation. Rona's sharp scream pulls him out of his thoughts and breaks his concentration. She approaches closer with excitement in her eyes, asks if he remembers their conversation a few days ago, and insists that she needs to show him something extremely important. Not waiting for an answer, she grabs his hand and pulls him along. He picks up her pace and follows as she excitedly leads him to her field nearby. Her drive sharply cuts into his heavy, gloomy thoughts. They see how Rallo is already waiting for them, solemnly raising a huge pale vegetable. The boy with a proud smile shows his find and declares that it is a white bee. While they gather together around the impressive harvest, the boy notices. The sister tightly holds the young lord's hand. He can't help but ask why she keeps holding onto him because the vegetable looks remarkably like daikon. The question drives a deep crimson flush to her cheeks, and she quickly pulls her hand out of his palm, stumbling and whispering apologies for what she thinks is her own rudeness. He just laughs and assures her he is not offended, while the boy meanwhile looks at them with a suspicious, narrowed gaze. He accepts the offer to taste the freshly prepared salty broth and, staring into the pot, watches as the white pieces quietly swirl and spread on the surface. He takes a sip and immediately shudders from the aftertaste, sensing a clear disgust. But when the first shock passes, his nose catches a subtle, unexpected sweetness still lingering beneath the sharp, earthy aroma. This thought suddenly clears him up like an electric shock. Before him is not an ordinary radish, it is a sugar beet. While the younger boy nearby shows that he also dislikes the smell and taste of the root vegetable, he still confirms despite the sharp aroma, the sweet essence is unmistakably recognized. Although these modest beginnings promise incredible wealth in the future, it is still far from that now. When they walk together, he tells the young girl that with the arrival of spring, she must return to her family's lands. She nods and explains that the Count's travels between the royal capital and his own estates follow a fixed schedule. Suddenly, she starts a song. The voice carries a sad burden, as if mourning their future separation. He listens without looking away, catching every sound and wondering how in this cruel land people find support in music, though he still cannot understand how sincerely her feelings are directed at him. Not yet matured in voice, he can join her. Their timbres merge into a harmonious duet. While they sing, he turns his intention to teaching. He wants to give her more than just melodies and teach her arithmetic to ensure her a happy, prosperous future. As soon as the song ends, the men around burst into loud shouts and sincere applause, but from where he stands, her face remains in shadow and her true feelings remain a mystery to him. Spring brings with it the inevitable departure from the capital. In the yard, work is bustling, packaging is being woven under the sides, carts are being prepared for the road, and the horses are already ready for the long journey. He stands before Father Leonard, catching the last moment of silence and reflection. The priest bitterly sweetly acknowledges the truth. Life relentlessly spins a circle of meetings and farewells. The young man vows not to break their bond, will write letters, eagerly seeking the father's wisdom and his future collections of tales. But their conversation is interrupted by the voice of Count Lioncourt calls, and the son involuntarily shifts his attention to him. Turning to his father, he encountered an unexpected gesture. The Count extended his hand and pointed to the figure kneeling. Roughly and without hesitation, the Count declared that he was handing over the young boy Rollo, his son, so he could do with him as he pleased, leaving the young master completely bewildered. The boy Rollo raises his calm, unwavering gaze like iron. From now on, he is forever inscribed into the life of his new master, becoming a permanent part of his daily routine. Soon the heavy wooden wheels of the carts creak and rumble against the ground. The sound announces the beginning of their journey. The caravan pushes along the road through gusts of wind, and Juru sorts out the strange circumstances of the boy's appearance. It was Rollo himself who persuaded the Count to take him into service for his young master. Sitting inside the cart that was rolling, he asks whether the boy's family is really ready to embrace such a life-changing decision. Desira dismisses doubts and insists it was entirely the boy's own will. He insists that the boy accept and respect his convictions. The boy confirms this with a quiet but firm word of agreement. He silently absorbs every word as the young boy tells. His sister Rona desperately wanted to go with them, but because of her gender she is not allowed such a path. After these words, the young lord utters a restrained and solemn promise to do everything possible to help Rona, acknowledging the full extent of the sacrifice the boy made for her. He carefully watches the boy's stubbornness, noting how clearly the line between master and servant is now drawn. He almost addresses the boy as a friend, but immediately stops himself, understanding that these formal roles must be maintained because they are necessary for the road ahead. When the crew rattles over the rough road, he watches intently. Juru's gaze cuts out a figure in the distance on the summit, on a remote hill, struggling with gestures, waving hands in despair. As soon as he recognizes his sister, everything in his chest leaps. The boy leans forward so abruptly that he almost jumps out and shouts through the wind a desperate, sincere promise: they will meet again. On the hill high above the grassy slope, the girl still waves her hand, a small but bright drop against the horizon. The road to Lioncourt, as expected, will take 3 weeks, and the distance is so great that this may be the last farewell. She places all her hope in this distant departure because in a world where medical help is lacking and the journey is incredibly difficult, farewells carry a lifetime. Eventually, the sun disappears below the horizon, and the silence of the forests is pierced by the cold, silvery light of the full moon hanging above the treetops. 16 days have passed since they left the capital, and now the group huddled closely around the crackling bonfire to ward off the evening chill. To avoid boredom, he starts a game of reversi with his brother and watches as the older man marvels at the complexity hidden in the seemingly simple combination of black and white pieces. The brother admits that despite the game's apparent simplicity, There is much to master, and these words give the young inventor a barely noticeable but pleasant pride. The long winter ahead makes him thoughtfully weigh the games he has already started at home, from roulette to sudoku. They have long been hits on the linear core's device, and he emphasizes each round with a sharp slap on the game board. He keeps his gaze on the present, looking for ways to maintain a fighting spirit on the exhausting journey. He silently listened as his brother openly went into a stupor from what was said. Robert admitted. The idea of a state built on the shoulders of 10,000 educated slaves had never even crossed his mind, and all this together with the games Varian had already managed to introduce made him truly admire the intelligence of his younger brothers. The brothers' praise struck the younger boy with a wave of nervous excitement, and he immediately brushed it off, claiming that his knowledge supposedly grew only from the books he reread in church. He jokingly teased Robert for loafing around, but another anxiety was already growing in his soul. Had the brother not thought that the boy was leading himself to take over the father's title? The younger boy's response made the older one flinch as soon as the word learning was spoken. Robert, jokingly complaining, muttered that he would have to climb for textbooks himself. Although he hated academic work, he admitted Varian spoke convincingly about the value of knowledge. The older boys reacted sharply, but the younger one did not back down. He still insisted that some lessons lie beyond the reach of any library. It became unbearably important for him to explain his intention so that there would be no doubt that he had no political ambitions. With a firm, resolute gaze, he declared his true dream, to become a warrior of Robert's caliber, to be the most reliable support for his brother. He wanted immediately and without any doubt to make it clear that he had no intention of staging a struggle for the throne. Instead, he sought to stand shoulder to shoulder with his brother. A sincere confession made the older brother burst out laughing as the carriage continued rolling along the forest road. Robert teased him, calling the little one a little devil for such frank, flatteringly 8 years old, but warmth shone clearly in his tone, unmistakable for anything else. The older brothers Chucklador responded with their laughter tones, and their fathers, sitting inside the carriage, listened and allowed themselves a moment of silence for the family secret. Count Lionker stood up to Lucin, his wife, and weighing the strength of their bond, said that the future of their house now looked safer than ever. Lucin also quietly confirmed this aloud without raising her voice. A shared sense of relief lifted their team and pulled them through the last miles of the road. After a week, the exhausted caravan climbed the hilland before them, unfolded the familiar landscapes of Lioncourt lands, marking the end of their long journey. The time has come for a bittersweet farewell. Juro plainly says that his job as a guardian is coming to an end. A wedding lies ahead, and he must take the place of the head of the family. He looks back on their journey and lets out a warm smile, acknowledging that the journey brought pleasure in many ways as well. The young master reaches out and he meets this gesture with warmth, responding in kind. Varian convinces his companion that all feelings are mutual. He calls him a true friend and cherishes the shared memories they have managed to create together. The weary, stern warrior suddenly chokes with emotion and, with a spark of jest, reproaches the boy, as if he is only trying to make him cry. For a man who had held himself like a shield for years, this is a rare flash of vulnerability. The kindness of the young master proves almost unbearable. He can no longer contain his joy and, raising his head to the sky, loudly proclaims that he has been recognized as a friend. As the wave of celebration of their friendship still echoes, Count Lionker steps forward and thanks Juro for his service, then shifts his gaze further and announces that a successor has been chosen, Albert, who will take on the duty. The name strikes the young nobleman's heart and causes a wave of confusion. He cannot understand who this Albert is, and the Count stands firm without hesitation, without doubt, and by this confirms the final decision to protect his son, leaving no room for argument. He doubts the essence of this new production, while his head involuntarily paints the image of a traditional, refined butler. The Count only gestures broadly with his hand towards the approaching figure and explains, Albert belongs to their clan, and the boy can ask the man himself about everything else. He had already built hopes on a friendly, middle-aged servant in a tailcoat, but as soon as a huge shadow loomed over the company, everything fell apart. In the heavy footsteps and rustle of clothing, the arrival of a completely non-domestic worker is heard, someone much more powerful and dangerous. The dream becomes reality. Before his eyes unfolds the mutilated, terrifying face of Albert de Groot. The realization hits him as if a heavy blow struck his chest, and his servant turns out to be none other than the same infamous and blood-stained murderer who radiates a coldness that cuts the air with its tension. He stood before the young era figure radiating terror. This presence sounded not like an elevation but like a death sentence. Count Lionker officially entrusted the boy's guardianship, and the maimed man laughed piercingly, hoarsely, and anxiously, and a predatory gleam flashed in his eyes. Varian could only freeze, gripped by silent horror. Before him stood not a servant, but a cold-blooded killer. But as soon as the boy tried to politely introduce himself, the assassin gave no time for ceremony, immediately declaring that training would begin at once. Suddenly, without any warning, the fist of an experienced warrior vanished in motion and struck the boy's cheek. A dull, disgustingly heavy crack shattered the silence. The force of the blow twisted the boy, and he never managed to react. He wheezed as he collapsed onto the hard ground, a thin stream of blood trickling from his split lip while he convulsively gulped air. The blows that fell suddenly and without any reason confused his thoughts. Nearby, Juru stood, grimacing with sympathy, but the Count himself did not flinch. His face remained indifferent. The boy sharply raised his gaze, unable to believe what had happened. Pain and confusion tore his head apart, and he could not understand why his new mentor had struck him so cruelly before even a single word of instruction was spoken. A scarred man hovered over him and locked eyes, his face twisted into a terrifying mask of contempt as he growled, demanding attention. Words poured out of him like poison. He called your boy hopeless filth and insisted again that the lesson had already started. Wiping blood from his own face, the young man felt an irreversible change inside him. He realized this fierce clash with Albert de Groot was the very beginning of his life in this world. The very moment when the ghost of Tadashi Tanaki would finally begin to dissolve, making way for the person called Varian. Albert de Groot's laughter echoed across the training ground, sharp as the blows from those lessons he drilled in. He systematically destroyed all modern versions of values preserved in these schools and instead presented the cold truth about slaughter. For Albert, the refined swordsmanship of people like Huru was just decent junk, something that would not survive the chaos of a real battlefield. And so he forced the young man to cut dogs and goats, hardening his heart with every strike. He was already standing opposite the wolf, which snarled fiercely, the bare, primal rules of survival revealed without embellishment. This was not a duel but practiced killing, the basic condition to stay alive in a wild, enraged world. The beast lunged forward, its fangs snapped just a few centimeters from his throat. While struggling with the animal, thoughts of infection and a slow, painful death flashed through his mind. Rollo's cry for his master pierced the growl, followed by Albert's voice, cold, commanding, demanding to find the most effective way to end another's life. In despair, he pushed the blade with all his strength and drove it into the creature's side. Nervously exhaling, he fixed his gaze on the wounded animal, retreating a few steps. The realization hit sharply and mercilessly. Here, if you don't finish it off, only your own inevitable death awaits. The beast was again trapped in a circle. The forest air grew heavy with tension. Albert's command to finish the job without hesitation sharply cut through the silence, and Varian, clenching his teeth in a grimace of determination, called to Rollo to end this together. The boy was the first to spring into action, creating the needed distraction. When the wolf's attention was split in two, Varian seized the moment and struck accurately. Albert watched every move closely. Yes, the boy still had a childish, shallow mercy, but now he was learning to take the opportunity before it disappeared. The end came when the wolf froze in place. Rollo celebrated victory, but Varian only leaned on his knees, his chest heaving in ragged, hoarse breaths as the weight of this prey settled on him. The mentor's face loomed very close, a predatory snarl stretched across features scarred and battered. He pressed the boy with the thought of the command, only those who complete the job without remainder survive. No sooner had he solemnly and harshly finished his grim lesson than a new threat appeared. Varian's eyes widened sharply and he burst into a shout, begging Rollo to be cautious. But Rollo stood as if noticing nothing while a dark figure leapt from the shadows right behind him. Before the beast could strike, the blade tore it from its place, cutting its throat and silencing the roar, splattering crimson around. Over the dead body stood a boy with light hair. He interrupted the attack with a precise, deadly intervention. Albert, ever the cold-blooded mentor, barked at the boys to wait until death was indisputable before allowing themselves to celebrate their own salvation. He was the newcomer Jean, Albert's 7-year-old grandson, a boy with delicate features and clear eyes, so he had nothing in common with the battered veteran. He joined their grim lessons as an equal, like any other student, a child destined to become a comrade in arms in the bloody years to come. Against the backdrop of this cruel fate, memories of Honor Jiru remained alive. Once he was not just a guard, but carried a younger version on his shoulders with a warmth that now seemed long lost, like an entire lived era. The secret of the warm past faded almost instantly. The reality of the present overwhelmed it, and the training grew increasingly harsh. Under the scrutinizing, indulgently approving gaze of Albert Varian, Rollo and he were forced to slaughter livestock with their own hands. Their days dissolved into a continuous mess of blood and steel, until one day came that would change everything. On that fateful day, the targets were not beasts or cattle but people. Albert stood straight and without pity before 4 bound prisoners. His voice was icy as he gave the order that froze the air. They were to slaughter every single one. Young Virion froze and stood in shocked silence, his breath caught when he saw the helpless captives. His comrades beside him also did not move. The demands weighed heavily on each of them. Seeing their hesitation, the old killer lost patience. His voice sharply broke into fierce growls as he demanded whether those kids had not heard his order. The ultimatum was unmistakable. The moment had come to shift from hunting animals to executing people. He struck the boy with all his might with a heavy hand. Brock instantly stopped any objections when he blocked the young man's way and forced him to be silent and obey without arguments. After the blow, Varian froze in shock and fixed his gaze on the bound figures, demanding their names. The old killer spat out the truth with cold indifference. He called the captives nothing but criminals and slaves covered in diseases. He assured that even Rudolph understood this perfectly and gave Variant only the chance to freeze in trembling horror, staring at the ill-fated souls before him. He widely waved his hand at the prisoners and ordered the boys to finish off those worthless creatures so they would finally understand how little human life matters in their world. It was a lesson meant to tear out the last crumbs of compassion from them and replace it with cold, infallible killer's work. By order, he forced the young nobleman to shudder and doubt the legitimacy of executing slaves merely because they were ill. While he spoke, one of the women among the captives lifted her gazempty and lifeless voice, breaking into a hoarse plea for mercy and help. His hesitation provoked only the old man's malicious laughter urged him, "Choose a victim." In Virian's mind, a dark and fierce idea flashed for a momento: raise the blade and strike the master. But the weight of the moment pinned him in place, and he trembled, staring at the icy pause until Rallo's voice cut through the tension. He froze with fear. The younger boy stepped forward, trembling hands, but resolute. Isend offered himself to be the first to go. Varian stood stunned while his comrade prepared to cross the point of no return. Varian's deed, recklessly brave, struck him in the chest with a wave of disgust at himself. He suddenly realized that his modern thinking here appeared as weakness. He reproached himself for insignificance, acknowledging a simple fact: the laws of past life no longer apply in this barbaric land. The young man clenched his teeth and pressed his heart. He tightly gripped the dagger's hilt, and his pulse thundered in his ears. He finally understood that to seize the military greatness he desired, he would have to take into his hands the most effective though cruel, barbaric methods that exist in this world. He sharply drives the blade into the woman, and only then does the realization of the slaughter upon another person overwhelm him. Shock blazes in her hoarse, broken breath. She writhes in unbearable pain, hissing with a scream and begging for mercy. He hesitates for a moment, and fear distorts his face. Albert's voice cuts through the chaos. He commands, "Finish it, because the victim is still breathing." He raises the dagger high and strikes again and again. His own screams drown in the wet sounds of torn flesh, and the woman's fading voice breaks off in death throes. While the veteran killer continues his rhythmic, clumsy descent, he bursts into laughter, cold, sadistic pleasure, and urges her on, pushing her further. Through his crooked hands, the woman does not die immediately. He forces her to bleed slowly right under his palms until her body finally stops moving. He stands over the lifeless body, covered in her blood. The weight of his first murder falls on him as an unbearable burden already at 12 years old. The bloody act he committed tears out something essential from within, his own innocence, which withers and dies. As if fatherly only for appearance, Albert places a heavy hand on his head and, casting cold judgment, orders him to strike more accurately next time. Without wasting a second, the man shifts his gaze to the other boys and gives the order: hit with clubs to finish off the remaining prisoners. While he stands still, trembling with fear, his comrades step forward, gripping heavy wooden tools to carry out the bloody plan. The doomed captives left alive only look helplessly in horror, and the boys are already preparing to strike, but their pleas dissolve into emptiness as if no one hears them. As soon as the blood on his hands had not yet dried, the air explodes with vile muffled blows as bone meets bone, and from the last convulsive breaths of those dying, the slaughter is over the end. He curled up on the ground within the camp, and the weight of the first killed pressed as if squeezing his soul. He raised his eyes to the man standing before him and asked in a trembling voice how the mentor could even survive such a terrible ordeal. Juro lowered his gaze to the boy, acknowledging that he had already crossed the bloody threshold of the first life, and that trauma inevitably follows. The old warrior looked toward the horizon, his face frozen, and in his eyes the connection with the present seemed lost. He denied it. No obstacle needed to be taken, no internal struggle requiring the victory of spirit. After all, the reality of their world was much simpler and much colder, not as the boy had imagined it. He delivered his speech in a calm, grounded tone, stating that extinguished lives are only the fates of slaves and criminals, people who have no connection to the world and mean nothing to the rest. Virian could not respond. He froze, staring silently, and his gaze froze with a mixture of shock and a gradually increasingly palpable horror at such cold-blooded contempt for human life. The young man abruptly stood up and cast aside this thought, burning it out with words spoken with desperate force in his voice. He declared that he could never look at people as mere numbers or worthless things, no matter who they were or what crimes they had committed. Juro fixed the boy with a serious, steady gaze. He acknowledged his idealism but immediately pressed him against harsh reality. He openly called their life cruel, explaining that over the years the heart learns to dull from violence. And he warned, over time the boy himself will adopt the same cold detachment as the only way to survive. He said directly that these words are not meant for comfort, they are a vital warning about the way forward. And he urged the boy to keep this in mind. One can get used to the need to kill, but one cannot cross the line and become a person who takes pleasure in the very act of taking life. The man smiled faintly and tiredly, and that shadow of warmth touched his lips as he watched his ward's reaction. He said that seeing how much the boy had already grown and matured, he felt a quiet confidence. Virian would be able to break through the darkness and not lose his humanity. While the moon hung high and dazzling in the night sky, the boy quietly and maturely said a few words of understanding to his mentor. But as he stared into the cold moonlight, a terrifying doubt silently hovered deep in his thoughts. Would he ever be able to break free from the guilt that oppressed him and had already become his essence? He realized Robert's words hit the mark. Harsh truth surged over him in waves, crashing against the shore during a fierce storm. After Albert's cold orders, he, along with the others, found himself in an endless cycle of slaughter. Their victims were the outcasts, criminals, and slaves whom the world already considered superfluous. They were brought from unknown lands to be used as live fodder for training. With each life he cut down, efficiency grew. His movements turned into a refined dance of death. As bodies rose in heaps one after another, the inner resistance that once restrained his hand slowly dried up, and in its place came cold mastery and a heart no longer trembling before the flame. His humanity melted away as if torn to pieces and mixed with the primal cruelty of the era time when people were no different from the beasts they carried within themselves. In a world without end to war, he accepted the cold truth. They were all just predators locked in a struggle for survival. He stood amid the melting cold, a 9-year-old war veteran whose innocence the war had already stolen. As his second winter in Armos came to an end, the boy who once arrived disappeared, replaced by a survivor fused with blood and ice. The group crouches in the dense underbrush, and the rustling leaves conceal their presence while Albert watches a small herd of pigs from afar. He notices the animals are kept nearby, and his gaze sharpens into a cold, predatory focus. He poked with a weary, roughened finger toward the unsuspecting livestock, and his order sounded cold and clear: they must be stolen. The young Varian pauses for a moment and points to 2 shepherds and their guard dogs. But the veteran assassin brushes off the anxiety and insists that overcoming such obstacles is a basic part of their training. This mission is much more than a usual exercise. They have crossed the boundary where the power of Viscount Bicheller operates, neighboring the lands of the Lionker family, a territory that separates 2 noble families who have long been locked in fierce, endless enmity. The training is just a thin veil, a cover for a calculated pressure on their rivals. Varian trembles noticeably while Albert redefines the concept of knighthood. Killing, robbing, and dividing the loot are the true traits of the great knight. He draws a sharp contrast with the noble ideals the boy once held in his mind. Attempts to find a less brutal way seem as if they would only scare the shepherds before taking the pigs, but that very idea is immediately extinguished and stopped. The maimed man delivers a grim verdict on their situation. If the shepherds escape to warn others, all will face execution for poaching on enemy land, regardless of one being a count's son and the other having a different status. To save their own heads, the witnesses must be eliminated. Jen and Rollo begin coordinating a deadly plan. They feverishly argue whether to first take out the dogs to create a breach or to strike the man from afar so he cannot blow the horn and raise the alarm. He and Rollo discuss their goals with a chilling interest that made Varian's skin freeze. Watching them closely, he felt his heart sink. he would have to instantly adapt to this harsh truth, or he would not survive. While the younger boys eagerly divided the tasks among themselves, Varian tried to reconcile his own moral principles with the cold necessity of their mission. Stepping forward, he ordered the group to stop and demanded they stick together for safety. He emphasized, their enemies were definitely armed, and Jean and Rollo, no matter how much they tried, could not defeat the experienced guards alone. Victory, he insisted, depended only on a united, coordinated strike. He stressed their efforts would be in vain if they were killed or suffered severe, life-threatening injuries during a reckless assault. The young leader even voiced a desperate backup plan to set the forest on fire to hide and escape if everything went wrong. He emphasized that the world offers countless opportunities to steal, but only those who survive can take advantage of them. Albert watched the conversation with a predatory smile, as if weighing every step himself and acknowledging that planning ahead was the right thing. He added his grim look, death is the worst option, but captivity follows almost immediately after. Jean listened silently, his face growing harder until the full weight of what was happening finally settled. As soon as the team defined the plan, it immediately worked. In the clearing, some shepherd calmly tended the livestock, unaware that from the bushes behind him, they were watching closely. Suddenly, Varian and the boys jump out of the darkness, their faces twisted by a horror known to all. Varian screams for help and, twitching backward, points toward the forest, shouting that a pack of wolves is chasing them just enough for the trick to work. The paternal instinct instantly overwhelmed his caution, and he rushed to the children to check for possible injuries. Varian noted with grim satisfaction, the shepherd was so concerned about their plight that he failed to notice the weapons in their hands. His vigilance completely failed, just as they had planned. He lunges forward, the lie bursts, replaced by a deadly strike. With a swift, practiced movement, he drives the blade into the unsuspecting man, while his partner immediately follows up, plunging the dagger deeply without hesitation. The shepherd falls to the ground, life fades before he can comprehend the betrayal. The young girl can only watch silently, her horror held back only by silence, as the harsh reality of their world finally engulfs her without mercy. After the first strike, the boys act cohesively and with almost adult skill. They systematically tear apart the remaining resistance, working methodically without unnecessary gestures. Their tactics seem simple, yet they work ruthlessly and extremely effectively. It is a bloody dance of survival where every move has a cost. The cold precision with which they execute everything reveals that the innocence of childhood has long been left behind. When the last of the direct threats finally falls, one of the enemy dogs breaks from the circle and rushes away into the distance. At that moment, he growls at the team to hold their positions, warning that the one who escaped will not avoid reinforcements. Wasting no time, the dog issues orders, commanding his comrades to guard the livestock and hide the traces of the skirmish, while they prepare a fiery, distracting curtain to cover their retreat. In a moment, the forest is engulfed by a new wave of fire. The flames spread across the plain as soon as it ignites. They work in frantic haste, moving through thick smoke and thickets, damaging the stolen pigs, understanding that every second counts in their hopeless race against time. Upon return, amid ruins and silence, stands a burly man of commanding appearance, a weathered face covered with scars earned over years of battles. This is Yenek Or, a veteran warrior whose loyalty to the Lion Court spans decades, his path intertwined with the biographies of the kingdom's most dangerous people. Beside him, his son Juru eagerly shares the spoils after the raid, biting into a piece of roasted pork with a smile. He loudly greets the young lord, and his casual manner sharply cuts through the silence against the backdrop of the cruelty that brought them this feast. The camp fills with the smell of meat roasting over the fire as the squad gathers to celebrate a successful though exhausting mission. A loud-voiced man immediately seizes the moment to ease the tension between generations. He introduces his legendary father to the young lord who led the attack. The experienced warrior spoke confidently, and supportively. His presence was so intense that the boy was pierced by a trembling wave of a familiar feeling. He emphasized that the young lord truly lives up to the name of the Lion Court, and the boy silently read in this threatening glow a difference and compared it to the deadly killer Albert. He silently watches as the air thickens with open hostility between the two veterans. Albert grimaces in contempt and adopts a mocking tone, reproaching Yenek for weakness and asking if he gathered a bunch of rebels just to roar like a lion's watchdog. Yenek does not move, his face frozen in a mask hiding controlled rage, and the young man feels a chill down his spine just from the sight of that bare tension washing over them in waves. Meanwhile, the young lord steps forward and demands that Albert stop insulting Yenek. Albert only snorts contemptuously in response and asks what will happen if he continues to disobey, implying that some boy could stop him. Juru immediately intervenes and warns Albert that Yenek is his comrade's father, so he will not allow such blatant disrespect even in their camp. Not backing down, the young man intensifies the provocation. He tears a brazen smile, shows an obscene gesture, and unleashes a whole avalanche of dirty insults on the crippled killer. He taunts, "Just try to take a step," and with his sharp, biting words mocks his masculine dignity so harshly that those present freeze in shock. In response, an instant and a harsh blow. Albert's fist hits, spinning the boy, throwing him across the camp. He crashes into wooden structures, and as he falls, the ground strikes his chest so hard that everything spins before his eyes. The burning pain and metallic taste in his mouth do not take away the last thing. A grim smile appears on his lips, and in Ida's strange joy from the fact that some insults are the same in any world. The tent explodes with chaos as the camp plunges into a merciless fight. Cries and muffled blows thunder in the air, filling every inch of space, and as his sight begins to drown in darkness, he hears Juru's voice, fierce like a shield, fighting for him while the feast turns into a chaotic slaughter. After a long time he stirred, and his eyelids flutter red, his eyes opened and fixed sideways on the cold glow of the moon through the tall window. Every movement sent pain through his whole body. When he sat up, bloody saliva poured from his mouth along with 2 broken teeth that fell to the floor. Yannick stands nearby. His hoarse voice states that the boy has finally returned to the land of the living. Next to him, the veteran and Eurus silently share the silence, leaning over large mugs of beer. Yannick gestures to bring it closer and extends the mug as if to dull the pain from wounds. Eurus carefully takes the drink and shudders from the sudden realization. Before him is mead. This is his first sip of alcohol in this new life. While he painfully drags a long sip, the complexity of the drink knocks him off his feet. It has a sharp, dry aftertaste, followed by a rich, viscous sweetness of honey that licks his tongue, and even on his wounded body a tiny spark of joy flares up as he savors the unexpected flavor. He squeezed in between 2 veterans, and the tension of that old fight melted away in loud laughter as they stood side by side sharing drinks. Albert seemed genuinely amused by the brazen confidence of the young nobleman. His coarse laughter spilled over the rim of the mug as they raised their drinks and toasted to the commotion they themselves had caused. Next to him, Rudolph silently watched the scene, his lips barely trembling in a restrained, thoughtful smile, and his chest swelled with proud feelings for both sons. He noted, Robert truly shone on his own, but Varian had his own spark of talent that could lead him to success even if he were too weak-minded. But Albert immediately stepped closer and sharply warned, narrowing his eyes. He declared that the boy who can tame the wild dogs of Lioncourt is capable of threatening the very stability of the country. The scarred veteran focused again on the young man and harshly made it clear he must have even stronger growth ahead. At the end, he let out one last rough roar, the very one that would eventually become a local legendary saying. After that, Albert brushed him off, and the young man was left alone with thoughts about the strange effectiveness of his own provocations and how skillfully he had navigated the dangerous social waters in the camp. Time kept ticking, and the festive warmth of the feast quickly faded. It was replaced by biting winter cold, and heavy snow covered the training grounds like a solid blanket. In the blizzard, he continued intense training with Gino. Every move was sharpened by the cold knowledge that they had already taken lives. From theory to practice, they transitioned surprisingly easily. Day by day, the blades felt more familiar, and they grew accustomed to the need to kill. Eventually, they moved on to full-contact sparring. Their gazes locked onto each other in a silent exchange of focus and intent as they tested each other's limits in the icy air. Driven by a new wave of tension, he decided to showcase a fighting style the world had never seen before. In an instant, quickly, smoothly closed the distance, intercepting Jen's momentum and timely threw the boy so that he crashed into the snow. He immediately understood. His judo was a colossal advantage because no one here was prepared for the mechanics of holds, levers, and how it works. Pressing his opponent firmly against the icy ground, he watched as Jin finally gave the sign of surrender. At that moment, he realized, even when his own physical strength is limited, the skill to control the enemy and immobilize them in a one-on-one fight becomes a deadly trump card that only a few in this world can neutralize. He moves with such smooth precision that veteran Albert cannot take his eyes off him, immediately noticing the boy's mastery. Juro dismisses exercises for today and orders the younger boys, Jean and Rollo, to watch and learn techniques from the young master. Meanwhile, Varian effortlessly executes a throw. The flawless speed and accuracy of his movements fill everyone with admiration. 2 boys grumble, dragging their legs through the snow, complaining about the unfairness. Their mentor seems born talented at everything. Meanwhile, the young master feels a sudden pang of guilt. Albert's approving words seem undeserved to him, just an echo of knowledge he pulled from his own life, filled with exhausting work in another world. Noticing that they had lost their way and were heading off course, he sharply calls out, points toward the road home, and tries to guide them back on the right path. The boys involuntarily apologize quickly, without extra words, and their enthusiasm still overflows even after the exhausting fight. He silently watches them as they walk away and for a moment freezes, impressed by their maturity. In his eyes, Jin and Rollo possess a sense of responsibility far greater than he remembers in his own sons at that age. As their figures shrink and disappear into the winter landscape, his thoughts involuntarily drift to a completely different time and place. A fragmented memory surfaces of a vacation in sunlit Guam, his wife laughing together with two little boys. Back then, everything was held together by simple joy just when the sons were about the same age as Rollo is now. Surveying the cold, merciless world around him, he doubts, does such happiness even exist here? In this land, killing is as ordinary as breathing itself, and he suddenly realizes, to protect what he has now, he can only do so with uncompromising force, otherwise he will lose everything again. Weeks pass, a continuous routine of relentless training follows, and the fruits of their labor finally show. Jin and Rollo suddenly demonstrate such skill that even their mentor cannot hide his surprise. He suddenly lunges forward, his wooden blade cuts through the air, whistling loudly as he lets out a sharp cry of concentration. As soon as he recovered from the blow, an unyielding defense immediately appeared before him. Rollo sharply learned to hold the shield, stopping the attack with a sharp parry. A heavy dull thud deflected the blade's force, and the young swordsman was momentarily twisted by lack of air. While the dispute continues, the boy with blonde hair shows his own progress. Firmly holding his hands, he draws the bowstring and releases an arrow that hits dull directly in the center of the distant target. Then he joins the others as they all gather in a group, and the young leader is pierced by the realization his comrades have been secretly honing their skills. Jin explains the older men teach them to work in a way that picks up and strengthens each other's strong points, and in the heat of battle covers each other's weaknesses. The wounded veteran secretly watches them from the shadows and snorts as he explains, the true essence of the squad is born in their differences, not in everyone being the same. It is precisely because of these different talents that they become a formidable force. His wisdom makes the boy stop. The realization pulls him deeper. His own development is worthless if his allies do not rise to meet the challenges already ahead. With his gaze, he measures the horizon, standing next to his comrades, and firmly decides, only their combined strength, tempered by mutual improvement, will help them withstand the cruelties of this world. The young boy looked up at his mother, and curiosity flashed in his eyes as he asked if Katia would join them. She smiled softly and warmly at him, encouraging, let him keep her company, because the young girl quickly got bored. Then she explained that his father needed a private conversation with Giselle and Hugh, so the children would have to stay alone. As he examined this arrangement, all the tangled threads of his new family floated through his mind. In this world, social orders worked differently. Giselle was his father's lover, so her children, 12-year-old Hugh and 8-year-old Katia, became his own half-brother and half-sister. All this swirled very differently than in his past life, but despite the difference, everyone seemed consciously trying to coexist peacefully. The young girl Katia fixed her gaze on him, where reverence and hesitation mixed, and addressed him respectfully, Masterwary. She gently corrected her, insisting, such dry titles are unnecessary. A warm smile appeared on his face, and he reminded her that he really was her older brother. From this, she shyly, quietly nodded while nervously twisting her fingers in her hands. He tried to ease the tension and suggested they play a game that was currently at the peak of popularity in the royal capital. Promising her it would be incredibly interesting, he saw her eyes light up with sudden delight. Their interaction was interrupted by the appearance of his father. He threw his son a slight smile and dryly remarked that he had been caring for Katia all this time. The count stepped forward, and beside him stood Giselle. He told Katia that it seemed she had already annoyed Varian enough for today. Varian, noticing the adults had returned, briefly inquired whether their private conversation had finally come to an end. He watches closely as Giselle gently reprimands Yankadia for her too informal tone, and he immediately intervenes, assuring his mother that the girl was simply showing kindness. Katia, encouraged by his warmth, quietly addresses him as brother, and he accepts this title with a smile. Returning to his father, he explains that it was the name he requested and adds jokingly that since the count still hadn't given him a native younger sister, he had to look for one elsewhere. The count listens with a stone face, but the atmosphere between them remains calm. Soon it becomes clear why they really came. Hugh is to be made the successor of the Blair family name, a lineage that has already disappeared from the Lion Court line. This arrangement secures the boy's future and at the same time keeps the family in the game, but this cold politics burns on the face like a sharp blow. Like an invisible hook comparison, he might have relied too heavily on the facade of a happy family. When the arrangements are finally settled, Hugh and Giselle give a short, dry farewell bow and leave the estate, followed by a heavy silence. Their departure cements the established order. Robert becomes the sole indisputable and officially recognized heir of the court line. Standing alone beside his son, the Count speaks with unusual calm and weight in every word. Despite the difference between their mothers, the brotherly bond does not disappear. He quietly formulates a request in case such a need ever arises. The son will lend you a helping hand. When the ruler extends his hand and lightly tousles his son's hair, the tense heaviness in the air recedes. With a rough but still warm gesture, he ends any talk of duty. Even a barely noticeable smile touches his face. He declares that he himself will test the strength of any man who ever dares to ask for Kadia's hand. But that hand lingers on the boy's shoulder for a moment longer. The son begins to praise the Count, is about to note how smart his boy has grown, but he immediately cuts off the phrase. The thought stumbles and freezes as an unspeakable realization dawns on him. Looking up at his father, he suddenly feels a deep understanding. His own life flashes in memory as his father in a former fate, and now he reads complex emotions in the Count's gaze. He knows exactly what the man tried to convey even when he did not utter a single word. He froze in place and fixed his gaze forward, and in his mind slowly settled a calm understanding of how he had just managed to feel the full weight of this moment. The young man felt the even warmth of Rudolph's palm. It seeped through the clothes, becoming a tangible support that made their connection finally become a reality without any doubts. And this burly man before him, the stern Count, was truly his father. Many years passed, and in the summer of his 10th year he opened his eyes from a strange, painful trembling that deeply destroyed his joints and muscles. It was unmistakable. The second puberty period was beginning, the body was changing, and he felt numb and dreamed of only one thing: to dive back into sleep. But the noise growing outside the window gave no rest. He went outside and immediately came upon the transformed village square, as if it had been turned into a stage for a great event. It was the day of Robert's night ceremony. The air was thick with tense anticipation, and the gathered crowd waited for Robert himself to appear. The young warrior soon appeared on screen, his new armor shining brightly under the sun. Robert stood straight and proud like a born member of a noble family, causing the audience to erupt in applause and joyful cheers. By his son, the Count stood with such weight in his voice that the crowd fell silent. He ordered Robert to uphold justice and turn away from lawlessness to deserve God's love. Robert stubbornly met his father's gaze and vowed to live his life by these words. To seal the oath, the Count delivered a loud slap with his open palm, and the newly minted knight staggered and slid back. This was the final, tangible confirmation of the burden and duty that Robert now bears. When the ceremonial strike lands, it growls hoarselithas is how the body shows the heavy oath just taken. Nearby, Varian and Jizzle watch the ritual unfold and understand. This tradition is meant to prevent the knight from forgetting the weight his duty carries. He holds his position because the Count's own order drives him forward to prove his bravery before any enemy. Varian watches closely what is happening. He recognizes the moment that becomes a turning point in growing up and feels a deep, unspeakable pride flowing from their father like a wave. Quiet clarity descends on the shoulders. The true desire from the very beginning was to see how these boys turn into men. In honor of the new title, a sports competition ignites. Demonstration tournaments in fencing, archery, and equestrian skills unfold on the field. Varian suddenly plunges into wrestling matches, and the crowd around mocks him as if his appearance is just a comedic trick. A giant, wild adversary looms over the young nobleman, laughing loudly, mocking the luck that allowed him to beat the Count's son at his own discretion. Despite the threatening size of his opponent, he remains calm when the official representative clarifies if he really wants to continue. He responds briefly and firmly confirms decisively. The air thickens with tension as two fighters face each other. The predatory snarl of the mutant cuts the eye against the calm focus of Varian, until the command to start breaks the silence with a loud shout. In the movement that shatters all the crowd's expectations, a larger man suddenly crashes to the ground with a thud. Above the stands hangs a stunning silence as spectators try to understand how he managed to knock him down so quickly and precisely. He stands completely still while the official raises his hand and announces him the winner. The crowd freezes in shock, but the rules are absolute. Both of the opponents' shoulders touch the ground simultaneously. The match ends instantly. When the giant strongman suddenly rises to his feet and slowly, step by step, moves away, a wave of confused whispers rises among the spectators. People could not understand how a young man with such a small body could so easily shift and topple the giant. They wondered whether it was mere luck or if something else was behind it. The fighter-wrestler, knocked off his feet, abruptly stops and, growling angrily, looks back, demanding another round. He stubbornly insists that he just missed the moment and lost vigilance for a moment. He cannot come to terms with such a swift, humiliating defeat in front of his comrades. The young nobleman clenches his face, sharply responding with a rattling bark. Would this man dare to utter such excuses on a blood-soaked battlefield? He makes it clear there is no chance for the careless in a real slaughter, and the enemy will not hesitate when the guard lowers his vigilance even for a moment. When Brute silently retreats, the boy runs through in his head how his judo techniques might have seemed to the crowd just random luck to those who haven't studied wrestling. Without succumbing to fear of tension, he turns to the spectators and challenges them forward. Who among them will dare to face him next? A new opponent steps onto the stage, a tall, confident young man named Enzo, who belongs to Robert's training group. The crowd erupts with cheers, eagerly and impatiently waiting to see if the experienced journeyman can put the young master in his place. Meanwhile, the boy notices his father and others have gathered nearby to witness the spectacle. Official signals announcing the start of the match sound and two opponents stand face to face. The air thickens with tension as the crowd fixates on the difference in their sizes. They instantly clasp hands and launch into a fierce assault, and Enzo declares, "Family ties will not stop him, he will show no leniency." Under the strength of the older boy, the young nobleman feels that this time muscle advantage alone will not suffice. He will have to rely on his own refined techniques to redirect the course of the opponent's attack. He grabs the moment and, using Enzo's pressure and movement, performs a spectacular head-over-shoulder throw, literally launching the older boy into the air, forcing him to fly above the ground. The strike comes out loud. Enzo crashes into the ground, digging into the soil, and the spectators, even the Count himself and young Katia freeze with wide-open eyes, impressed not by sheer strength but by skill. While the opponent, knocked to the ground, lies on the earth groaning in pain, the young victor steps aside, breathing heavily and regaining strength after the intense strain. The crowd erupts in a deafening roar as soon as the official raises his hand and declares him the winner of the fight. Seizing the moment of triumph, he raises his fist and shouts a dedication to his brother Robert, then turns his gaze to the stands and assures his next victory will be for Katia. For a moment he freezes, giving himself time to comprehend his own unexpected surge of courage. Although the lions usually avoid such displays, he needs to assert himself as a child prodigy, otherwise he won't be able to build his future. Nearby, Giselle and Keisha watch him, their gazes combining admiration and pride, just beginning to ignite. They are clearly moved by his performance. The next challenge appears in the form of a giant, burly, broad-shouldered man looming over the boy, laughing as he stretches his arms toward him like tree trunks to reach industry. When Broad tries to crush him to the ground with all his colossal weight, the boy does not yield to the force or struggle against the pressure, pulls the giant right into the limits of his own stance. Falling to the ground, he applies a deadly chokehold on the giant's neck with his leg, ignoring the man's desperate struggles. While the crowd freezes in stunned silence, he calmly explains that the fight is already over. Having precisely cut off the blood flow in the jugular vein, he finally renders this giant helpless without a chance to break free and retaliate. He held the pressure until the giant body of the man collapsed lifelessly, a heavy, dull blow rolled across the ground. When the struggle subsided, he calmly stated, the opponent had only one thing left in consciousness. As soon as the match ended, the official referee raised his hand high and declared the young host the undisputed winner. He stepped back a step while the boy stood still. His chest rose heavily, he gasped for air. Around, a crowd of people erupted in a wave. Crowd caught his name and carried a loud, steady rhythm of shouts. He looked back as if stunned by that incredible avalanche of approval. When the boy's name echoed throughout the entire estate, the Count of Juro calmly considered whether the old killer had even managed to teach him such a deadly skill. The young victor continued his winning streak. He defeated two more opponents until his strength was exhausted and his physical limits caught up with him. It was then that he caught the feeling of truth. His technique was indeed better, but his young body could not yet endure long fights where the battle goes on and on. As the rumor about the boy spread, wild tales of witchcraft and forbidden techniques began circulating among the common folk. A wave of impatient youths followed him to learn, but as soon as they saw the terrifying old man, his chief instructor, their enthusiasm instantly died out. Among the spectators stood young Katia, her eyes wide with admiration and wonder. Could this be a labyrinth so easy for a child to overcome that even experienced men would no longer be surprised? She watched the seasons change and how the name of the young genius became firmly established beyond doubt. The story then dives into the spring of his 11th year. Kesha had grown up and was thoughtfully reflecting on how the legend of the young master from the Lion Court family was strengthening and expanding. When he turned 11, the conflict made itself known for the first time in spring. The royal capital declared mobilization. Count Purgit, located southwest of the lands of Leviaki Dever, raised a rebellion. In response to this challenge, Rudolf led a detachment of 2,000 soldiers to the rebellious land, and Robert already a knight set off with his father to the front line. He shifted his gaze to his young companions and noted how Jean was eager to rush into battle. The man advised the boy to wait another 5 years until he turned 15 and acknowledged his courage. Enzo added his own hope. They would all be able to fight together in the next battle. Suddenly, a voice that broke the silence called him by name. Turning toward the sound, he caught sight of a young girl approaching across the open field. The girl introduced herself as Smina, the daughter of Yorgo Kakars. She spoke softly and reverently, recalling that last year she had the honor to watch him fight. He nodded politely in response, but inside he felt the growing fame pressing on him more and more. After that very competition, families relentlessly pushed their daughters as brides or as love-string to tie him to their house and snatch a chance at his promising future. For an 11-year-old boy, it was an exhausting reality he had to navigate every day. She shone and stubbornly demanded that he call her by her name, and also emphasized how much his victory over the huge wrestler had impressed her. He thanked her for watching and modestly added that his second opponent was also a man quite formidable and stocky. With a heavy sigh he recalled, his second fight turned out to be a clash not with someone else but with his brother's comrade, a man who was by no means a giant, no matter how others later tried to distort this, preserving a completely different memory. He silently watches as the young woman says goodbye to them. Smain announces his departure to Rallo and Jean. Her face maintains politeness while also holding the last brief moment of hesitation as she leaves a half-whispered, warm greeting. When she moves away and dissolves into the distance, she pauses for a moment and fixes her gaze back. A shadow of sadness remains on her face as if a quiet acceptance of how far her world and theirs have diverged. Watching her go, Jean snorts disdainfully and says that a girl of that level can only be an insult to the reputation of the Lion Court, and also she is completely unsuitable as a match for someone on a different rung. But Enzo immediately cuts him off. Enough. And at the same time, he thinks to himself that it's a pity she really was beautiful. The team moves on and Enzo can't resist teasing Rallo about his beloved. He jokes that the guy supposedly found entertainment with a woman who is clearly older than them, and because of this, Rallo gets flustered, blushes, and starts babbling denials wildly. He stubbornly insists that they just occasionally eat together, and at the hint of something more his face instantly flushes a deep red. Although the residents of Lion Court are known for recklessness in matters of the heart, the very thought that this young boy behaves so openly still throws one off balance. Meanwhile, while the father and Robert are absent, Virion follows Albert and leads him to a secluded, neglected building on the outskirts of the village. The old mercenary had already spoken about a matter requiring their attention, so they go to this place hidden among the trees and almost forgot. As soon as they step over the threshold, they come across 3 young women, tied up and gagged so that they can only tremble, their wide-open eyes cut through the darkness with fear. It becomes immediately clear. They were kidnapped from the neighboring bachelor quarter and are held in the shadow of the abandoned house. Albert's scarred face flies into the frame as he poses a philosophical question to his young master. Let him define what war is. He demands an immediate answer, and the young lord and his companions freeze for a moment. Words fail them as they contemplate the weight of this question. The youth reflects on traditional definitions of victory when strength in battle and control over lands taken from the opponent decide the outcome. But the old killer rejects these views as mere components of rulership, hinting at a darker, deeper truth about how dominance is truly maintained. Leaning over one of the prisoners trembling with fear, the veteran warrior explains, true subjugation begins with breaking the enemy's lineage. Women sow the ground for a new dynasty to secure power for many years. After this, he gives the young master a chilling order to harm the woman, and the latter suddenly realizes, this bloody lesson of power must immediately follow the previous one, which was about killing. While the whole group hides in the shadow of the abandoned house, the elder asks, does he really have to give instructions on every basic detail of conquest just as he did when making decisions about killing? The old man's primitive instructions finally break the young lord. His patience snaps from the disgusting coarseness of the veteran's views. He bares his teeth and confronts his mentor, declaring that he is already tired of the man's insolence, and challenges the very insinuation that he lacks the strength of a true conqueror. He does not back down an inch. His voice thickens with open resistance as he cuts off the old man's nagging taunts. While the scarred killer mocks his hesitation and casts doubts on his manhood, the young ruler sharply retorts, calling him a coward and a worthless son of a stinking horse, and dares him. Let him watch as he proves his resolve. He acts under the pressure of dark necessity. He crosses the line beyond which there is no turning back. Every violation becomes a grim initiation into the cruel reality surrounding him. He understands just as his first killing brought him into this world, so now his current guilt finally cuts off the last pangs of conscience when it comes to harming others. Coldness and emptiness froze in his eyes. He turns to the mentor and holds his gaze as if checking whether the old man noticed how carefully he calculated every step. Then he admits without promises that he consciously took the bait, and with bitter irony asks if this is enough to satisfy the distorted expectations of the killer, when the killer turns into a rapist. The old man responds with icy laughter and praises how the cold-bloodedness just shown by the young lord has finally become what he lacked. Then he reads a lesson: those who rule need both passion and cruelty. And the next step in his growth, he calls kin a hereditary bond that will hold his strength and a home to which he will return. After the terrifying ordeal, the prisoners are sold off in the Capitala deal that makes the other boys, Rollo and Jean, buzz in their heads, and they feel an ominously strong elation. The young lord himself allows no guilt. He is overwhelmed by a wave of ecstasy, through which he feels truly at home in this cruel world for the first time in a decade. When the summer of his 11th year arrives, Count Porget's rebellion is finally suppressed, and his uncle Rodrigue returns to the capital with the head of his victorious troops. During their meeting, the experienced commander immediately senses something wrong. He fixes his gaze on the troubled expression on his nephew's face and asks what exactly happened to make him look that way. Haunted by memories of his own actions, he eventually ends up in his uncle's room and utters the vile details of that day, unable to contain bitter remorse and deep shame for his disgraceful behavior. After this, he tries to shift part of the blame onto his companion Rollo, who wanders among the row houses, setting in motion the chain of events and movements himself. To relieve the tension still lodged in his chest, he heads to the edge of the settlement. His voice carries far as he calls his friend. He is sure they need to talk through the burden of shared secrets and the consequences that weigh on him more heavily with each of their actions. He froze on the street and kept turning in his head. Could it be that they had already started? He heard that Rolov's girlfriend Millet had come to visit, so the rumors about their meeting did not give him peace and sparked curiosity. Her image would not leave his mind. He caught himself feeling a slight envy. Millet was only 14, and although her face was unremarkable, her body was developing very noticeably, and he honestly envied Rollo's luck. Driven by pure curiosity, he leaned closer to the wall and tensed, trying to catch sounds from inside. Inside, the air thickened with a strange game. Millet took on the role of a strict older sister and commanded the boy while they both immersed themselves in the game, and Rollo reacted with delight, as if catching every moment in a trembling breath. At the very thought of their insane role-playing game, he was struck with disgust that trembled with revulsion. He cursed Rollo's depravity, could not comprehend the filth unfolding on the stage just beyond sight, and shouted into the mesh, "Stinking freak." He got scared and sharply turned away, while a whirl of conflicting impulses swirled in his head. He began to reproach himself for spying. Although the dark part of him was already reaching to join in, this repeatedly drove him crazy due to the complete lack of control. He clenched his head in anger, blaming everything on the hormonal surge of his teenage incarnation. Although his inner being was already brimming with maturity, this young body obeyed only its own growing desires, and he could not quell the continuous sexual hunger. While he tried to clear his head, his gaze slid through space and caught on Smina Kakar far ahead. He was struck by her stubbornness. She visited the estate so diligently despite his former coldness, and because of this, he could not understand how exactly to act now. He kept her at a distance, and a mischievous spark flickered predatory in his eyes as he weighed his options. She was undoubtedly enchanting, and the fact that she had previously shown interest in him did not escape his notice. Quickly calming the dispute in his head according to his own whims, he decided she must become his future wife for this role. He stepped forward with practiced politeness, loudly addressed her, and did not hide his genuine joy that she was again at the estate. Smina, caught off guard by the sudden closeness and pressure of his gaze, could only hesitate in response. Her words faltered and drowned as she tried to understand what exactly caused such sudden attention. He sharply extended his hand and firmly grabbed her by the shoulder, moving quickly and without hesitation. Despite her frightened cry and confusion in her eyes, he insisted she must leave with him immediately because he had long dreamed of seeing her. He abruptly led her around a blind corner near a nearby building. The surprise overwhelmed her so much that she lost her breath. Still, she gathered herself and spoke, trying to find out why such a sharp, rough detour. Her heart was pounding wildly, a tangle of embarrassment and growing anxiety in her chest. She froze when he suddenly turned to her and fixed her with a gaze hot, unconditional. His voice thundered with a confident, bold confession of love, and her eyes opened wide at his straightforwardness and loudness in genuine shock. It was hard for her to collect her thoughts and digest the sudden change in his behavior. She was immediately pulled closer, not allowed to utter a single word of resistance, his lips sharply pressed against hers in a rough, unwanted kiss. The world seemed to tilt as his impulsive passion held her. Frightened, muffled exclamations of surprise drowned in his kiss. They struggled while he continued to press, not relinquishing advantage. Hands wandered, and he repeatedly proclaimed love in desperate fury. But the first blow had already faded. It was replaced by cold, sharp clarity. She began to push him away with her chest, and with each movement her face hardened, but he did not notice in his blind obsession. She finally broke free, and a sharp slap cut through the air with a loud echo. Her hand burned from the strike on his cheek. Standing opposite, trembling with rage and betrayal, she declared that she never thought he was capable of such a disgusting act, after which she sharply turned and fled, leaving him alone amid the silence he himself had created. He froze with his gaze as she disappeared in flight. Her tears were undeniable proof of how he had lost. There was no need to be surprised she really had to run. His actions cut off any other path for her, and as soon as she dissolved beyond the visible boundary, the weight of his mistake began to settle on him. When the pulse on his cheek twitched sharply, a cold suspicion overwhelmed him. He was so caught up in the primal impulses of his own teenage body that he completely forgot the reason why he had kept his distance from her in the first place. The power of teenage lust turned out to be a terrible, uncontrollable force one he could not master. And the physical torment meant nothing compared to the social catastrophe that exploded next. One of the escorts witnessed the entire incident from start to finish with his own eyes, and immediately spread the rumor, causing events to spiral out of control. Very soon the news reached the person he feared most, his mother, Lucine, and now her silent figure, filled with fierce tension, loomed over him like a storm gathering as a constellation on the horizon. Lucien's voice sounds sharp and commanding, demanding an explanation for the silence that filled the room. She looms over her son, and he just stands there, bent in a pose of deep repentance. In the silence, he runs through in his mind how harsh the reproaches turned out to be, which they now pour on him because of his actions against the Smina Kakars. Confronted with her anger, he bursts into sobs and begins to weave a story about an irresistible impulse. He insists that the mere appearance of the girl threw him off balance and made him press his lips to hers. He continues to play his role, swearing that he intends to apologize while secretly praising himself for how easily he manages to manipulate her maternal instincts. But his tears do not move the mother. She firmly declares that now he must comply with the sentence of Patriarch Kakarsky. She continues, appealing to his position as the second son of the Lioncourt family, and at these words his eyes sharply widen, and a sudden, sharp anxiety flashes in his gaze. She sharply raises her finger at him, and her voice thunders as she orders him to take full responsibility for his actions as the man of this house. He is suddenly overwhelmed by a terrifying realization, what this responsibility really means. Cold sweat appears on his face, and he chokes on his stammering, uttering a frightened agreement. He approaches the modest courtyard of Koker. His mother's demand weighs heavily in his mind like a stone, and the thought of a possible engagement to Smina flares up in his consciousness as a troubling warning about where this path leads. As soon as the young nobleman steps onto the spot, he immediately drops to his knees. His gesture instantly throws Yorgo Kakars into complete stupor and pure panic. The older man stammers, begging the Count's son to stand up, but the youth does not move. His gaze is fixed on one point, coldly firm, and he stubbornly rejects the social ladder to which he is now tied. Standing close to his companion, he firmly stands on the ground and tells the gathered family he will not move from this place until his guilt is forgiven. Then he explains that he has come to accept any punishment. Let your go, and Smina deemed decide to atone for the wrong he has done. He raises his eyes, a mask of pity and remorse on his face. He asks them to beat him until their anger subsides. The shift watches him. Suspicion and confusion mix on her face as she inquisitively tries to find out what exact punishment he really expects to receive from them after how he behaved earlier. A heavy silence hangs over the small company just as his request settles. Everyone feels the weight of the words. The tension thickens in the air, which no one dares to voice, and it is only shattered by the sharp realization this situation is shifting towards something far more complex than ordinary apologies. He lowers his head and, barely feeling shame, admits his former coldness was just a mask. Sminier still does not believe it cannot reconcile this current submission with those distant and tough guys she once considered well-known and does not understand why he now goes so far. He holds her gaze, stretching it with theatrical tension. He admits that every time he sees her, his heart pounds wildly. He says it is as if the inability to cope with these overwhelming feelings pushed him to that regrettable act, and now he tries to present his guilt as a clumsy attempt to hide true affection. The sudden statement takes the girl's breath away. She trembles and cannot gather her thoughts, not understanding what is happening, while her father's gaze sharply widened recognizes the meaning. Yorgo begins to piece together the young lord's phrases in his mind. His first fear disappears, changing into a stunned, almost unbelieving burst of hope, as he wonders if before him is a declaration of love. She freezes in the crowd, stunned by the shameless audacity of what happened. Around her a wave of whispers and distrust rolls through the spectators. They see how the nobleman humiliates himself. Noticing her hesitation, the father and brother press her. They urge her to show mercy. They insist that the young master is already humiliating himself too much for a man of his status, and refusing him now would mean making herself appear proud. She finally surrenders under their pressure and her own conflicting feelings. Barely audibly asks him to stand up, then accepts his step, letting out a tired sigh, and this brings relief to everyone who watched. He gazes intently at her, and a silent feeling of victory descends upon him, while the wave of immediate danger finally subsides, and in reality the path only opens before them. A young woman gives a sincere smile, and thanks to the passionate support from both families, their marriage is finally officially sealed, and he finds it increasingly difficult to distract himself from her charms and simply cannot ignore them. While these personal connections are born in the provincial hinterland, the crown falls as a heavy burden on Jamaldu Armost, 11th king of the kingdom, whose passion for diplomacy instead of force inadvertently fueled the flames of rebellion throughout his land. His kingdom still hangs in a measured pattern, quiet villages, harsh outlines of mountains and valleys, and already beyond the horizon loom the shadows of war, capable of shattering the peace for which he fought so hard. In the midst of this torrential snowstorm, two hold closer to each other. Their bond strengthens as they enter the spring of his 14th year, and they walk together along the quiet hills near home. He leans back against the sturdy trunk of a tree and savors a brief pause together with Smina. She whispers that they lack time while the rest of the village gathers for the hunt. But he immediately brushes off her worries. The memory surfaces of that mess when Robert soaked everything on the spot that year. His thoughts return again to that day. He clearly sees Robert standing proudly beside his new wife Floria, daughter of Knight Daler. She truly was charming, with golden hair and blue eyes, yet for some reason he cannot shake the feeling that she could never compare to the beauty of the woman now standing beside him. Turning his thoughts aside, he weighs Rona's marriage to the merchant Tom and tries to understand how their union is faring. Memories arise of how Robert fell in love with Floria with her mind and practical skills, and this truth ties a tangled knot of feelings in him about his own path. His inner turmoil does not go unnoticed. Smina leans over him and pierces him with a sharp, wary gaze. He sharply raises his eyes, surprised by the strength of this sudden sparkle in her look. She bluntly throws in his face that another woman is on his mind, and he immediately falters, flustered, denying it hastily, rushing to justify himself. He is involuntarily struck with amazement. Female intuition seems to cross even the boundaries of different worlds. Despite the brief tension, the space between them thickens with a completely different heat as soon as she suggests finding closeness right here, in the open. He tries to restrain it with a weak objection, saying they might be seen from the village side, but his words drown as they pull each other into a deep, long kiss. In those moments when everything around quiets, he stops and gazes into his own memories. Recollections of Tadashi Tanaka increasingly connect with his life as Virian. The idea of growing old in this world and living simple, peaceful days beside Smina seems more right than he could have imagined. A quiet sleep is broken by a rolling cannonade of neighing, the neighing of horses galloping after, and a frantic scream. A messenger crashes onto the scene at full speed, calls him by name, and gestures to make clear. The remaining part of the day has just been cut short. He freezes with his gaze as Rollo staggers forward, convulsively gulping air. When asked what could have caused such frantic haste, the boy answers with a devastating blow. This Count Bachelor has officially declared war. The young lord finally breaks into the meeting room, where Albert greets him with a sharp reproach for being late. The scarred veteran insists, before making a counterattack plan, they must first soberly weigh their own precarious position while scouts report how many men remain with the father. The veteran points to the map and explains, "The bachelor count is no coincidence. Now Rudolph leads 2,000 men toward the royal capital to suppress Prince Matthias's rebellion. Their own fortifications are cracking at the seams and are already critically thin." The strategic map shows a grim truth. A devastating plague, a fever that gnawed at people from winter to spring, burning out all their strength, left them with no reserves. Only 600 soldiers remained to defend the territory. He stares motionless at the markers, while his thoughts involuntarily plunge into the abyss of the limitations of his own knowledge. A heavy frustration grows in his chest, failed to categorize the nature of viruses and make everyone follow hygiene, at least wash their hands to stop the wave of illness. Internal complaint is cut off by Alberth cuts in. Does that one even listen at all? They weigh the option to send a swift rider to Robert for reinforcements, but everyone understands the chance that help will arrive in time is minimal. And because of this, he again regrets his unsuccessful attempt to make soap to fight the disease. The veteran killer watches him closely until he finally comes to the conclusion. They must hold their ground and take the impending blow. The tension in the room snaps from the leash becoming palpable as they face the truth and assess their own strength. The mentor sharply cuts off the young man, stating, "Just hands that merely hold are not enough." A hard spark flashes in his gaze and he declares that they will wipe out the enemy completely. In response, a grim, resolute nod from the young man, silently confirming these words. In the half-darkness of the storeroom, he stands with the inner circle. The scent of oil on skin and cold iron thickly settles in the air as they carefully inspect the new gear prepared for the approaching storm. Next to him, the young recruits, among them Rollo and Enzoberly, contain their enthusiasm. Their voices break into a single chorus of determination as they declare they are ready to face the enemy for the first time. Among them is Andrei Kakars, the elder brother of Smina. His carefree nature contrasts sharply with the fierce and resolute turning point. Just after he joined the training group under Albert's strict supervision, he immediately became eager to prove that he is capable of more. When the tension in the room grows, Albert glances at the heavy wooden box just delivered from the blacksmith and turns to Virion. He asks if the amazing armor he invented will really work in a chaotic fight. He stares steadily at the newly made parts, inspecting the new equipment. Through the comm channel, he confidently confirms his unwavering resolve. These innovations will give them the very chance for an advantage they so desperately need. Rollo takes one of the strange conical helmet shapes and freezes, examining its shield-like curve and amazing cheapness, a design specially ordered so that everyone could afford it. He tries it on over his leather cap and immediately feels, despite the unusual shape, the helmet holds surprisingly stable. Nearby, they focus on how the march is organized. Sturdy canvas chests made to hold enough provisions for one soldier for 2 to 3 exhausting days of fighting. Enzo steps forward and proudly shows off a new set of reinforced leather armor that fit perfectly over his chainmail. Albert immediately highlights the practical benefit of such layering, additional protection, which the whole group nods approvingly at, until another thing catches the leader's attention. He pulls a black mask over his face, hiding the upper half. Its sharp, bird-like contours seem made to instill fear in any opponent while securely covering his neck. Nearby, Albert and Enzo freeze in awe, watching how even this simple detail transforms his figure into something truly terrifying. Turning to the gathered people, he fiercely challenges them to battle, declaring that they will face the unmarried forces, giving everything they have with all their strength together. Gira, Enzo, and Andre respond with a single united battle cry filled with fighting spirit. They have already toughened their character under his leadership and are now stubbornly determined to hold on until the end. When the applause died down, he was suddenly met by his mother. Her voice barely trembles with pain, and she asks if he really intended to go to war without even warning her. He freezes, bewildered by her calm but unwavering presence. She waves to him and his companions, calling them after her, and makes her way to the heavy wooden doors deep within the estate. Entering the dark interior of the arsenal, she shows him a shiny collection of armor plates and chainmail and explains that it was his grandfather's armor. She insists, as the son of Count Lionker, he cannot go to the battlefield as an ordinary soldier, so he should take the inheritance. She watches with a slight sadness as he stretches upward, tightening the high collar of the dark doublet, and feels the weight of the legacy about to be taken on him. She admits she wanted to handcraft a proper gambeson for him, but the time has run out. He feels the heavy clanking of metal filling the room as he thrusts his hand into an oversized gauntlet made of chainmail plates. Its links chill the skin. He accepts her help while she adjusts his clothes and nods. The suit is a bit too big now, just like his grandfather, a real giant, a mountain in human form. But she replies without any hesitation, he is still gaining strength, reaching upward, and will eventually surpass even that legend. Standing before her, he seemed to have become someone else. Inheritance changed him to the bone. The mother cannot hold back. Her voice trembles, tears gather in her eyes and freely flow down her cheeks as she drinks in his gaze. She is overwhelmed by the feeling of how tall and brave he looks in the ancestral attire. She barely forms words and sinks into a whisper about his knightly figure. Realizing how her father was reflected in her son, she utters the final blessing and says that in her heart lives the conviction. The spirit of his grandfather will protect him during the upcoming battle. He stands unwavering. Behind him, the heavy lion court cloak flutters in the wind, and his gaze is fixed forward, filled with new fierce determination. The young king fixed his gaze into the distance, and the weight of his decision pressed him to the ground. He realized, if he falls in this battle, there will be no way home. Turning back to the village, he finds himself before his mother, who is overwhelmed with grief. Her eyes fill with tears, and she whispers his name quietly, brokenly, with a tremor in her voice. She casts a desperate prayer to the sky, begging that divine protection be granted to her son in all the trials that lie ahead. Forged in his father's heavy armor and a flowing cloak, the warrior stands composed, ready for the impending clash. His determination has been hardened by the trial. The strategic plan is approved. The army sets out from the provincial capital and marches to the fortified city of Porto on the border, where they intend to engage in battle with the forces of the local bachelors. 2 exhausting days of travel bring them right to the gates of Porto, a formidable fortress towering on a rocky elevation. As soon as they arrive, the young man is greeted by his uncle Rodrigue, whose face freezes in shocked silence. The familiar armor of his late brother is once again worn by someone's body. He gasps for air, unable to believe his eyes, and immediately recognizes the same legacy standing before him. He notices that the heavy plate fits perfectly on the broad shoulders of his nephew and admits, for himself, it was always too uncomfortable and bulky. The young man only explains that it was given to him for the journey by his mother. Standing beside the prepared soldiers is he, and moments later Yannick Honor approaches. His broad, confident smile cuts across his wrinkled face. The experienced warrior immediately recognizes the youth. His eyes flash with respect and slight irony as he remarks that now he wears a fine type of armor, and asks if he can truly withstand the spears of their enemies. The seasoned man says that Albert, whom he calls a gray old fool, came to him in a state of extreme despair, so Yannick offered his own incredible strength as captain. Varian, feeling relief at the arrival of such a skilled ally, sincerely thanks him for agreeing to fight alongside. Their conversation is cut short by the sudden appearance of another man, Hugh de Blars. He steps forward and reveals himself. It turns out he is the elder half-brother on their mother's side of Varian. Although he admits his strength is quite limited for what awaits them, Hugh modestly and humanely asks permission to join the imminent clash, his gaze firm and sincerely focused. He extends his gloved hand to Varian, as if on the eve of battle no rank or formality matters. He smiles calmly and suggests they address each other by first names, thus bridging the gap between their different paths and making clear that they share blood. The 2 men firmly shake hands, a silent agreement, brotherhood without words, sealed by war. With a brief nod of mutual respect, they turn toward the shared victory they hope for together. When the sun rises above the horizon, the tension breaks to the limit. 2 armies finally meet face to face across the open field. The bachelors significantly outnumber, but Uncle Rodriguez stands ahead, an unshakable pillar of cold composure, waiting for the signal to start the attack. The long space is torn by his roar. The voice drowns in righteous anger as he accuses Lord Bachelard of cowardice and illegal seizure of power. This count responds to Bachelard's mockery. His face twists with malicious fury, and he sprinkles new insults, dismissing noble knights as nothing more than beasts and worms. While the commander's shouts still echo, Andrei Kokars approaches the young lord. He extends a small, folded shirt, a silent gift from his sister Smina. Varian runs the fabric through his gear, swallowing it into memory as the silence of home. While Yenep watches from the side, Varian's thoughts are drawn to one similarity. This confrontation increasingly resembles those ancient clashes he once fought side by side with Albrecht. He pressed the thin fabric to his face and took a deep breath. Confusion flashed across his face. The man began to wonder why such a gift was made at all and what it could mean on the battlefield of Eva. When he recalled the sender's words that it must not be given to the enemy, everything suddenly became clear to him. Those words became support, a talisman meant to encourage his spirit. But as soon as he noticed his men holding back laughter, his face blushed with shame. he realized they had seen how he oddly sniffed the garnish. Shaking off the momentary distraction, he sharply addressed the gathered heroes of Lionscoat so that his thunderous voice rolled over everyone. He ordered them to drown the ground with their battle cries and not waste strength on doubts. After that, he revealed the ruthless truth. They faced a shortage of resources for a prolonged siege. They needed to finish off the vile bandits right here and now, otherwise consequences would come in which their men would be taken into slavery and their women kidnapped. While the field was cut by glances on the other side and from the other side, the commanders of the opponents reached the same feverish determination. Their voices merged into one incredibly loud order: attack. Enemy forces surged forward in a solid, ragged, but fiercer wave, men with axes and spears in their hands, their faces twisted in a predatory expectation of blood. Defenders gathered near the harbors met the advance. Their own spears were ready, and their eyes aimed at what was approaching. Two masses of humanity clashed in a bone-breaking collision. The air exploded with a cacophony of metal on metal and primal roars of fighters. When the fight truly flared up, a dark cloud of arrows hissed piercingly in the sky, and the front ranks pressed behind shields to survive the deadly hail. He watches as the bachelors press with all their might. Their shields close into a solid wall, cutting off the lion cords. The enemy commander roars orders to his fighters, demanding to pierce the cornered lion cords together with one deadly wedge. Each of his formidable calls is cut by the dull tuck of arrows biting into this point. This bachelor Viscount justiciated under his helmet a mask of pure malice. He spat disgusting insults at his opponents, and his gaze widened with sadistic pleasure as he awaited the moment when the slaughter would begin. He rushes headlong into the battle, his saber carving a bloody corridor through the ranks. A soldier of the lion's court falls, a spear thrust into his jaw, scattering splashes of flesh and blood, while Justice's laughter drowns out the roar of the dying cries. On the chaotic field, a young lord gathers his own men. His figure glows with light amid the carnage. They respond with a thunderous roar, swearing to tear apart the enemy and hold the line at all costs, not letting a single bachelor soldier through. He finishes off another opponent, but the course of the battle rapidly changes direction. When the situation becomes critical, a frantic scream cuts through overhead, demanding his attention, and he is thrown into a rush of adrenaline. The enemy army is already gaining the upper hand and beginning to press his position with superior numbers. He lunges forward sharply at the very moment to intercept the deadly blow aimed at his young companion. Jean gasps convulsively with relief, acknowledging a debt for his own life, and they both stand back to back, pressed against the approaching avalanche. The first morning of the year 951 of the Sacred Sky era unveiled the curtain over the bloody clash that history will call the Battle of Porto. Every patch of field is contested with fierce zeal, and the air is heavy with the sharp metallic taste of blood and the desperate cries of people fighting for their own lives. At the center of the storm stands Virion de Lioncourt, and his voice cuts through the general noise with a primal roar of defiance. This is the crucible in which the nation will be forged, and it becomes the first true test of who he will later become, the founder and greatest king this land has yet known. The clash of steel and the deafening screams of the doomed fill the air as the fight truly erupts. Men rush into the fray, charging forward through the frenzied crowd of bodies, their blades sinking in every moment, thirsting for blood. Through this first surge, the vanguard turns into a blurred, bloody mess. Spears flash through the skin, and shields crack under heavy blows. The defenders roar, casting off fear, and swear to make the attackers regret every step taken on their land. Against the backdrop of the massacre, the warrior's face twists with rage and a surge of adrenaline. He breaks the silence with a loud battle cry, his eyes widening, fixated on a single goal: survival. This local tension spreads across the entire field. Both armies turn into a turbulent, torn mass of steel and dust, and each side fights to gain at least a few steps forward. Meanwhile, far from the instant spray of blood, Viscount Justiciaunmerid sits in the relative quiet of his command tent, with two women beside him. He looks up and grimaces with irritation, unable to understand why the sounds of battle still reach him. The agitated messenger, responding to his master's irritation, drops low to his knees and reports that the skirmish began only moments ago. Eustace shows no interest. He disdainfully dismisses the opponents as a bunch of leaderless shield-bearers, implying their falcon is all ready. He stands, his voice dripping with contempt as he muses aloud about what could possibly come from a band of conscripted peasants. For him, the absence of their famed heir turns them into a headless monster incapable of mounting real resistance. But on the front line, everything looks much grimmer for the invaders. One soldier barely manages to gasp in surprise and utter a few words about the enemy unexpectedly holding such high morale when suddenly, a lightning-fast, deadly blow cuts him off mid-sentence. The Viscount, having just finished reading the report, unleashes bold, arrogant mockery upon it and brushes off the enemy's intentions, claiming this is a pathetic response to his unconditional superiority. He stands upright, towering over all and radiating cold, aristocratic arrogance as he prepares to intensify the clash. He lowers his gaze to the severed head lying in the dust and declares, "The time has finally come, the time to settle their old grudge." For him, this clash is no longer just a fight, but a personal march of revenge, a forward move for ruthless retribution. With a broad theatrical gesture, he paints in his mind a bloody route to the royal capital, a path strewn with the severed heads of the Lion Court family. Beside him, his prisoners tremble, forced to look straight into the abyss of his increasingly mad mind. His face twists with fierce pleasure as he imagines the falcon returning and finding its protector stabbed. The mere thought of the piercing howl of the air, full of sorrow and despair, ignites a sick ecstasy in his eyes. He issues the final, merciless order to cut down to the last soul and commands his spears to pierce bodies to finish off the enemy's spirit. On the bloody, blood-soaked land of Guru, he senses a sharp, explosive shift in the enemy's strength and tenses his shoulders, preparing for the next storm. The clash dissolves into abundant splashes and metallic thunder as the bachelor presses forward again and again, showing relentless cruelty. Saikyou carves his way through the barricades, but the response catches up. The fight becomes mutual slaughter. Nearby, a soldier instantly stops breathing, a blade is driven through his jaw, and he will never rise again. He hangs for a moment, gasping ragged air, his face splattered with the vital blood of friends and foes alike. Nearby, his defensive formation is already cracking under the pressure and wild, fierce fury of the bachelor's assault, which has come down with full weight. His eyes widen in horror as another ally is cut down by a special operation right beside him. Every second bites into the ground with Eustace's merciless command, and the defenders stagger, unable to regroup. He raised his eyes and locked his gaze on his father. Yannick grimaced through a mask of blood and dirt. The elder mocked him, throwing the question of who here is the real, sad old man, since Suru was already struggling to breathe so heavily though he was still very young. Answering, he quietly smiled and wiped the sweat from his forehead, assuring that he had only yielded to his father's superior skill. Yannick burst into loud laughter and reminded his son, the fight was far from over, they still had a long road ahead. Two stood motionless while the clash of swords echoed over the field and the cries of the wounded faded. Nearby, the Lion Courts tried to hold the line, fending off the relentless assault of the bachelor's men's squad, and it was their presence that gave this place some resistance and a moment of stability. He gripped the weapon even tighter, pressing shoulder to shoulder with the man who had taught him everything about war. Yannick raised his heavy blade, scarred with notches, and his gaze slid over the approaching enemy, focused like a predator calculating its prey. Baring his teeth to the point of bleeding, the veteran soldier declared that the real spectacle was just beginning. They exchanged a brief, grim understanding, and as soon as the next wave of attackers reached their positions, ready to turn the tide of battle with sheer brutality alone. On the chaotic field, Jean felt increasing despair. The last arrows were emptying from the quiver, and he cursed countless enemies again and again. Variant remained. Kamha encouraged the boy that arrows were not the only weapon for defense and pointed toward the front line, where ruthless efficiency was at work and where the real slaughter was unfolding. There Yannick fought with terrifying, reckless fury that defied any drill discipline. He whirled like a storm of destruction, a heavy blade slicing armor and bones as easily as if they were mere paper, and behind him trailed a line of shattered bodies. Wrapped in the bloody cruelty left by the enemies, the old warrior laughed with a mad sharpness. Laughter struck right at the heart, causing the bachelor squads of soldiers to retreat in fear. For the invaders, this was a terrible revelation. No matter how strictly they maintained discipline, they were broken by the helplessness before the unpredictable fury of a mad killer who had nothing left to lose. He does not stop the merciless attack and calculates. The best move is to tear everything into a screaming, wild mess. He deliberately sows chaos so that the enemy ends up in a trap where any strike can hit their own, and as a result, their movements seem to jam deadlock, allowing him to run wild without any breaks. Raising his hand for the final strike, he encounters a heavy shield that meets him with resistance. The enemy soldier wheezes hoarsely and, straining all his strength, presses, trying to push the warrior back under the furious weight of the pressure. The fight instantly descends into a brutal barrage of short, sharp blows. He strikes one man so hard that it destroys his throat, and in the next moment grabs another savage crack of bone slices through the air. Without unnecessary movements, he finishes him off, driving the blade deep into the opponent's chest, and he, staggering, falls into the mud. Against the backdrop of the massacre, the enemy manages to strike, but the blade gets stuck fast in his armor. He lets out a guttural roar as if unfazed by the metal protruding from his side, while nearby a young soldier in shock opens his eyes wide and trembles with horror as the warrior's fury escalates to a feverish peak. With a strong jerk, he slammed the opponent into the ground with full force, and the impact sent a wave shaking the swampy soil. Hen-Herd, only stammering and could not believe it. He could not grasp that pure, inhuman strength was being demonstrated before him. From his place a few steps forward, Suru nodded gloomily, acknowledging this was exactly the kind of display he expected from this man. Nearby, Zhang could not find another word, called the warrior a fiend. His admiration struggled with fear as soon as he realized the true scale of his master's power. The roar of the active slaughter began to fade. Instead, a heavy, ragged breath of the lone survivor standing among the fallen field grew in the air. He gripped his weapon tighter and quickly scanned the perimeter for any threats that might still remain. Drops of sweat appeared on his forehead and ran down, and his heart beat in his chest so fiercely, as if his own drum were working inside. A dull, steady rumble filled everything inside and deafened the ears. He sharply raised his gaze, his eyes burned with dark, predatory determination, and he threw a cold challenge to anyone who still dared to stand against this. He stands amid the bloody ruin, a dark silhouette cut against the backdrop of battle chaos. His cloak tears in the wind with turned-out edges like the wings of a predatory bird as he firmly grips the blade. His voice thunders like an icy summons, calling all who have not yet lost the zeal to fight, promising to fulfill their to die for real with cold, more precise than executioners' work efficiency. Nearby, those lucky enough to survive retreat backward in pure horror. Their faces turn pale and their lips whisper in disbelief, for they are convinced before them is not a man but a true monster. When his identity ceases to be a secret, the warrior with clenched firmness looks straight at the last opponent's gaze burns with a strange, terrible tension. He roars his own name in lion court into the space, and each word shatters the last doubts about who exactly brought them this destruction. The warrior declares himself not just a fighter but an executioner. His face contorts with a vengeful, predatory snarl that promises merciless retribution to those who stand in his way. Jerks sharply awake with a sudden jerk, and the eyes open from a sudden, deafening realization. Sitting on the sofa and then standing up, he catches himself thinking, after that night of heavy drinking, he probably just passed out. In the modern apartment, there is silence, but his head is splitting with pain. The remnants of alcohol still echo there. Limping, he reaches the bathroom, leans over the sink and vomits into it. The night mercilessly beats his body, and his stomach churns with spasms. He barely hopes that a shower will set him on his feet and clear his head, but as soon as he meets his gaze in the mirror, he is overwhelmed by a feeling of deep, irreparable, ominous wrongness. Suddenly another face flashes before him, not from the mirror, but directly from inside his own head. A man with a coarse beard and piercing, sharp gaze appears in his imagination as the echo of a heavy knock beats dully and rhythmically in his ears. His vision turns into a nightmarish reality. He suddenly finds himself in a dark, hollow space and panics, convulsively recoiling, frantically searching for an exit. Right before him stands the same man he saw. A warrior in a cloak of shadows stands silently, equally bewildered by this unexpected encounter. The warrior did not hesitate for a moment. His voice thundered with authority as he demanded to name who this stranger was that had entered without permission. In a very bizarre clash, the modern man freezes and wonders whether it is the persecution of the spirit or a curse. Meanwhile, the warrior does not retreat an inch, both tighten the pressure and demand to name exactly who the stranger standing right before them is. He drinks in the gaze, and his voice breaks into a low rumble as he demands to name who is hiding behind the unfamiliar mask before him. The modern man meets him with nervous, sweat-drenched laughter, trying to convince himself that this is all a dream. Even in his head, he squeezes out a feeble joke, as if he would prefer a beautiful woman rather than a bearded man. His attempts to make anyone laugh do not affect anyone. The gaze of the warriors tightens, and his one eye fills the entire frame. There is so much tension in it that it leaves no room for refusal. He repeats his demand again, doing so without any evasions. He notices how his doubles widen, their ice fear and stubbornness mixed in one look. The modern man is already opening his mouth to say his name, but thoughts race against each other. He stubbornly and undoubtedly knows that it is himself, despite this mysterious confrontation. He tries to say his name aloud, but the words get stuck in his throat, and a sharp, terrifying realization tears him from his place. Only stammers and begs, "Wave." He feels his request for time cut off, unusually dull. The bearded man does not move. His face is frozen in a mask of grim determination while he persistently presses again and again on the question of who he really is. He does not let go of his relentless questions until the surrounding world blurs into a dark, swirling void and meanings disappear where there is you, I, and where I lose. Suddenly the canvas of the frame changes. Before us is a knight in polished armor. His face is twisted by a battle cry as he rushes forward swiftly. He watches motionless as the masked warrior bursts into motion with frightening speed. The sword, with one continuous strike, cuts off the head as if it lasts a moment. Nearby soldiers only freeze, gripped by horror, unable to recover from the scale and devastating power of this decisive blow. Without stopping, the figure pushes through the crowd of blows. The blades leave a blurred trail, and every movement carries cruelty. One man falls, choking out a scream, and another is thrown back by a powerful kick. The crack of bones spreads through the complete chaos. The killing is precise and cold-blooded, acts methodically and cruelly. The knife enters and exits in cuts, and the strikes are even, almost with surgical precision. Every movement is adjusted to end life as quickly and effectively as possible, leaving behind a continuous bloody trail. Those who survived and remain standing are paralyzed by primal horror. They cannot piece together what kind of creature stands before them. They whisper in fragments and with trembling, trying to understand what kind of beings are capable of committing such atrocities so easily and without resistance. Under the mask on the killer's face, a twisted smile spreads. He judges his opponents not as people, only as worthless, defenseless prey, already ripe for the hunt, and not at all worthy of the title of warrior. His laughter spreads over the battlefield, a terrifying sound that follows those who flee. It urges the fugitives on, commanding them to run and scream in terror, and in the hopelessness of their hearts finds dark, sadistic pleasure until it stops the pursuit. Suddenly, through the bloodthirsty frenzy, a memory of his father's voice cuts through, a stern warning from the past. He feels again that a person can get used to the need to kill, but under no circumstances should fall into the vile pleasure of the killing itself. He freezes motionless in the very center of the clash, and the memory, like shackles, has tightly bound his body while enemies from all sides draw closer. Seeing his leader hesitate, Rollo shouts anxiously, and at that moment a whole downpour of arrows with a dull thud pierces the Varangian's back. The young lord groans sharply in pain, his eyes widen in shock. While he regains consciousness, enemy soldiers immediately seize the moment and begin a coordinated attack. The attackers close in around him in a solid pack, their blades and axes wildly swinging in the air. He is pressed into a hopeless fight, barely parrying the blows, while the crowd's numbers push him further and further back. One of the bullies presses him to the ground, but finally the survival instinct kicks in. A muffled roar bursts from his chest that draws the hidden blade upward so sharply that the blade strikes the attackers right in the face and knocks one of them back. Beside Rollo suddenly rushes into battle. He clears the way, and his own sword flashes as with one precise strike he cleaves an enemy soldier. Just as the direct threat was neutralized, the young boy rushed swiftly to Varian. His voice hoarsely trembled with anxiety as he pointed to the arrows sticking out of his master's armor. Varian breathed heavily and assured. The chainmail held it prevented these tips from delivering a fatal blow. There was barely a moment of calm, and Robert broke it. He appeared and issued a stern reprimand, sharply reminding that freezing in the heat of battle is a mistake that can cost lives, regardless of the circumstances. The younger boy, Jean, joins them. His bow is already drawn, the arrow ready, and a confident smile on his face. He says outright that he will not let them fall already during their very first clash. Even with a light, joking tone, he adds, he is equally deprived of the right to use his more dangerous throwing techniques. Let's go. Even when the fight is in full swing, he does not take his watchful eye off and lets his companion understand. This is not a training skirmish. The situation presses with all its weight without any embellishments. The very existence of the Lion's Court depends on this. Its future hangs by a thread. He warns that although Varian's strength cannot be denied, if one gets lost in the heat of the fight and lets down their guard for a moment, the path inevitably leads to death. Casting a sharp glance over his shoulder, he makes it clear his protection is not eternal. He warns that he will no longer pull his friend from the flames when the fire returns a second time. The roar of the soldiers wrapped around only emphasizes the deadly truth of their situation. Varian takes the warning to heart and suddenly feels that he is being closely watched from head to toe. He marvels at the insight of someone so young and realizes that such foresight is rare even among seasoned veterans. Nearby, the bowstring creaks and the troops shout continuously. Clash is not yet over. In the boyish movements, he recognizes the cold, merciless precision of an old killer. Meanwhile, the young fighters do not stop their quarrelsome jabs. Genya again reproaches Andre, saying that without his intervention he would have not survived the fight several times. Varian senses this immediate their strength is born from how they support each other, covering mistakes and stick together as one team, even when they continue to argue. Over the sprawling valley rise the strikes of steel and the roar of People's united front breaks forward. The entire mass of fighters is gripped by firm faith. Victory is near as long as they stand together. This fervor rolls through the ranks of the advancing infantry and pushes them ever deeper into the very heart of enemy positions. Above all the chaos, a hooded figure stands frozen, watching the unfolding slaughter while the fur cloak twitches and billows in the wind. The noises of battle rise to him like a dark choir, marking the moment when the clash reaches its peak. This man, the Viscount, once took steps alone and now freezes. A predatory grimace stretches his face because the very moment he waited for has finally come. With cold cruelty, he proclaims that the time for their final strike has come and vows to crush the enemies, spending every ounce of strength he has. Varian bursts in with his own right into the very hell of the clash. His voice cuts through the air amid the thunder of marching steps and battle cries. He tries to comprehend the audacity of the opponents and aloud questions their confidencido. They really think victory is in their hands despite his unbreakable determination. To the challenge, Eustace responded with a series of mocking jeers, his face twisted into a scornful grimace. He snorted coldly, belittling the very idea that such a small force could somehow withstand an army many times larger, and dismissed their hopes as a futile, foolish dream. Leaning on the ground amid luxurious weapons and ornaments, Lord Bachelor stands tall and radiates cold, predatory confidence. He had long harbored bitter enmity with the Leyencourt family, and with Rudolph the Absinthe seized this moment as the best chance to break in and take their possessions for himself. Against the backdrop of complete chaos, young Jean shouts sharply to his comrades, his battle-widened eyes burning with urgency. He sharply points to Varen's position, warning, their comrades are already being quickly overwhelmed by the assault, they urgently need support. Hearing the call, the warrior lunges forward with explosive speed. He snatches a whip-like weapon from the air and strikes with one continuous motion. The crack of the blow echoes across the field. The counterstrike covers the enemies with merciless force. One soldier dully takes a powerful, brutal hook right in the face, and another falls to the ground in dust. A moment later, the onslaught tears their formation to pieces. Andrei Kakar pulls the pace with force, gulping air in short, ragged breaths, keeping pace with the commander. Varian growls, demanding his men not to fall behind. Even as Steph plans to flank and crush the enemy line from the rear. The commander does not stop. His advance continues relentlessly, and the rhythmic thudding of soldiers' boots resounds like a drum before an inevitable catastrophe. He mocks the opponents and challenges them, asking if they hear their end approaching. His gaze is firmly fixed on the path leading to victory. He froze in place as the rhythmic thudding of marching boots cut through the Ira sound that should not be here. Across the field, the elderly unmarried man snorted mockingly, revealing that the hidden reserves he had kept ready were prepared to neutralize the hawk. The roar grows to a deafening wave, and the enemy's military crowd rolls forward like an avalanche. Their faces are twisted with bloodthirsty frenzy. Varian and his small detachment freeze in silent horror as the scale of the trap finally becomes clear. Above all the commotion, the Viscount hoarsely laughs and boasts. His 1,400 men will supposedly teach them the true meaning of strength in numbers. His warriors descend like a pack of wolves, and their battle cries full of bloodlust cover the valley. The strike comes instantly and shatters everything. The Bachelor tears through the very middle of the line, breaking through the court line marking. The defenders are overwhelmed by confusion. They only then realized that their reconnaissance was doomed to be wrong. The opponent deployed far more people than they could ever have imagined. Against the backdrop of collapse and turmoil, the young commander finally realized how treacherous the trap was. Yestas deliberately pushed the main forces aside, waiting for the perfect moment to wipe out his father's legacy with one devastating strike. When men are pushed back, their battle formations crumble under the relentless pressure of a much larger enemy. The realization that their miscalculation has turned into a disaster, and that the enemy's strength and resilience were underestimated to zero, sweeps through the ranks like a play carved into memory. His junior subordinate breaks down in despair with a scream, warning that the defense is already completely falling apart. His boyish features turn pale with fear as the line he was supposed to hold disappears right before his eyes. As soon as he opens his mouth, a heavy blow sounds nearby and a gigantic enemy soldier looms over the young Jin. The boy only freezes in shock as the shadow of death spreads over him. The comrade of the boy receives a blow that feels like bones breaking in half. The clenched fist of the giant warrior hits Rallo right in the chest, and he flies back because all the air is instantly knocked out of his lungs. Seeing his friend fall, he lets out a desperate, hoarse scream from his chest through the visor. His eyes widen in shock. Driven by a wave of protective fury, the young knight rushes forward at the giant blade already ready to strike. He hurls curses at the man who dared to harm his comrade, but the gap in strength between them is too palpable. He instantly throws a futile assault and rushes to kneel, standing beside his fallen friend. Rallo lies in the mud, gasping for air, blood seeping through his armor. Despite the terrible pain, the wounded man painfully utters a request, Varian to ignore him because his only purpose was to stand as the royal shield. However, Jin sees how deep the wound is. Without immediate help, his comrade will not survive. When chaos spreads on the path around them, the other soldiers urge their leader and demand to advance. They argue, mourning a comrade is a noble matter, but the king's life is more important, so they must retreat before they are surrounded on all sides. Jin joins the general noise, begs Varian to save himself. He freezes for a moment like a stone, while incompatible options whirl in his head. The desire to stay and hold the position clashes with the painful need to carry the wounded friend to safety. Every second of hesitation pushes the enemy closer. A sharp, piercing sound of the trumpet suddenly cuts through the cacophony of battle. It is an unmistakable signal, retreat. A long, mournful echo confirms their position can no longer hold. They slowly sigh and withdraw from the field of slaughter in a gloomy column, and the bachelor forces, already satisfied with their advantage, do not give chase. The burden of losses falls on the shoulders like a heavy, suffocating weight. The first battle of this war ended not with glory but with a devastating, bitter defeat. He retreated along with the remaining forces to the camp of Leviaki Divor, a cluster of tents where the air thickens with the smell of iron and sweat. Nearby, veteran Albert de Groot shouted at the exhausted soldiers. His voice, like a hoarse roar, cut through the air as he ordered them to stay alive and prepare for the counterattack, not allowing the bitterness of defeat to break their fighting spirit. In the camp chatter, young Rollo sits silently while the bandage is tightly wrapped around his forehead. His gaze reflects a stifling sadness that no fabric can hide. Not far from that moment, André Kakars breaks down with grief. His shoulders shake, and he tearfully apologizes for his own, in his opinion, failures. But Jean de Groot does not look away and insists that the man pull himself together before moving on to injuries requiring immediate attention. The young healer approaches Varian. His clothes are stripped off to show several torn wounds and arrow tips remain deeply embedded in his body. Moving sharply and briskly, Jin pulls out the iron fragments, ignoring the patient's painful wheezing, then, triumphantly declaring the job done, bursts into loud laughter that echoes through the tank. Clutching his chest and drenched in cold sweat, he sobs from sharp pain. The wounded leader gasps for air convulsively as the procedure cuts to the bone. And Jean only brazenly remarks that the enemies who have felt the weight of Varian's weapon must be hurting much worse now. When he pulls the tunic back, a heavy resolve descends over the camp. The laughter of common folk from the benches proves that the man from the lion's court is unshakable. A man approaches him, abruptly dropping to his knees and striking the ground with his palms in deep respect. Introducing himself as Gaten Tanker, he declares himself forever indebted and recalls how a spear thrown by his lord earlier that day on the battlefield saved his life. With feverish determination, he offers his own life as a shield, swearing to die before his lord's eyes if that will guarantee his safety. Varian recognizes the man and meets him with a gentle smile, trying to ease the tension and assuring him no such sacrifice is needed. The young lord clenches his fist, and confidence without trembling settles on his face as he addresses the soldier kneeling. He tells Tanker there is no reason for him to die, for they will surely win this war. This desperate statement paralyses the men nearby. Freeze as if struck. Shock and not yet fully realized hope mix on their faces. Then one of the soldiers breaks the silence first with a ringing shout of support, and his voice spreads through the camp, catching the sharp change in mood. A brazen smile hides in the corners of his lips as he looks directly at the distrust of his soldiers. When one of them speaks up and asks how such a victory is even possible given their current state, he answers sharply, throwing back a counter question. Have they ever really intended to lose? The fire of leadership blazes in his eyes, reveals the first step of his plan. They will launch a bold attack hidden by the darkness of night. The soldiers watch silently and each of their gazes strengthens. The path forward is finally clearly defined. The commander of the Lion Court army, Roger Eeg, recoiled from the words about the night raid. It simply would not fit in his mind. The very idea of launching an offensive under cover of darkness seemed reckless to such an experienced man. He voiced his reservations and insisted, "This move is too risky for territory they have barely had time to study." But veteran Yannick stepped forward to dispel his anxiety and reminded the commander that during Albert's rule, they had raided this very region more than once. The scarred face of the old warrior twitched into a predatory smile as he confirmed, they would strike the bachelor squads while they sleep. Nearby, he silently watched this agreement without taking his eyes off it, collected and ruthlessly attentive, letting the full weight of the risk offered to them pass through his mind. When the conversation shifted, the young man at the center of the plan explained, he does not seek to destroy the enemy's main camp. He remained calm, kept his gaze lowered, preparing to reveal the true essence of his strategy. He cast a sharp and confident glance and explained, their real targets lie in the villages and forests that hold the enemy. By cutting off the lands held by the bachelor Knights of Flame, they will force the noble lords and their subordinates to leave their place because no one will stand aside when their resources turn to ash. He continued to develop his thought and explained, if you strike not at the soldiers but at those who keep the army afloat, they will escalate the crisis of priorities. As soon as the enemy realizes that their territory has already been infiltrated, they will have to withdraw people from the front line to guard the village sand, then the enemy forces will be split in two. Roderick listened carefully, then reduced the tactic to the familiar method, divide and conquer. Meanwhile, the young strategist was turning over another idea in his mind, how exactly within the kingdom of Armos the economy remains obscure and constantly distorts what truly governs power. Although there were no examples of a direct strike on the enemy's economic base in the past, the commander was still intrigued by the audacity of the proposal itself. A faint, restrained, confident smile briefly crossed his lips as he admitted, this time the situation truly deserves an attempt, and soon the local residents will feel all the devastating financial consequences of the war. Hugh suddenly explodes. His voice grows heavier with indignation as he condemns the plan to strike the defenseless as vile and immoral. He freezes, staring at his interlocutor with distrust, desperately searching for even a hint of hesitation in his eyes, but finds nothing except cold, unbreakable determination. Cruel reality hits him in the face and he dampens his companion's hopes. Against such an avalanche, there is no chance for an honest victory left. He suggests delivering the verdict only when the fight is already won. This cold pragmatism only fuels the knight's fury. He is outraged that the leader stooped to such lengths for victory, and this compels the young man to stand up and challenge the very narrow-mindedness of this viewpoint. He says, if protecting what is dear to him, family, friends, those very people whose faces now flash in fragments in his mind, makes him a coward, then he will gladly accept that title, as long as the enemy army pays the price for the decisions of its leader. The knight growls in response, renouncing a fight without dignity and declaring, such a clash will ultimately make them just like the bandits they stand against, for they have sworn to protect life itself, not mere survival at any cost. A heavy silence hangs between them as they stand on the windy expanse of the plain. Two ideologies clash as fiercely as blades in combat. Suddenly the silence breaks and the young strategist whispers his last, gloomy thought. Self-sacrifice for the sake of pride is an empty gesture that will bring no relief to ordinary people. Only victory can truly prove that the lives of his people were not in vain. He froze silently as Hugh's words cut through the air like a blade. The knight tore from his memory empty promises of protection and victory, and he caught himself doubting, could he really demand that his family lay down their lives on the altar of his pride? Hugh continued moving forward, and his gaze did not waver as he said, true honor is not hidden in a glorious death, it crackles in the mundane, dirty truth of returning home alive. The weight of these words seemed to anchor the young lord in place, forcing him to confront what his ambitious plans would have to forego. He accepted the challenge and swore they would manage and return in 2 days. Then he turned to his uncle Rodriguez and gave the order to gather a small squad of shock troops of 10 fighters to prepare for the assault that was about to begin. Over the sprawling camp, the army's fires flicker, red flames twitched against the backdrop of the approaching twilight, silently emphasizing the scale of the war looming over them all. When he was leaving, a dark suspicion settled in his mind. Although his words sounded truthful to Hugh, he still knew well it was only a well-thought-out lie, under which there was nothing real. Somewhere high above the earth, the moon was covered by thick clouds, and it disappeared into the dark veil while they stepped onto the path that shed any semblance of nocturnal honor. Hiding behind that dark figure of the night, the small death squad quietly detached from the camp and crawled into the night toward their target like ghosts. They tied themselves with ropes to avoid getting lost in the darkness, then fell upon the unsuspecting settlement, and it was then that the first screams of slaughter echoed through the trees. The sudden wave of violence left no chance for mercy. The defenders were caught off guard and froze in complete wide-open panic, as if the very shadows had struck back. Varian suddenly lunged forward. His blade sliced through the air as he delivered a devastating blow to the man who rushed to defend his family. The man's body slams against the floor with a dull thud, and the masked warrior's fierce, cold glare directs his gaze at the remaining witnesses. Without hesitating for a second, he delivers a deadly lizard strike to the woman. Her screams cut off as blood splatters on the wooden floor. He remains in the middle of the carnage, and the air thickens with the sharp, metallic smell of iron. He stubbornly stares at the young girl, and she shudders and whimpers, calling for her mother. Her eyes widen with horror that should not touch any child. Focusing on what is in front of him, he directs his blood-splattered saber straight at the young boy frozen in the center of the room. The girl shudders again and again from sobbing over her mother's body, and her voice catches as she calls the woman who was never destined to answer. A monster stands before her, and panic overwhelms the girl. Holding his breath, he swings his blade down again. The steel enters the body, and he forces himself to finish this bloody sentence, though the strikes no longer have their usual accuracy. His heart beats wildly against his ribs. The ragged rhythm reveals what is happening inside. He scolds himself for weakness and suddenly realizes, despite all the blood he has already shed, the very thought of ending the child's life has shaken his resolve. He is haunted by the ghost of the life he once lived. The memory of Tadashi Tanaka and the family that came with that name restrained his hand, preventing him from completing the bloody task that awaited ahead. This lingering thought gives him no peace, like a slippery obstacle that breaks the cold composure he strives for. He clenches his jaws and grits his teeth, unable to explain his own hesitation, which infuriates him with its baselessness. But cold logic tries to lull his conscience. It whispers that no matter how cruelly he acts, all this is completely justified in this fiercely dangerous world. For those who follow him, like young Jean, he is not a monster, he is a guide. The boy drinks in his gaze, full of flawless respect, and sees only the strength needed to lead. While the village behind them is devoured by flames, the justification of his actions becomes more convincing than any words. His people see only one thing: he is an honest man doing what inevitably must be done. The killing squad continues the campaign of terror without any mercy. They destroy women, children, and priests without hesitation, wiping out anyone from the world. To keep the land dead, the invaders throw bodies into well shafts, poisoning the very lifeblood of the villages until they are completely emptied and swallowed by the advancing forest. Among the ruins, the air is strangely light. Jen laughs, offering the spoils fresh bread, and dreams that his absent comrades might also feel this abundance. Meanwhile, heightened Tanqueray grabs an axe, securing it behind him as a war trophy. The experienced soldier watches this motionlessly, and his gaze shows agreement. Such bloody work has its trophies. For him, the dirty work is an inevitable necessity, and the food and supplies they sweep from the debris are the only rewards that truly matter. He approached with a report about several fugitives, but the young lord did not waver. He only firmly noted that those who fled would spread an even worse message, about how their own homes are burning. The commander fixed his gaze on the smoke cloud rising upward. His unit was already operating with cold precision, like a well-oiled machine, and morale was rising with every accurate strike. This harsh efficiency became a lesson for the leadership. It was necessary to forge an army that would truly hold until the end. The soldiers had to continuously feed their dark desires and block their path to hunger. They executed each of his orders without hesitation, a bond forged in blood that over time turned these deadly squads into the foundation of his future personal army. After 2 days leaving behind the razed villages and scorched forests, this group finally returned to the main base to regroup and assemble again. The nobleman greeted the returning warriors with a broad smile and sincerely praised the young leader, saying that he had broken the enemy's spirit and forced them to retreat immediately. Even the skeptical knight had to acknowledge the undeniable consequences. he reported that the enemy was forced to scatter their forces and retreat toward their own settlements. He leaned forward with a confident smile and assuredly noted that everything was going as planned, then impatiently inquired what the next step would be in this ruthless campaign. He listens intently while Virion lays out the plan, insisting, giving the enemy time to recover is a fatal miscalculation. The young commander insists that they must strike immediately and harshly while their opponents are still shaken from previous losses. The burden of the decision causes him to freeze, his hand rises to his chin, and a drop of sweat rolls down his temple. Noticing this pause, Virion immediately senses, on his uncle's shoulders lies an invisible burden. Even after weakening the enemy, it is still 2 against 1, so a single tactical mistake could turn everything into the end for each of them. Yannick joins his voice to the assembly and directly emphasizes, their own rations are already at the limit, and the commotion in the enemy's rear opens a window of opportunity they cannot afford to miss. The group falls silent in tense quiet. The heavy weight of what is happening settles in the air as they await the final command. A high-ranking commander breaks the silence. He acknowledges his own limits and frankly says that he does not have the mind for complex tactics. At the same time, he is ready to rely on the joint decision of Virion and Yennefer. A sharp surge of confidence overwhelms him. He loudly proclaims what they will do next and shouts, "They fight because finally the tide has turned in their favor." Watching him, Virion feels struck by the incredible luck of his own uncle. He looks with surprise at a person of such high status who remains humble and is ready to listen to the advice of those younger than him. He watches motionlessly as the commander turns away, yet the man of noble status still clearly sees his tactical miscalculations. But it is precisely this humility that emphasizes his real strength as a leader. A great commander is one who honestly understands his own limits. He has entrusted his faith to his subordinates, and in response, the young king's gaze becomes firm. A new goal appears. There is no place for doubt here. Only one way forward, to rise above the circumstances and on the battlefield surpass all expectations. Reports of destruction do not cease. Villages burn instantly, wells are poisoned with bodies, and the lion's troops seem to appear everywhere. Young Eustace sits motionless and grimly silent as he has read a list of failures and blows. Each word painfully underscores how his control is falling apart. He finally snaps, rising from his seat with a roar that leaves no doubt. He orders his marshal to immediately gather a counterattack to push back the advancing troops. After his outburst, a subordinate reports, the Night Havasses have already raised a company of 100 fighters to meet the threat head-on. The messenger continues the report. The enemy army is moving towards settlements already engulfed in flames to finish what they started. When rumors of local unrest and an increasingly dense flow of refugees reach him, the Lord's face twists. A mask of pure, unmitigated rage grows upon it. He sharply slams his fist on the table and breaks the silence with a demanding tone, then intently stares at the tactical map before him, his thoughts darting, searching for the source of this turmoil. He begins to doubt the true nature of the attack and tries to understand whether it is the work of the brother of falcons, or perhaps the falcon himself. But he immediately rejects the second version, believing that he would not stoop to such petty tricks. The realization that someone is methodically undermining his strength from within sends a cold sweat down his skin, and in a desperate impulse, he cannot even conceive who could have poisoned the young Velp's mind, who is leading this offensive. While he himself was still absorbed in his own miscalculations on another front, under a completely different banner, a huge army gathered. Soldiers came together into one mass, and at the head of the formation stood the young warrior Virion, ready to take command. Next to him, the noble Rodrigue suddenly made an unexpected and sharp demand. Let the young lad himself give the battle cry before the assembled army. This idea immediately threw him off balance. He widened his eyes in confusion, and involuntarily began to ask why such a crucial task would not be given to someone more experienced or to the company commander himself. The old knight smiled kindly and spoke. After he alone turned the tide of the battle in the previous clash, now he was given the role of the man of the hour in one person's eyes. He emphasized that everyone present eagerly awaited his words and that they saw in him a hero who bravely cut down many enemies and saved their lives. He paused for a moment, weighing the burden of this demand, and realized, to retreat now would only dampen the fervor of those men who looked at him as an inspiration. He understood his mission to ignite a fire in their chests. Gathering his resolve, he moved forward with a confident step, distancing himself from the senior officers as he prepared to address the crowd that was already waiting. Adding a step to the edge of the structure, he spread his arms to the sides and tore a sonorous, thunderous cry from his chest. Addressing the soldiers, he called them Lion Court's beasts and ordered them to listen to his roar. At the response, the entire army erupted with a loud, deafening shout. Their voices merged into one single, powerful cry of agreement that seemed to shake the very airspace. The young commander in a glove stretched out his hand to the very horizon and disdainfully threw, "You are miserable pieces of meat," inciting their pride while he determined the prey waiting in the distance. Burning with the fire of determination in his eyes, he ordered them not to look away from anyone and promised to lead them to a victory that would turn into a legendary feast. He suddenly lunges forward, and his voice like a thunderous command cuts through the air as he gives the order for the final assault. Behind him, the ranks of Lion Court's army erupt in a unanimous cry of support, and the rhythmic strikes of shields form a deafening march of war. The roar of the crowd grows and gains weight. It turns into a tangible force, a solid wall of sound rolling across the battlefield straight to the enemy positions. Across the field, the Viscount sharply recoils backward, his eyes wide open in genuine shock as the full force of Lion Court's swift assault suddenly bears down on him. Gathering his strength in an instant, he growls angrily in response to the news of the approaching army, disdainfully dismissing their tactics as mere audacity. He demands a horse fueled by desperate pride and confidence that he will personally crush this rebellion and kill them all to the last man. The knife-like gleam in his eyes makes the Viscount shout his own command to advance. He throws his men forward in a frantic attempt to meet the approaching storm head-on. Two advanced squads rush towards each other through obstacles. Amid the chaos, the command of the old killer Albert echoes again and again. The commander must stand ahead of everyone who leads the offensive to break the enemy's fighting spirit before they try to disrupt the order. Whistling arrows fly past him, but he does not falter for a moment. He holds on to his mane, Dutito remain a steadfast beacon for his man. He notices cracks in the ranks of the bachelors, people who shudder before death, distracted by thoughts of the homes they left behind. And relying on this, he drives his own relentless surge forward. In the enemy's terrified eyes, he no longer resembles an ordinary man. Instead, he appears as a stern ghost of death leading an entire army. His warriors have already cast off fear and are cutting a path through the crowds. He lunges forward with a primal roar, his blade cutting through everything in a continuous flash, tearing down the parapet of the front line. Nearby, a veteran assassin makes a throw with deadly precision, and their combined assault carves out a patch of complete chaos among the enemy ranks. The old man forcefully drives the soldier into the ground, and a muffled blow echoes loudly throughout the fighting den. They break apart and fall into a frenzied, tangled heap, but the killer instantly seizes the advantage, pressing the opponent and preparing the final blow silent and decisive. When another enemy tries to overwhelm the veteran with pressure, the young commander jumps into the fight. With a jerk, he grabs the attacker and throws him back with force. He ignores the man's convulsive, desperate contortions. Only one thing is in his mind: to keep his most valuable ally on his feet. Walking simply through the ruins, he suddenly realizes the wave of war has returned, and the Belchalordny forces are finally starting to crack at the seams. He growls to his people that this is not some ordinary attack. If they now squeeze the gains, the enemy's resolve will break completely. He finds support in his accomplice, who gladly catches the panic spreading through the enemy ranks like a contagion. Together they shift their gaze to the horizon and notice the unmistakable figure of the enemy commander sitting astride a white horse. Between bloody waves, the fields hang silent and sticky cold. The Viscount freezes, struck to the core. His name is torn apart by a scream somewhere in the forest clearing. His usual confidence is swept away. Only one mask remains on his face, pure, unconditional terror. He expected an ordinary clash, but now he stands staring at the man who has broken beyond humanity, becoming a living nightmare. While the Viscount trembles, the seasoned killer lets out a furious roaring from his chest, the last promise, to clear the way through those still standing in the path, and urges his master to deliver the decisive blow. His gaze burns with cold, terrible focus burning within it. The young lord nods, agreeing to sever once and for all the line of the unmarried family. The battlefield sounds like a bloody symphony, screams and the dull, wet strike of steel biting into flesh. Soldiers bustle, scattering in senseless, desperate panic, and their cries for mercy are drowned by the roar of the clash. One refuses the glory of a warrior's death and drags himself away with the shame of flight. They chop without any hesitation. The air thickens with the metallic smell of blood and the guttural roars of the attackers. The wedge strikes exactly where it should with terrifying precision. With one bloody blow it ends a life while the slaughter does not cease for a moment. In a desperate flight, they fall into a complete turmoil, retreating desperately and fueling the anger of Viscount Justice de Bachelor. He stands above everyone as if on his own feet, staring down closely with a face full of pure distrust. The Viscount breaks the silence with a shout at his men, unable to comprehend how they dared to abandon the field while he still stands on it. He does not just shout, he acts. His own sword flashes as he cuts down retreating soldiers he considers cowards, their crooked steps breaking under the blow. His voice slices through the battle space, piercing the very heart of the fight. He gives a desperate command to his remnants: stop, cease fleeing, and listen to their master. The cold team forces two men who have fallen to their knees to fall silent as soon as they begin to beg for forgiveness and a chance to retreat. He orders them to step forward with spears at the ready and refuses to acknowledge the fear that has gripped his ranks. The subordinate's warning that the men have already been driven to madness falls into emptiness, merely habitually drinks in the chaos raging around him with his gaze. He clearly understands. What they have encountered is far more primal than an ordinary mental illness, and this thought pierces him to the bone with icy cold. The shadowy figure looming in the darkness no longer seems to them just a man, and its eyes is a demon of pure rage, and its very appearance shatters their resolve. He does not ease the pressure next to the old killer Albert de Groot. He laughs while they cut a path through the frightened ranks. Albert teases the young Virian, throwing at him whether he is capable of keeping up. But in response, he receives a sharp, defiant rebuff, and a dark, gratefully appreciative smile flashes on the veteran's face. The Viscount descended into madness, and a moment before the officer's orders broke into a scream, he burst out laughing with frantic fury. He shouted to his frightened men to hold their positions. His eyes widened, blazing with a mad, bloody fire, was personally cutting down his soldiers, thundered that anyone who tried to flee would be executed by his hand. He demanded that they become a living shield for him, take nothing with them, sacrifice everything for one thing: to stand between him and the slaughter that was relentlessly approaching. What he said crumbled under the weight of its own cruelty. The young king tore forward through the crowd of bodies, frantically demanding to clear the way, his gaze fixed on the strategic gap. His companions tried not to fall behind. They shouted that they needed to find a detour immediately before the enemy recovered and drove them into a narrow corridor of violence. In the clash, he was not alone. The maimed veteran Yannick surged upward, leaping into the air with unexpected agility for his age. Striking with all his might, he cut through the opponents, and his voice, thundering in the very hell of battle, drowned out the roar of combat and warned Varian of a flanking maneuver from the left side. The old knight moved with honed lethality, knocking fighters into terrifying knockout, and the bachelors among the younger soldiers staggered as if struck in the very heart. He burst forth like a whirlwind of steel, rushing through enemy ranks with fury bordering on the supernatural. The soldiers standing against him froze in fear, whispering that before them was not a man but a demon in human form. They begged their comrades not to break formation. But Yannick's assault was so relentless that there was nowhere left for any semblance of a defensive line to hold. He cleared the way just as he promised, and Varian froze, stunned by the sight. Before him unfolded the true power of a battle-hardened knight. Yannick barely turned his head. His face grew grim, but his gaze remained firm, and he pushed the king. Press on, strike, first of all hit their main target. He assured the young man that he would soon follow him, but now the path forward was already open. Blood spreading on his chest mixed with a torn horse cough shaking his body, but the old warrior only sneered defiantly and mockingly glanced at the attackers. He lowered his eyes to the shallow wounds and looked at them with complete contempt, cutting off the enemies with a mocking question. Is this all they are capable of? Varian went pale and filled with anxiety, seeing the blow the fight left on his faithful protector. But the veteran did not give up. His spirit was unbroken. Young Andre joined him and rushed to support the wounded knight just as the enemy tried to take advantage of his momentary weakness. Yannick brushed off the alarm. His laughter burst out as a hoarse growl when he told the boy not to bother him over a few scratches. He accepted this turn and felt rage rising in his chest. Yannick was going to hold the line, letting Varian complete his mission. The veteran glanced at the king one last time and let out a barely noticeable, confident smile on his lips. He ordered Varian to listen to his words, that the old must keep a brave face for the sake of the young. Finally, a sharp command to fall silent and watch how the fight ends. After that, he prepared to face the next wave of enemies alone. Varian tears away from the spot with a retreat, each step dragging his heart down as he leaves his comrades behind. Finally, he throws a grim vow over his shoulder to return for their remains, while Yannick, whose gaze is partly hidden by a mask of determination, takes on the burden of the rearguard and, urging the king, persistently calls him to move forward. He bursts out with a thunderous, blood-soaked laugh. A desperate rebellion with no chance ignites in him with wild joy, and a spark of excitement flashes in his eyes as he faces this attack. The old warrior swings a heavy blade in a wide, devastating arcane. The infantry around scatters like chaff. Andre stands watching, his face holding a grim admiration. He mocks the troops approaching ever closer, while blood slowly drips from his lips as he calls them to stay and die with him. He promises that none shall pass until only bones remain from his defiance. Holding the line, the young king does not stop, continues an exhausted, desperate dash forward, supported from the side by a loyal soldier who casts doubts on the very justice of their escape. Varian cuts off these hesitations, closes off pity and fear within himself, realizing he must fulfill his own role and not let Yannick's determination be wasted. While the count flees, the bachelor prepares to enter the fight. His face is frozen in cold, aristocratic fury as he declares his intention to completely destroy the resistance. While he prepares his assault, the young king quickly finds himself in the midst of a new battle. His blades clash fiercely against a solid wall of steel, while nearby Albert cuts through the space with a bloody path. When he struggles against the mighty current, a viscount rises above the battlefield, looking down arrogantly and mocking the young king, as if those futile skirmishes are just a tiny sprout trying to withstand the storm. He tears forward, unleashing a desperate roar, and does not let the viscount's mockery pass by. The air is thick with the heavy smell of blood and the clinking of steel as he breaks through the utter chaos, his gaze fixed on the offender. The warrior's blade strikes precisely at the target. A bloody, brutal blow knocks the confident nobleman off his feet. A thick, strangled scream bursts from him, and the viscount flies out of the saddle. His luxurious armor clatters against the hard ground, and the horse rears up in terror. When their leader falls, the battle lines are swallowed by sudden, paralyzing terror. At first, a whisper of disbelief spreads through the crowd, but as soon as the truth reaches consciousness, it erupts into wild clamor and frantic screams. The viscount is already dead, and their stubbornness shatters like glass cracked by a blow. While the enemy flees in confusion, a wave of relief and triumph washes over the Levacourt soldiers. They gather around their young lord, and their cries rise in a continuous roar of joy, but he can barely hear them through the heavy, ragged wheeze that tears his throat and twists his body. Against the backdrop of celebration, the commander's voice pierces the hall and cuts through the silence with an order. His men must rush into pursuit and secure victory to the end. The young ruler froze in place, while a thought still struggled in his mind. He could not yet digest the leap from the brink of death to the sweet feeling of triumph. The adrenaline that kept him afloat finally resets, and a heavy, bone-deep fatigue remains. Suddenly his legs buckle and he falls to the blood-smeared ground. The world dims and fades to black as his body finally forces him to get the rest he had been deprived of for several days. Although the battle turned into a bloody, chaotic, cramped melee, the memory of the first true test of the sword was etched into his soul forever. The banners of the Lion's Court will soon be raised over the lands of conquered. They will announce the end of the bloody episode at the very start of a new, still unclear era. He slowly opens his eyelids, and the surrounding world returns to sharp focus through a heavy, exhausted haze. Noticing that he moved, the teenage boy leans closer and lights up, exclaiming with relief that his master has finally come to his senses. When he suddenly rises to his feet, the warrior surveys the stone room with a strange, overly high vault and involuntarily frowns. Where has he ended up? The boy explains, they are in the port or town hall, and a whole day has passed since the exhausting battle that ended in its finale. The admission strikes the man so much that he silently freezes, unable to believe the length of his sleep. Outside, the gloomy, scarred landscape of the territory still stands silent under the vast, spread-out sky. Despite the fatigue, the gentleman returns to his duties. He prepares to treat the wounded and orders his assistants to hold the patient firmly still. Leaning back, he freezes, and his gaze becomes stern-focused as he undertakes the painful but necessary actions. With a sharp, decisive movement, he returns the displaced bone to its place, setting it in the correct alignment. A nasty, crunching sound of restoration echoes down the corridor, and the patient bursts out screaming from the sharp pain. As soon as the elbow was securely fixed in a sturdy splint, the man quietly expressed sincere gratitude, and those present were amazed at how deeply their leader understood medicine, and it was precisely this skill that he had always justified to them. He sharply raised his head, who was thrown off balance by the voice of a young boy that sounded unexpectedly. Rollo noticed. Just waking up, the young lord immediately began tending to the wounded, and a worry crept into Rollo. Had something happened that he did not yet know? Focusing his gaze on Andre, he requested a specific set of tools: a leather belt, a knife, a needle, thread, and a burner. Andre immediately became wary and insisted on asking whether the man could really help without hidden intentions. but he only confirmed that he intended to give him one. They had just delivered the supplies. He immediately got to work, warned the person about the upcoming injection, and starting to sew, pulled the edges of the deep wound together. Andre stood nearby with clean water ready, watching how the young master held his hands steady, unable to understand what was happening, and all Thishi's feelings were a mix of admiration and confusion. He held the needle over the open flame of the torch. The metal heated up as he sterilized it. Alone, he thought that in this world the very word bacteria was foreign, so even a clean rag became a valuable resource in the fight against infection. Next to Rollo stood with wide-open eyes. As soon as they began the procedure, he twitched and almost recoiled, then aloud suggested it might be some kind of magic. Calmly, without panic, he explained that he had simply come across such medicine in a church text, covering his modern understanding with a plausible look. Finishing a neat row of stitches, he ordered the man to remove the thread only after 2 weeks, but immediately warned that it would be painful. The patient, preparing to leave, expressed sincere gratitude and promised to take care of himself. He glanced around the room where both the wounded and those recovering from serious illness were regaining strength, and thought that their deep gratitude only emphasized, this land lacks scientific knowledge. Against the backdrop of local healers, his simple modern medical methods seemed like true miracles to these people. His face hardened as he weighed the burden of his lineage. The Count's son, he felt the duty not only to lead but also to show mercy to those beyond saving. In the end, he solemnly blessed the man in his final moments and whispered for him to depart in peace. He tightly gripped the surgical knife. With familiar weight passed through his hand, but the purpose had changed. He was taught the skill to end others' lives, yet he felt a grim irony to use the same skills to save. But even despite this, the death of his comrade still lay like a heavy stone on his shoulders. Had not yet gotten used to the loss. Soon Albert approached him. His sullen face immediately revealed trouble, haste, and a heavy, depressed mood. The young lord inquired how Yannick was feeling, but the old assassin insisted they speak in private. Then he voiced the heavy, gloomy truth. Yannick died of wounds quite recently, just before the young lord woke up. The old man, who had already sent a letter to learn about their victory, won at the cost of exhausting efforts, only now received the news and finally let go of his worries, finding peace. He silently watched as the young lord absorbed the news, as if every word weighed twice as much. While Juro and Andre stood nearby, the heaviness of loss slowly settled over everyone. Albert took it upon himself to support them in a warrior's way. He assured them that for those like them, death in battle is the highest honor, and ordered them to hold their heads high because Yannick was gone. He fixed his gaze on the man lying exhausted and felt a painful surge of anxiety for Juro, while simultaneously racking his brain over how to even dare to inform his son about the father's death. With his last strength, the fallen warrior remained defiant in his final moments. He tormented Albert for coming to mock him while he was dying. Even in his dying breath, he called his old comrade a dog, not letting go of his own spirit until the very end. His old friend, now grown up, raised his glass in quiet, honorable reverence, acknowledging the truth of their bond. He admitted, at first he planned to drink in a way that would humiliate his friend, but death turned this intention into a sincere expression of respect, like a true toast to life after death. He remembered how they once shared such moments. They argued like brothers, though the end was already approaching. In their last quiet conversation, Yannick first threw at him, "Stupid old senile," and then steered everything toward one the last, difficult and serious question. He recalls the conversation with Yennefer. The gray warrior fixed him with a piercing gaze and demanded an honest assessment of Virian's true level. Parapallets, the man explained. He did not mean only military skill, and explained that Rodrigue is better than someone else able to assess this. So he tried to find out whether the boy has a natural worth that allows him to stand above everyone else, a trait that occurs much more rarely than skill in swordsmanship. The satellite listened attentively, absorbing every word, could even feel the weight of this question settling on their considerations about the young man's capabilities. He dismisses the memory of the old warrior and looks ahead, raises his cup to the present, and reflects on how in the very first clash the boy showed stubborn courage unbefitting his age, and at the same time had the talent to chart the strategic course of the war. Besides these tactical gifts, he notices in youth another level of mind, a natural charisma that draws people to his side. While the image of the young lord still flickers in his head, the old assassin reaches the final, unbreakable decision about the road ahead. He confidently, without any hesitation, declares, "The young man has the soul of a true ruler, and then no doubts remain, he could become a king." He became the center of a conversation that grew far beyond all expectations. Albert's words stunned Yannick. Barely restrained, a rare laugh burst from the older man's lips at the sheer audacity of this statement. Albert did not flinch. He continued to insist that the young lord was the very essence of a dream. Yannick did not argue with that and nudged his interlocutor to empty his cup. The liquid spilled over the edge, splashed onto the ground and soaked into it, while the weight of their shared history and the foggy future settled on their shoulders and descended around them. Under the boundless open sky, two warriors sat in rare silence. The pause between them stretched like an unspoken bond of those who had survived the unthinkable. Breaking the silence, Yannick averted his gaze. His voice became hoarse as he began to speak about a dream he had kept in the dark corners of his heart for years. This vision shone so brightly and was so full of hope that he feared such dazzling joy might prove unbearable for a man whose fate was woven with the darkness of war. While the veterans whispered their secrets, the young man finally made his way to the place he called home, and the exhausting burden of the war's consequences was left to Uncle Rodrigo to handle. As soon as he appeared in sight, Lucian's heart nearly stopped. Her voice broke and she burst out screaming, calling his name. He did not waste a second. With one jerk he closed the distance and pressed her to himself in a fierce, protective embrace. Above them, clouds slowly drifted over the valley, indifferently swallowing the immense relief of a mother who had finally reunited with her son. Lowering his head, he quietly apologized for not keeping the sword and helmet she had given him before the war. But Lucian could only sob from sincere gratitude. Her prayers had worked. She held close the only thing that truly mattered, her son, alive and unharmed. He stood and watched as she could not hold back her tears. Drops fell endlessly, a testament to the horror she had endured while he was gone. For her, any loss of possessions meant nothing. The main thing was that her son had returned alive. He drank in her gaze and suddenly understood what it meant to be a mother. At that moment, a memory from a distant, former life surfaced. The scene where the motorcycle accident happened, and the words his mother spoke then like an echo stretching through time and worlds. When he pressed her to himself, a bitter, aching heaviness spread in his chest. He remembered that other life on earth, how he died before his own mother, leaving her alone with unbearable grief. Now he felt the burden of that defeat, and silently, as if asking for forgiveness for once being such an unsuccessful son. He vowed this time in this life he would not step onto the same tragic path. He would do everything to never again leave his loved ones alone. Above the silence of this meeting, a solitary bird flew up into the boundless open sky, and its flight marked the passage of time while the world continued spinning on its course. Having moved away from the domestic peace of the estate by the court, the news of the recent victory rushed forward and eventually reached the front line of a distant military campaign. As soon as Rudolf Lev of Kultsburg, the lion cruel judgment, heard about his son's exploits, his scarred face flared with icy pride. He spoke approvingly, baring his teeth in oppressive joy. Carried by this news, the experienced commander firmly declared that it was time for him to show what his iron was capable of and to take to the battlefield. He listens silently while his elder son, Robert, expresses distrust of the news from the front. Robert comes across a report of a sudden victory so unexpected that he begins to doubt its truthfulness and struggles to reconcile the image of his younger brother with such a colossal achievement. When they walk side by side, the Count replies calmly and notes, Rodriguez, so stern and composed, never exaggerates what is said. He admits that although the outcome exceeds imagination, it must be accepted as truth. He bursts into loud laughter that rolls through the camp like an echo. Raising his voice, he calls on the spirits so that everyone can drain their glasses to the bottom in a festive celebration. His face glows with pride. He declares that the boy is truly his blood and that this terribly gifted youth. Robert is deep in thought. His face hardens as he weighs the consequences. Although he had known before that his brother was destined for more than the fate of an ordinary soldier, the very fact that the boy destroyed an insurmountable avalanche in the very first battle still breaks through in his mind. His gaze narrows as he runs through in his head the many battlefields he has crossed on foot. The weight of experience falls on him, bending him to the ground. Watching the figure of his father walking away, the young man feels a new determination born within him. He concludes, without ascending to a higher level, he will not truly become a worthy companion and successor to the Count. Nearby in the distance, the crippled mercenary killer Albert de Groot contemplates the young lord, and a twisted, strange curiosity hides in his gaze. He recalls how precisely that boy aimed and how impeccably businesslike he fought once he faced an enemy. The latter immediately lost ground. Meanwhile, Albert's face twists into a grimace. At 9 years old, the child had gained audacity and humiliated him right to his face in front of everyone. The evil killer believes that his former pupil has already perfectly mastered all the lessons he taught, thereby confirming his own level in his first real trial. In his mind, the young man's abilities are now equated with the legends of past times, possibly even with the great King Isidore, who once ruled the entire kingdom. He painted in his mind a future where Varian breaks free from his own and, having defeated Rudolph and Robert, takes the helm of the Lion Courts. In this grand design, the boy's name will be engraved in the memory of every inhabitant of the country as the name of its sole ruler. The old killer let out a low, hoarse snort and raised the cup to his lips as if amused by the audacity of his own plans. He was also entertained by the fact that the plan was not so bad after all. A dark smile stretched across his wrinkled face. When he left, only a full leather flask remained on the grass. His farewell words still echoed in the air, the last gesturito: invite a friend to share a sip and perhaps laugh at the boundless scale of his unimaginable dream. A memory surfaced and the words that Juru once spoke about the people of Lion's Court during the boy's childhood return. With the seriousness of a protector, he explained, "The Lioncourt family has black hair and black eyes, and these very traits gave their children a reason for deep pride." The young boy Varian ran his fingers through his own dark hair, and he was surprised by how much meaning was placed in such a simple gesture. Through this curiosity, the experienced warrior delved even deeper into his own history and uncovered the truth. Varian's ancestor turned out to be a foreigner who once conquered these lands. To stop endless uprisings, that conqueror had to make a very fragile agreement with the local nobility. But when the boy realized that it was a political marriage, the man confirmed, the ancestor really married into the influential family of the Lion's Court to strengthen his own rule. While they sat together, he resumed his story and explained, although this policy of marriages between clans had lasted for generations, it still failed to quell the rebellion. The fusion of cultures through blood kinship became a common idea, but implementing it proved extremely difficult. Despite all these failures, the boy still noted, the unrest finally subsided only after his father, Master Rudolph, appeared, so he demanded an explanation for why this suddenly happened. He silently listened as the veteran revealed a simple yet at the same time profound reason. When people saw that Rudolph had the traditional black hair of the Lioncourt family, they finally accepted him as one of their own. Varian felt how heavily this legacy weighed on his shoulders, while the man paid attention to the strange difference in the blonde shade of his brother Robert's hair. He spoke quietly, but the last words of Juru about that matter still echoed heavily in Varian's thoughts, and now, no matter how hard he tried, the young man could not shake this feeling. The two men stood silently, and the heaviness of their conversation hung between them as they focused on weighing the future of the Lioncourt estate's name. The gloomy mood melted away as soon as André Kakars stepped into the spotlight at the victory celebration. He loudly recounted heroism and claimed that he charged into battle like a legendary hero, knocking down enemies one after another while Varian called him for help. During the banquet organized by Smina's grandfather roared, André had no intention of stopping. He continued to perform an exaggerated show, claiming that in the thick of the clashes hundreds of men were instantly destroyed. The crowd erupted with applause and cheers, greeting André as the savior who appeared at the darkest and most critical moment, and although he feigned modesty, he still basked in the adulation coming from the soldiers around him. The festive moment suddenly shattered when Smina leaned closer and calmly but firmly called her brother a liar right to his face. She did not stop there. She informed the whole group that she had reliable information her older brother was by no means as brave as he claimed. Because of this, the embarrassed André was forced to admit, perhaps he had exaggerated a little. A coquettish but boldly challenging spark flashed in her eyes. She reached forward and grabbed his hand, testing his famous courage with a single mocking, "I'm curious, where did you get so brave from?" She stands very close while he leans toward her. His voice, barely audible, presses against her ear in a whisper. He suggests going to the wheat field, an ordinary phrase, but between them it held another, hidden weight. She responds with a gentle, confident smile, her cheeks warming with a faint blush. She accepts his offer, acknowledging the conditional secret code they keep for their intimate moments together. This shared closeness became a light for him, paving the way through the darkness of war. When he stepped onto the devastated field, prepared for the end, fate unexpectedly spared him, and now, in her embrace, he feels for the first time a living strength he had never known. It is so sharply different from the cold touch of death he had almost touched. Clouds sleepily float over the boundless open sky, and when the moment fades, its heat melts in the silence of the afternoon. Leaving their private reunion, he approaches Rollo, smiling apologetically and nervously scratches the back of his head. He sincerely apologizes for the delay, admitting that his excitement about returning probably gave him too much freedom. The younger boy just laughs and waves off the apology as if it were a trifle. He considers it quite natural that a man reaches for such comfort after the horrors of battles, but immediately pushes the conversation forward and suggests quickly leaving this topic. As they walk along the dusty path, he picks up the conversation. Tomorrow he will see Mill again, but the main purpose of the visit is to meet her grandfather, Albert. Then he shifts his gaze to his companion's future and explains that Millet is already 17, the age when one can marry. He urges the boy to take initiative as soon as he returns safe and sound, but these words seem to overwhelm the youth with a wave of confusion. He takes them too sharply and cannot find a foothold. The boy silently listens as Varian lays out the situation around Millet's grandfather, Albin. The traveling merchant is looking for an educated person who can keep accounts to marry into his family, and Rollo fits perfectly. Deciding everything by this logic, the boy can only admit the thesis has the right to exist. Besides the ability to read, the boy has undergone military training, so he acts equally skillfully in different situations. In a country where almost no one can read or count the simplest things, his strength and cleverness make him an extremely valuable figure. Despite the temptation, he does not betray loyalty and insists that his place is beside the master. Varian hears his devotion, yet still calls things by their names. The merchant family can protect him from slavery, but for that he will have to part ways. To end doubts, Varian decides they will go to the merchants together. Deep down, the master firmly knows his subordinate is truly an exceptional person. He is not going to retreat before any obstacle because he understands such a promising alliance cannot be lost. Otherwise, one acts foolishly by refusing the chance that is opened. To make the deal succeed, he keeps a secret strategy ready. Between two large ceramic jugs is hidden the key to an offer that will knock everyone down and bring the young couple a prosperous future. By evening the next day, they reach the noisy caravan to discuss matters with Albin. The old merchant, bald, with a sharp gaze, is noticeably confused by the conditions presented to him, while Varian remains in place, holding a confident, slightly self-assured smile. Putting his hand into one of the vessels, the master reveals what is inside: pure sugar. At the mere sight, Albin gasps, a rare product brought from distant lands, and it is valued so highly that it costs exactly as much as its weight in gold. With trembling hands, the merchant takes a small sample and dips it into his mouth hand. His eyes widen from the shock. The realization of the gift finally reaches him. He understands that this is not just a trade, but an offer capable of changing his life. He froze with wide-open eyes before this substance, and his voice trembled as he confirmed, "This is real sugar without any doubt." Noticing the shock on the old man's face, the young lord leaned forward with a confident smile, declaring that he had created it with his own hands through the art of alchemy. The revelation bewildered the merchant. He was at a loss for words and could not comprehend how such a thing could have happened at all. He continued speaking, emphasizing, "Since sugar does not exist in this land, his methods become a true revolution." The merchant could only endlessly repeat alchemy because the entire improbability of such a promise pressed like a heavy stone on the tongue and would not let him believe. While the young man pondered the truth, he understood. It all came down to the fact that he simply mixed sugar berries. But for the people of that time, his technique seemed something too clever and too advanced, and it was impossible to distinguish. She stared at the modest white roots. They were the ones secretly nourishing the precious crystals. He refined a simple but demanding process. First cutting beets into cubes, then immersing them in water and keeping it strictly between 70–80 degrees for exactly 1 hour. When separating the solid particles, he brought the remaining liquid to a boil over high heat, constantly removing the film, then poured it into a container to solidify and turn into the final, valuable pieces. It took him an extraordinary amount of time to perfect precise temperature control in a world without modern tools. He again turned his gaze to the merchant and ordered complete secrecy regarding their agreements, explaining that alchemy serves as a convenient pretext to repel the curious and prevent people from bothering him with questions about the complex production process. His methods remain a carefully guarded secret. Hearing how everything could turn out, the elder slowly nodded, restrained and solemnly agreeing. He immediately realized, if rumors about alchemy leak out, the church would hardly limit itself to ordinary accusations. The young lord could easily be branded as a dissident or even a heretic. For both of them, silence becomes a matter of survival. He listens intently as Virian leans forward. Between them stands a bowl of white granules, like the main argument of their conversation. Virian signals to the merchant that the secret of the sugar's origin must remain only between them, and offers an exclusive wholesale deal but only on one condition. The young lord makes a demand without any concessions. He wants permission for his granddaughter Mallet to marry Rallo, and the boy must remain under the direct command of Virian. The old merchant's face-hardened proposal weighs heavily on him. In the space between them, while they sit facing each other, a heavy silence hangs. The flickering light in the tent casts long shadows on the walls. He props his chin with his hand and admits, the request puts him in an extremely awkward position. Millet is the only child in their family and his son has no other heirs, so Millet's future becomes a matter of survival for their lineage. After a brief pause, the elderly merchant voices a compromise. He himself would like to wait a few more years, but the deal can be made if their firstborn child eventually takes over the family business. Virian, catching the sincerity in the old man's gaze, simply nods and accepts his proposal. With a condescending smile, he confidently says that the secret meetings and adventures between Rollo and Millet have not gone unnoticed by the people around, so their union seems like a perfectly natural step. Hands clenched tightly and a shared smile, and the deal is born right there. The final decision stipulates 2 pots of precious sugar for the sum of 300 documents. When they finish their business, the young lord calculates the price in his thoughts. He already knows this is a modest offer compared to the daily wage for hiring a single mercenary. He understands the cautious bargaining from the merchant since the matter supposedly involves alchemy, but still calmly accepts the terms and looks ahead, waiting for the right moment to raise the issue of recalculation again. With a smile, he watched Rollo and Millet celebrate their unity, a moment of true happiness amid all the intricacies of their world. He understood this wedding, the foundation of their new agreement, could only have happened because he endured all the dangers of his journey and returned to lead his people. The victory he helped build was paid for with the blood and defeat of their enemies, primarily the forces of Bikelord, who suffered total annihilation in a clash with his father's expeditionary army. The wounded soldiers were bound and taken as prisoners, and Bikelord himself, for his treacherous attack on the lands of the Lion Court, was brought to the royal capital in chains. Only after he paid an exorbitant ransom of 6 million ducats did the disgraced noble finally return to his own estates, but the debt proved so gigantic that he had to squeeze resources from his own subjects through ruthless taxes, which eventually sparked a rebellion that drove his house to complete bankruptcy. As he trudged through the snow falling from the sky, his thoughts kept drifting to the broader political picture. The relentless rebellion of the crown prince against 2 tolerant kings had become a subject of mockery among the people. Such instability grew from the ongoing power struggle between the monarch and his younger brother, a confrontation that was undermining the very foundation of the kingdom. Reflecting on this massive quarrel between brothers and sisters, he finally grasped the harsh but inevitable truth: those who choose the path of rebellion are not forgiven. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice that sounded through the cold air and called him. Turning toward the sound, he caught sight of his brother approaching, crossing the snowy field. The young man fixed his gaze on him, full of desire, and demanded to hear all the details of his first real experience on the battlefield. He stood nearby while his brother looked out at the cold, a barely perceptible, understanding smile on his face. It amused him. As long as he did not let greed cloud his mind, their safety was guaranteed. He was confident in their peace mainly because he did not intend to get involved in the dirty quarrels over the succession to the throne. Winter took even more lives. News of new deaths reached the estate. First, the plague took Yane, and shortly after that Giselle, the woman who was his father's favorite. When he declared that he would attend her funeral, his mother silently stood nearby, and his brother Robert voiced sharp disapproval. Giselle was the mother of Hugh, the boy who fought alongside him in his first battle, so it was his duty to pay her respects. But the elder brother did not budge an inch. He reminded him of their status. He argued, as nobles, they should not stoop to attend the funerals of every vassal who had just died. He countered his brother's cold logic. He touched on their blood relation and emphasized that Hugh and Katia were their half-brothers and sisters. In his mind, this bond made their mother practically their relative, and such words clearly struck a nerve with the elder brother. The silence that fell after these words pressed on the ears. The brothers looked back with eyes devoid of any warmth and without the slightest recognition of the bond he had just named. Suddenly, a sharp blow hit him. The force nearly knocked him backward, and his brother, in furious denial, growled. He immediately rejected the very idea of any other relatives except the one standing before him, and with a spit, he expressed his contempt for the notion that he had anything in common with the children of the freed slay. Stunned by the rage and poison in every word, he could only freeze and helplessly fix his gaze while his brother leaned closer, his face twisted with cruel, unwavering certainty. The father might agree to acknowledge those children, but the elder brother refused. He considered that the illegitimate offspring of a nobleman were not people, but only seeds of future quarrels. As he watched the man walk away, a cold realization slowly settled in his chest. His brother's words sounded like a harsh reminder of the rigid hierarchy of the world, and he wondered, was it because Giselle had once been a slave that his own mother and brother constantly kept her at a distance with this icy coldness? With a heavy heart, he replayed the cruel reality of their world in his mind. Slaves were treated like ordinary goods, bought and sold like cattle. Gathering his strength, he set out to find his brother, and each new event pressed more tightly on him. When he arrived, Giselle was already resting in the grave she had been buried in the church. Only a few people remained nearby. They had gathered in a quiet hall to mourn and remember her, and the heavy, somber atmosphere pressed with a sense of loss. Approaching Hugh, he throws out the idea. Since their mother has already disappeared and the Count is not concerned with them, it is the perfect time for a pilgrimage. The younger boy stares at him with wide-open eyes as if asking whether he is really serious about such an expensive thing. The boy responds with a request. He asks to take Kaihou under guardianship until he returns. He silently wrestles with thoughts about his brother's path, whether he intends to become a wandering knight or a mercenary. For this life is dangerous. Just one wrong step can lead to bandits and end one's days abandoned by the roadside. While he considers the request, a young girl stands nearby, and the traveler confirms his decision to leave, immediately emphasizing, he is not asking to take her as a wife, I only want someone to look after her like a sister. The traveler tries to persuade Hugh to join them and stay, but the boy does not move. He stubbornly refuses and says he cannot act like Robert does. The brother's words about determination are stopped by a firm squeeze of the shoulder as he looks into the future. He suddenly realizes, if he can succeed and establish the name Lion Court, then the current divisions and prejudices will no longer have any power. Two brothers stare at each other, a moment of silent understanding and shared pain. In the frozen air, tension is felt, their different paths press as if dividing them in half. As soon as the younger one tries to object, the elder sharply and without hesitation interrupts him. One is not allowed to leave. It is impossible to leave him here unattended. He gave a quiet, apologetic smile, acknowledging that his previous words had sounded too harsh, and asked for forgiveness for the pain he might have caused. Although a moment of reconciliation came, Hugh still made his decision. He left the lands of Lion's Court together with the caravan of Albans without saying a single word to those he left behind. After these family upheavals, Roderick de Lioncourt remained a constant support nearby and in the shadow of circumstances. Virien's uncle kept away from the heir's throne and chose to serve in the twilight, so no one hurried to praise him, but his quiet and formidable capability was immediately felt. He could not contain his excitement, loudly and incessantly congratulated his nephew on the stunning achievement. He was appointed chamberlain in the fortified city of Porto, all at just 14 years old. Varian made his way through the noisy streets, and the townspeople greeted him with sincere, restrained words of thanks. But his appearance seen the small group of stern men accompanying him made passers-by avert their eyes and whisper. He was digesting the thought of the burden of new responsibilities. Since his first campaign, 11 men had already joined his cause as companions, a number that in no way allowed him to carry everything on his own. Seeing how the young man struggled with difficulties, Albert de Groot stepped forward, laughed heartily, and made a proposal. Namely, that the position of chamberlain was exactly what was needed to provide for his increasingly large household, even though Varian objected and insisted that he lacked political skill. He quickly corrected the boy, laying everything out clearly. The mayor and legislators govern the city, and the treasurer's duties include only one thing: maintaining the castle and its defense with the tax funds allocated to him. Albert Greens, brushing off Varian's surprise at his political maneuvering, states that such skill is quite natural for a steward. Varian freezes in thought about how broad his new position is. He quickly concludes that as long as he keeps his people supported and helps them, managing the castle, not the entire city, will be within his power. He tells the boy that the most important lesson ahead is to learn how to manage people, because that is much more important than ordinary logistics. The Asgard veteran walks away with a threatening chuckle, leaving the young lord alone with his uncle Rodrigue. The elder noble twists his mouth into a biting smile, implying that Albert has long since turned the course of events to his advantage, and Varian is only now beginning to understand what trap he has fallen into. He explains the duties of the Chamberlain are much broader than Varian initially imagined. It involves managing every soul and resolving every matter within the castle walls. The young man breaks out in a cold sweat as soon as the scope of the task was revealed to him. A chill ran through his body. You must take control of the budget officials, technical crews, blacksmiths for the arsenal, the entire garrison, stable hands, and even the spiritual needs of the chapel. He can only respond with a tired nod when Rodrigue reminds him. The matter does not stop at mere logistical miscalculations. He must also take care of the health and well-being of his own people, treating them as attentively as if they were his own kin. The seasonal nobleman asks to stay a few more days to answer any questions and help him settle in. Varian openly and noticeably thanks him for this gesture. The young man admits that he wants to follow his path, aspires to grow into a truly obedient man, and support his brother the Lord just as firmly and faithfully as Rodrigue once did, and he momentarily loses the power of speech. He listened attentively, a barely noticeable smile moving on his lips as he faintly stroked his chin. He acknowledged, this choice is exactly what suits the young man's character, so the decision was truly wise and appropriate. Feeling a brief hesitation, the young king immediately asked if there might be another path worth considering. His mentor instantly cut off any doubts. The decision is correct, no other option is needed. He clenched his fist, feeling the weight of his own history upon him. He realized, if in his youth he had not made the same choice, he would not be the man standing before him now. Having lifted this confirmation from his shoulders, the young man exhaled the air he hadn't noticed he was holding in his chest. His body relaxed, and gratitude for the reassurance sounded without tension. But as soon as the older man's voice changed, it became clear. A much harsher lesson was about to begin. They walked side by side. He showed that the young king had already managed to seize deeds that were unattainable even for himself. In the very first battle, the boy crushed an army twice the size of his own. Victory thanks to tactics such as he himself had never aspired to nor achieved. His gaze sharpened, a rare tension flared within it as he spoke what he had long concealed. Despite all his years of service, he honestly admitted, not once had he managed to touch the hearts and spirits of the people of the Lion Court as the young man standing before him had. He abruptly shifted the conversation to the immediate matter and recalled that Yannick's village was very close. Then he asked whether the young king had already visited and paid respects. This question confused the youth. He admitted that he had not yet set out on the journey, and it sounded uncertain. His voice faltered slightly. His mentor gently urged him to depart, saying that Juru had also asked to meet, and emphasized, one must pay respects to those who have already served. Rodriguez departs and he listens carefully, catching the last warning about meetings scheduled with the mayor and legislators tomorrow morning. He weighs every word of his uncle and turns over in his mind. Was this a warning about his past deeds or a hint on how to act next? But in the end, he accepts the path already laid out for him. The journey finally gains momentum. He and Rollo rush through the peaceful, snowy forest. As they approach their destination, everything around quieted and shone with whiteness. Their arrival at the village gates is immediately met with a harsh challenge from a guard on the wall. But Varian does not lose composure, calmly stating his name and origin to the suspicious sentry. He and Rollo dismount in the cold air and freeze in anticipation until the guard's initial hostility gives way and yields to brief, shaken realizations. The man on the wall, Juru, suddenly recognizes his former charge and rushes down abruptly, convulsively, his voice mixing shock with joy. He stands before them, not believing his own eyes. His wide-open eyes reveal how he convinces himself the young lord whom he once cared for has truly returned. He pulls the young master into loud embraces, laughing at how time flies and how boys grow up, then prepares to lead them to the grave of the late count. He leads the squad through the snow-covered settlement gates. The settlement itself is tightly guarded by wooden palisades and watchtowers. As they pass armed guards, the young lord notices the local streets do not resemble an ordinary village, rather a military fortress. The quick-witted, hardened guide only confirms this, and his stunned silence shows that the feeling impresses him just as much. He lays out clearly, this land was considered a hotbed of uprisings even in his father's time. From these words, the youth recalls family legends he heard from ancestors about the state of the land before his birth. They leave the main settlement behind and move further. The trio step by step walks through the increasingly thick snow to a solitary, modest marker standing against the winter wind. They have reached Yenek's grave, a simple stone stele surrounded by smaller stones. The guide quietly explained that for any leader this might seem modest, but their people take pride in such moderate burial rites. Standing before the marker, the young lord signals. He knows much about Yenek's tireless labors and the circumstances of his death, both from the ancient killer and from his own uncle. He stubbornly stares at the stone with deep respect, accepting as given. The fallen warrior was an exceptional fighter, and his sacrifices paved the way for their final victory. This acknowledgement breaks his heart. The guide is moved to tears, and choking on sobs into his palm, the young lord declares that Yennefer saved his life too, thus forever cementing her mentor in his eyes as a true hero. He cried openly, and his voice trembled as he recounted his father's last words. Yannick died without doubt. The lion's courts are their only hope, the very ones meant to break the chains of Armos and bring freedom to his people. The young lord listened silently, then firmly corrected his interlocutor. He is only the count's son, without extra titles and without any more. It was clear he rejected the burden of prophetic expectations imposed on him. Despite the refusal, the man in mourning knelt before the modest grave and fervently begged for understanding. For him, kin and blood were beyond doubt. The young lord was a lion through and through from tail to mane, and this was impossible to deny. Streams of tears flooded his cheeks, and he declared, "This young man is the blood of their blood, a true lion in the full sense of the word." The weight of such worship bowed the lord. He looked down and sank into a heavy, focused thought. As he walked away through the falling petals, the taste of those words gradually reached him. He suddenly realized it was not just someone else's grief, not the sorrow of one man. His followers saw in him the embodiment of their own hope. That is how they truly perceived him. This news put everything in place regarding those mysterious words once said to him by Uncle Rodriguez. He finally understood what it meant to stir the hearts of the people of the Lion's Court to become a spark capable of igniting their dormant loyalty. And this realization pressed another, darker conflict into his mind. He tried to suppress the growing ambitions within himself. After all, the thought of ever standing against his own brother remained for him an unthinkable betrayal. Varian and Katia sit side by side in silence while preparations continue. The young girl noticeably trembles with excitement, clenching her hands so tightly as if begging, "Please, be gentle." Varian senses her anxiety, gives her a calm smile, and quietly calls her by name and asks her simply to relax. He begins his work confidently and evenly. His fingers glide through her long dark hair. Again, he quietly soothes her, assuring that everything will pass painlessly and that she will not feel a single touch while he works. She instinctively shudders and sharply exhales through clenched lips as soon as the comb makes its first pass. Even under his gentle hands, the unexpected sensation confuses her for a moment. Tension squeezes her eyes, and she squints and closes them. He continues smoothing her hair, while in his mind he turns over the decision to bring Katia to live under the castle's protection. As her hair barely floats in the air, he carefully watches her condition, asks if the combing causes her any discomfort. She admits, in fact, these sensations are even pleasant. Varian's thoughts shift aside to the harsh truth of life in Armo, where lice threaten everywhere, so everyone has to regularly remove them with plant oils and fine-toothed combs. He keeps a strict boundary in mind. His care for her is a promise he fulfilled for her brother Hugh, and nothing more. When the task finally comes to an end, they sit together in the open courtyard. Varian thanks her for her patience, noting, "It is these quiet moments of care that give them a chance to get closer and talk without the pressure of leadership." She utters a quiet, fragrant word of thanks, and genuine admiration flashes in her eyes. Varian is momentarily confused by how lovely she is, and suddenly an impulse awakens in him to protect, but he immediately suppresses it, reminding himself not to cross boundaries and to maintain a proper, purely brotherly distance. He suddenly breaks away from his thoughts as a young man named Pincello approaches him with noticeable urgency. The newcomer addresses him respectfully and loudly, and Varian turns away from Katia to immediately attend to what happened in the castle courtyard. Pincello Caesar, the former commander of the castle garrison, speaks, and he listens without taking his eyes off him. The bandit camp has finally been found. This cooperation was not easy. At first, the commander treated the young count's son with contempt, but a quick demonstration of physical superiority instantly changed his mood from outright hostility to sincere respect. Having consolidated his power, the young lord gathers his own Armith brotherhood. a squad in which Rallo, Jean, and his loyal servants Servind orders them to prepare to subdue the bandits, for he is convinced they are not criminals but doomed, hungry vassals of the unmarried. Despite the severity of the upcoming conflict, he still cannot hide a barely noticeable disappointment. His favorite name for the unit Cobra Kai was unanimously rejected by his people. The silence of the winter forests instantly breaks as soon as the expedition sets off on the march. Boots crunch dully in deep snow as the Brotherhood rushes step by step deeper into the frozen wilderness. Their movements are measured, focused, and purposeful. In armor and fully ready for battle, the warriors march through the snow falling from the sky. Their gazes constantly scan the tree line in search of any sign of the enemy. Suddenly the silence breaks just as the bandits are noticed. They bolt and flee. The Brotherhood immediately gives chase, archers draw their bows, and the vanguard rushes forward to prevent any from escaping. He is getting closer and closer, but ahead the bandit acts out of despair, cursing the vile name given by the court as soon as he realizes his comrades have already been caught up with and overtaken. The man jerks his gaze through the thickets, searching for an exit that does not exist, and gulps air in ragged hoarse breaths until the bitter thought of failure completely overwhelms him. While the fugitive searches for a path, a gigantic force tears out from the darkness. It throws him off his feet with a blow like a falling mountain. The blow is so merciless that it throws the man backward. The body flies apart like a powerless doll, cutting through the cold air. Emerging from the blizzard, a darkly clad figure stands straight and tall, his face hidden by a helmet designed to resemble the visage of a nightmare. Moments later, the young squire catches up with them, looks back at the sight of the clash with a twisted face, and involuntarily notes how brutally the overthrow occurred. His mentor merely acknowledges the arrival and already shifts his gaze from the fallen opponent to the next step of their mission. After that, he shows the boy a heavy iron hammer, explaining, such a weapon is much more practical for him, as the sturdy construction removes the fear that it will shatter into pieces during a fierce fight. Taking the weapon, the youth nods at how terrifying the master's helmet seems and admits, if he suddenly found himself on the other side of that gaze, he too would freeze with fear. Clenching the mace in his hand as tightly as he could, the knight recalled his first encounter and those labels monster and demon that were stuck on him then, and he concluded, it is this very fear that he intends to turn into a weapon to strike his enemies. He utters this with cold, unshakable certainty. Every enemy who dares to stand against them will soon have to understand one vital truth. The lion quartz are no longer those to be trifled with. He sows such a terrifying reputation that around him seems to flow a dark, monstrous energy, promising demonic retribution to anyone who dares to bite against his home. Jean and the rest of the young soldiers freeze and watch, their eyes mixing awe and fear, for the weight of this legacy presses on their chests as if the change of seasons brought fierce winter cold to the land, and the unmarried vassal boyars were left with nothing but poverty. They starved because their lords continuously plundered, themselves mired in their own incompetence. Yet for the Brotherhood, this endless marauding became a harsh forge. It honed skills and accumulated invaluable combat experience. After a whole year of wanderings and several months of castle service, time brought him a personal milestone. He reached his 16th year and took Smina as his wife. He sought to stay away from the spotlights he found himself in after his first battle, so he chose a quiet, modest ceremony in Porto. It was a conscious step. He acknowledged that his brother Robert remained the legitimate heir to their father's title. With the arrival of spring, attention again turned to the escalating confrontation. A military council was convened in the territorial capital Lyonkar. In the council hall, the air thickened as soon as the official order to eliminate Count Birgit was announced, marking the start of a new phase of the campaign. He shifted his gaze to his son and began questioning Virion about Bachelor's recent movements, emphasizing, they cannot repeat the same mistakes again. He silently listens as Virion lays out the grim daily life of the Bachelor territory, emphasizing, despite a year of recovery, the enemy still poses a threat because he maintains an alliance with the king's younger brother. The council members nodded in unison, agreeing with Deco's Erwin and the wounded advisor, who praised the young man for his thorough analysis and insisted that he must stay behind to oversee Porto's defense. While others argue, the young lord silently calculates the risks. His father is already over 40, his brother Robert is 21, so the wisest course is to stay aside to ensure a safe, stable succession. This silent calculation shatters in an instant. A sharp refusal pierces the room like a blade. He gives the order with full authority. Varian will not stay aside. Instead, he will join the expeditionary force, and command of their affairs will be handed over to Roger E. As soon as the proclamation sounded, the hall erupted with excitement. The council instantly went into frenzy, and the wounded advisor's voice broke as he shouted, disbelieving what he heard, asking if the count really wants to force his own sons to risk their lives in a dangerous contest for the inheritance. Roderick actually stepped forward to object and reminded his brother, Robert is the firstborn and has already proven his worth, so these sudden changes of plans are both unnecessary and humiliating. Amid the noise and shouting, the young man froze. He locked eyes with his father and silently froze in shock, unable to comprehend why the count is igniting such a conflict when even his uncle stands to defend the established order. He leaned back, his gaze settling on the room like a heavy burden one only a father and ruler could feel. He spoke about Robert, honestly admitting the painful truth. He barely managed to gather his strength and look at his eldest son. Yet despite this personal quarrel, the count did not waver in his order. He remained firm. He proclaimed Robert the legitimate heir and assured that no circumstances could disrupt this order of succession. Under him, Varian felt a cold sweat run down his spine. He suddenly understood. His father is blind to how people are increasingly devoted to the younger son. Focusing on the map lying on the table, the count outlined the plan for the upcoming campaign. The expeditionary detachment was reduced to 1,500 fighters to avoid weakening the house's defense. After this, he handed Varian command over more than 500 of them and, weighing every word, asked if the young man understood the strategic necessity of dividing their forces. A revelation struck him like a real blow to the chest. He instantly realized they were holding him only as bait. Anger and despair boiled inside as he watched the council examine these maneuvers with such indifferent calm, where life and death were decided by a single mistake. The father let out a sharp, confident laugh, confirming that the terrible fame of the evil court demon who lies made him the best distraction. He waved his hand toward his son, emphasizing that the giant stature and terrifying armor would themselves attract the enemy's gaze and focus attention on him. Turning his gaze to Rodrigue, the count declared that such a role with extremely high publicity would never suit a person of such a quiet nature as his brother. Rodrigue could only respond with calm, resigned agreement. He watched them closely and in his mind twisted the consequences of his father's obsession. Despite the fact that the count was a true master of combat, he dangerously lost sight of the fragile ball of political threads that someone was pulling in the shadows. His gaze jerked from Albert to Rodrigue, and a heavy feeling of guilt grew in his chest. Their exchange of glances said it all. A silent, gloomy understanding converged in one moment, and when Albert sharply clicked his tongue, he immediately realized they already knew what he still had to figure out. He sat for a long time in his own silence, replaying in his mind the chasm between himself and his father, increasingly understanding. The count would never truly grasp the gaze of the one who was divided and rejected precisely because of the blood kinship he so flawlessly embodied. He felt this inner crack even deeper as he pondered the fragility of power. Whoever was appointed successor according to the chosen versions, true authority was held in the hands of people whose dissent could ignite a destructive rebellion. Feeling how heavy these thoughts were, Rodrigue started talking and asked whether the young man truly realized the deadly consequences of his father's order and the fragile support on which he now stood. After the warning, a cold confidence descended on him. He swore to cast off the shadow of doubt and prove to the whole world that Robert was the true lion of the royal line by right of birth. The young Lord Stans turned with his back. His dark hair and gaze immediately reveal the lineage of the royal court line. Next to him, the mutilated advisor quietly speaks about a fragile thing and hints that the blonde hair of the elder brother, Robert, might again ignite quarrels among those who hold loyalty to ancient family images. He abruptly interrupts the conversation, widens his eyes, and revels in the gaze as he speaks about the curse that grew from the blood of a stranger. This terrifying phrase knocks men off their feet. Their endurance bursts at the seams as soon as they realize that the young master was listening to all their treacherous whispers. They immediately try to calm him down, dismissing their own words as empty servants' fabrications. Supposedly, they just need to be ignored. He stares at the ground and his face hides in shadow. Outwardly, he accepts their excuses and brushes them off, calling the talks mere baseless rumors. The scene switches to a memory. A soft, touching hand reaches out to meet the small, tightly clenched fist of a baby. In the year 917 of the Sacred Sky era, Lucian first took her second son Varian into his arms, and from that moment the entire family dynamic changed forever. He was born with undeniable signs of his lineage, eyes and hair as dark as the north. Seeing this, the parents felt relief and joy, and the vassals loudly celebrated without any doubts, as if the very image of a true royal lion already sat within the infant. While the corridors buzzed with loud applause, his older brother stood motionless by the cradle, his wide-open eyes fixed on the small, newly born life with such intensity that it seemed to absorb everything around. Such an outburst initially made him freeze, but very quickly the shock receded. A warm, sincere smile blossomed on the boy's face, for he shone with joy upon seeing his brothers and sisters. Over time, the older brother became an inseparable shadow for the baby, increasingly lifting him onto his back and rushing through the yard with a wooden sword, shouting loud cries of attack, while they played warriors and filled the air with their noise. Their mother watched these antics from the porch, her gaze mixed with pride and worry. She called from the threshold for Robert to be careful and watch that little Virion did not fall during their noisy hustle. The father agreed, confidently saying that Robert would definitely grow up to be an exemplary older brother, and the boy, wasting no time, turned back with firm determination and vowed to his mother he would always keep Virion under protection. Looking back on those golden years, the older brother suddenly realized his devotion had been too unconditional. He would willingly have stepped aside, content with Virion becoming the successor instead of him. For him, the child was the perfect embodiment of the lion's royal heritage, which the people longed for. This sharply clashed with the feeling that his own heart was haunted by the thought he was an unwanted foreign figure. He was the one on whom all his father's dreams and hopes rested. Robert did not hesitate. He was ready to bear the burden so that his younger brother would remain free from that hereditary weight. Robert looked at the boy with a gentle smile and made the decision to take upon himself the full blow of the curse called the strangers, so that the child could grow and flourish. This devotion was born in the simplest gesture. A tiny baby palm grasped the finger of his older brother, and between them a bond ignited without words. For Robert, he was just a dear little brother, one who belongs to a future without the shadow of their roots. While clouds slid over the boundless, indifferent sky, time relentlessly dragged on, and with it ripened a change that no one could foresee. When the boy reaches his 5th year, not a trace remains of the quiet innocence of his childhood. It is displaced by darkness that grows ever larger, and Robert can no longer brush it off or keep it under control. His face sharpens, gestures become sharper, his gaze more deliberate, and natural quirks begin to sprout into anxious, hard-to-explain manners. The slide into cruelty became rapid and terrifying. He quickly saw in the suffering of small animals a twisted amusement and began to beat the household slaves without any reason, physically, directly. Cunningly convincing himself that he was invincible as the Count's son, he suddenly crossed the line. His actions became truly tyrannical. His face was increasingly twisted by an evil smile that revealed the growing madness. Whispers spread through the estate. It all boiled down to one poisonous thought: someone's veins carried the cursed blood of a foreigner. Robert could not dismiss these rumors. Even ordinary people and servants began to discuss aloud the terrifying change in the boy. He froze, stunned into silence, and every word from their mouths pressed on his chest until he finally realized the crisis unfolding was growing deep within his own family. Rumors became increasingly poisonous. People were convinced that the foreign blood flowing in the boy's veins was what drove him to madness. They watched him, combining fear with contempt, and were sure that the curse was finally reaching the boy's mind. They did not stop the fierce argument, insisting that madness was beyond doubt, but a calm, firm voice sharply cut through their noise and unequivocally shattered their claims. The men ignore the break and, spurring each other on with talks of a curse, fuel the fear. Supposedly, it will one day destroy the entire bloodline of Lioncourt. One of them suddenly dared even more. His face twisted into a sly, malicious smile as he began to propose a cruel end for this problem, but he was cut off by a sharp, stinging blow to the face. In shock, he jerked back, clutching his red cheek with his palm while raising his gaze to the young nobleman who dared to strike him. The young heir locked his gaze with cold, sharp force, making it clear the next words could be the last if he made a mistake. Bent over on the ground, the commoner felt that gaze pressing him down with its own weight, while his comrades froze around him in a suffocating, frightened silence. The young nobleman leaned even closer, and his voice dropped to a low, dangerous whisper as he ordered the man to carefully catch the truth. There was no curse. In the dark gleam in his eyes, he challenged those looks once more, declaring, even if such a thing existed, it would have no power over him, and only after that did he promise to explain why. He stares at them with a burning gaze, leaving no objections, and declares he will bear any burden they fear, as if it were his personal load. Maintaining a chillingly calm smile, he turns to leave and orders the frightened commoners to deliver the same message to their father, from which they choke on words and tremble with fear. He pauses for a moment and, throwing a cold, warning glance over his shoulder, makes it clear. From now on, they must choose their words extremely carefully before spreading them further. As he walks away step by step into the distance, his last warning hangs in the air like a heavy burden. Those who cross this line will no longer be given a second chance. His thoughts roll back to that decisive episode in the rainy season several years ago, when his father returned home not alone but brought with him a mistress, Giselle, and a quiet young boy named Hugh, his half-brother. Seeing an illegitimate baby born was a blow to his mother, from which she broke. Lucien, who had collapsed weakly in the mud under the continuous rain, could only guess what pain filled her heart, because there was only one reason why such a thing could have happened. This realization struck him bitterly. His father had introduced Hugh into their lives only so that he would replace him. When his father, trembling as he chose his words, poured empty consolations to his mother, who was sobbing, and assured her, "There is no guilt," the boy stood in the dark, holding his breath, and the precarious situation finally heavily settled into his consciousness. He stood before the boy who was to be placed instead of him, and his head buzzed from the consequences of his father's cold strategy. Little Robert silently stared at him, eyes wide open and uncertain, and the air seemed to reflect a whisper about his own increasingly loud, beastly nature, and he could not comprehend what exactly the father had really planned for both of them. Catching the trembling in the younger boy, he spoke in an even tone that hid a storm inside, and ordered the child to calm down. He held a firm, tense gaze and assured the boy he had no dark intentions that others might fear from him. When he turned to leave, the boy's quick, obedient response still rang in his ears, making him wonder, does the child truly realize the instability of his own position, or is he just skillfully playing a role? The sky tore open, cold rain poured down on the earth as if it had caught the rage growing in his chest. He stood alone amid the storm, clenching his fists so tightly his fingers turned white, and swore he would not accept a reality that would bring so much sorrow to his mother. He promised to erase from the face those who threatened their peace, even if it meant destroying them with his own explosion. Suddenly, through the steady roar of the rain, a desperate cry for help cut through. It broke the gloomy silence in his head and forced him to rush toward the source of the distress. During the rain flood, he suddenly came upon a group of harried commoners. Their screams cut into the thunderclap. In the raging downpour, they decided his appearance was a hostile raid, and panic grew with every moment as they tried to identify the figure emerging from the darkness. Fear in the air became palpable as soon as everyone realized he was nearby, and it was true. A man screamed in horror and recoiled, begging in a cry that the young lord had finally lost his mind, while others just froze, stunned, staring at his frenzied rage. When the rain pours relentlessly, chaos rises in the manor. Men rush about, shouting orders to inform the count, while others break out with demands to find out where the alarm occurred, pointing to the western gate as the center of what is unfolding. He mutters curses under his breath, and terrifying rumors already race through his mind. Supposedly it was done for amusement, and a slave boy was hurt. Then he turned the blade against his father, who tried to intervene. Despite warnings to stay calm, he feels the weight of what is happening pressing on his chest and breaking his balance. And the moment chosen is simply inhuman. No sooner had this scandal flared than on the same day, a self-proclaimed heir, an illegitimate claimant who wants to shake his support, jumped onto the stage. A flash of lightning snatches a gloomy scene near the gate from the darkness. A young boy, Jin, stands over the bodies of slaves, blood covering the ground, and his composure sharply contrasts with all this violence. He rushes forward through the mud, his heart pounding like a hammer in his ribs as he reaches the fallen two and bursts ahead to urgently figure out what damage was done in his name. Relief briefly cuts across his face as he confirms, both the child and the adult are still clinging to life. Their shallow breaths are visible in the cold air. When the boy asks for help to carry the wounded, the request initially seems quite reasonable, but in the very air there is already a hidden tension, a hint of a much darker intent. The child's face abruptly changes tone, a mask of indifferent coldness freezes on it as he asks why bother at all, implying that if the victims are just slaves, then other slaves should do the work. He glanced over his shoulder coldly, without any emotional grip, and only with his eyes showed varying his indifference when the latter reproached him for crimes. For the boy, the lives he had cut short meant nothing. They were merely property easily found and restored with gold. He spoke of people as if they were broken tools, brushing off the horror of deaths with a single indifferent gesture. Varian staggered under the weight of this everyday cruelty. Because of this dreadful lack of compassion, the youth could only sob. his tears mixed with the falling rain as he begged for an explanation of how such a thing could even happen. But his grief only amused the boy, who laughed out loud, seemingly with genuine delight. The child considered showing emotions complete nonsense, mocking his brother's sorrow and asking if it was a cunning joke invented just to make her laugh. While the boy did not cease his mocking sneer and ordered his brother to relax, a dark shadow loomed over them. Their father stood right in the downpour, his face frozen, unreadable as he looked down at his sons. Varian lifted his head, his eyes widened with fear and despair because he saw the man who held their fates in his hands. To save the family's standing in the capital, the founding father finds the young boy and sends him to the ancestral estate. There he was locked in a cold stone prison cell, torn from the life he once knew. For the first 3 days he raged wildly over his imprisonment. His voice echoed through the corridors and he lashed the walls with curses. But as soon as a week passed, the screams ceased, replaced by a dreadful, heavy silence. With each passing minute, the situation worsened. Even when his mother and brother came to visit, he did not soften a single reproach. He responded to their concern only with poisonous phrases and stubbornly refused to admit his guilt. He sat down in the corner of his cell, curled up so that his head was hidden in his hands, and only now did the true weight of his actions settle on his shoulders. The news had reached him. Rabin was stabbed and he eventually died from his wounds, but his behavior could no longer be an excuse to dismiss everything as childish mischief. Over the broken soul of the boy loomed the relentless and stern shadow of his father. The man looked down, his gaze held both disappointment and icy determination. He saw not a son, but a monster that had brought shame upon their house. He sharply raised his gaze, and in his eyes flashed a bottomless void just as circumstances began to bend into reality. In a hoarse whisper, trembling all over, he uttered a single word as if groping for an answer: who exactly had died? As if for the first time he truly felt the irreversibility of death itself. When he stared at his family in response, a grim indifference settled firmly on his face. In a cold, mocking tone, he threw at his father, as if he really considered his decision right. And without trembling from the fear that a child in his place should have, he asked what exactly the high demand was about. His mother sat on his lap, overwhelmed by a wave of grief and shame. She was choking on tears, mourning the path her son had taken. Nearby, the count wept and lamented his own failures, blaming the fact that he had indulged his younger son too much. Allegedly, this was the reason the tragedy they witnessed unfolded. He growled at the boy and his voice echoed through the wooden beams of the stable. He demanded silence, cut off all future excuses, and announced the harsh news that slave option, the one they had shot at, was already dead. He silently watched as the boy just quietly snorted with laughter, a cold, casual sound against the backdrop of such tragedy. Varian looked almost relieved, as if a person's death was a trifle that finally lifted all the noise and fuss from him, which had thundered over his family. The older brother, peeking out from behind the wooden planks, felt cold and fear settle in his chest. He could not understand how Varian could fail to notice the horror in what he was doing. His own face remained pale with shock as he looked through the shadow at the figure of his own brother. The screams did not subsidy a more desperate attempt to break through the boy's indifference. The voice demanded an answer, whether he really did not understand why he was being held in such a place, emphasizing the full severity of his imprisonment. One wide pupil froze opposite Tino's shadow of expected remorse or fear. It was a gaze that seemed not to look at the world but to bore through it. In this stillness, the pressure was strongest. When the full weight of his situation dawned on him, he simply tilted his head to the side, and a genuine, empty bewilderment froze on his face. He asked what the problem was, and his incomprehension made his brother tremble, mixing fear with irritation in him. 3 days passed after the event. A heavy, suffocating silence covered everything around. The mother locked herself in the room, withdrawing from the rest, and her chest was gripped by guilt that would not let go. Outside the house, the older brother sat alone under a tree. His thoughts raced. He feverishly searched for any kind of way out, but the world suddenly became alien and unrecognizable. He was suddenly gnawed by the feeling that a much darker plan was behind everything. His thoughts drifted to old folk tales about werewolf children and devilish offspring. The existence of the fact that his brother was replaced by a creature that had nothing human seemed more logical to him than the reality of the monster with a variant. He is stopped in despair by a man. He, pointing an accusing finger, insists that he is the one who cast the curse, because of which the younger brother begins to be called madness. He instantly rejects this superstitious idea, frowning, almost furrowing his brows, and firmly repeats to himself that there is no curse, so one should not seek supernatural explanations for human suffering. Suddenly it dawns on him, to snatch the evil eating him from the inside, he must speak directly with Virion because he fears that a deep, invisible abyss is opening in the boy's heart, which is relentlessly expanding. Under the influence of this decision, he searches the estate and finds Gera. He informs him that the Count took Virion for sword training, giving a strict order. No one, not even the guards, is to follow him. This news again evokes in him a memory of his father's stern warning, "Stay away." He ordered coldly, and it still hurts deeply. He catches a thought maybe he accidentally offended his father. His eyes widen, and along with that comes an increasing sense of fear as he weighs what his secret training might lead to. Without wasting a second, he rushes past Gera, who remains standing and looking confused while the young man speeds toward the outskirts of the city to the place where they were last seen together when they set out exactly there. Finally, he reaches the clearing and is struck by a terrifying sight. His father stands over Virion with a raised blade, so he shouts in despair, begging him to stop immediately before something irreversible happens. He watched as the boy rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling with confusion. Virion tried to find out why exactly. After keeping him isolated for a long time, now he was brought here to this clearing for painful training. The Count stood motionless and silent, his face giving no answer. The father's hand gripped the hilt of his blade, even tighter. The skin creaked under the pressure of the grasp. When he fixed his gaze on his son, memories of the past flashed in his mind, fragments of training and the boy's smiles, so innocent that now they seemed to have been lived in a completely different, distant time. Standing out in the open, he finally broke the oppressive silence, looked at Virion directly, and said that he had never spoken to him with such seriousness before. The boy managed only an uncertain answer. His gaze froze on the man on whom his future and fate depended. The stern nobleman began to lay out the cold logic of raising their family. Robert was taken from his mother early to toughen him up with discipline, while Virion, as the second son, was left to his own devices until they could measure his potential. This truth seemed to weigh down the young man. He silently acknowledged the harsh reality of his place in this lineage. With a subdued look in which firmness and a barely noticeable trace of pity could be guessed, I looked at him. The Count himself admitted, neither he nor Lucian ever assumed that their indulgence would lead to the current extremely dangerous situation. He silently observed as the boys lowered their heads in silence. Suddenly, they realized how serious everything was. The father's disappointment finally began to settle in them like a heavy stone. For now, the Count dragged his voice as if burdened by the weight of leadership and continued. The parental duty is to hold both oneself and the child strictly so that they grow together at the same pace. After this lecture on growth and responsibility, young Virion could only muster an empty, submissive agreement. He did not raise his eyes, staring at the ground. The father, feeling no real guilt in his son's words, pressed again. He demanded an answer whether his son had at least some line of defense for the life he had taken, the life of a household slave, even before the final verdict was delivered. But Virion quickly lost patience. He sharply cut off the interrogation and thundered that he was tired of both his father and brother questioning him over a person he considered utterly worthless. His disobedience only flared with each shout. He demanded to know why he was required to cry and beg for forgiveness over some simple slave, and challenged his father let him do whatever he deemed necessary if that was what he wanted. But the Count responded to the outburst of his words with a cold, silent look. The decision in his mind had already been made. With grim finality, the man drew a heavy blade, announcing that he too had come to his decision. The boy's eyes sharply widened at the gleam of steel. Fear instantly gripped his chest. Without pause, the Count struck. The whipping force of the blow pushed Virion's face into the dirt. He gasped from pain and confusion, unable to comprehend why his own father had raised his hand against him. In panic for his own life, the boy jerked back, his voice breaking as he begged for mercy and desperately tried to shift the blame onto someone else. And in his last cowardly act of self-defense, he screamed piercingly, if he had to take someone's life, let it be his brother Robert, whom he called a cursed brat. He does not stop. He bursts into a desperate, tearfully cruel tirade and shouts that he himself is the main victim of this tragedy. With a trembling hand, he points at his own brother and declares Robert cursed, a filthy degenerate, calling him disgusting and completely rejecting all the care the older boy always held for him. To these words, the father, Count Lioncourt, responds with a stone-cold, dreadful silence. His fingers clench so tightly that the knuckles whiten, and in his fist grows an ever greater rage for such vile, cowardly betrayal. A sharp, punitive blow instantly stops him and he flies to the side, sinking into the muddy ground. The Count watches closely as his son falls and rolls, his face hardening into an empty, medically cold reprimand. The child lies on the ground, stunned and broken. He lowers his gaze at the pitiful sight, and a dark, bitter thought flashes in his mind. He imagines, if only once, about 2 years ago, he had handed the boy Albert the killer, this twisted nature could have been tempered, not allowed to rot in such spineless cowardice. His eyes narrow tightly as the air begins to swirl harshly, unnaturally. A localized gust bursts right around, tossing dust and debris, while the counter itself stands steady in the very center against the backdrop of the swirling vortex. He does not take his eyes off the small, motionless figure of his son. He holds his position as the pressure builds. The wind howls like a wounded creature and circles around the two figures. The boy can do nothing but cover himself, trapped in the very core of his father's forces, which explode and grow increasingly terrifying. His gaze cuts into the boy's for a moment, painfully brief, like an electric shock. In one eye, understanding opens, or pure horror immediately spreads. The boy's faces freeze without support. They relax as if their strength is being released. His tears flow down his cheeks, and the whole world suddenly falls silent, as if holding its breath. He freezes motionless after the last loud strike that scorches the earth to black. The eyewitness, the wizard, looks down heavily. The fire of his fury fades and is replaced by sudden, cold confusion. He calls his son's name, but hears nothing in response, only an empty gaze looking back with no answer. A young boy stands alone, a solitary figure against the backdrop of a boundless and empty horizon, his head bowed in heavy, oppressive silence. Suddenly, he sharply raises his head. His gaze becomes sharp and piercing as he looks directly at his father. Marquis Lionker recoils in shock, not taking his eyes off the boy's neck, unable to comprehend what he sees, so he utters the child's name in a broken and trembling voice. Without any warning, the Count delivers a hard blow. The child flies through the ground as if knocked down by someone. She thuds against the soil with a heavy jolt, and a breath escapes from her chest from the impact while the baby struggles to get up. He stubbornly looks back at his father, his eyes wide open. They mix shock and painful realization that is just beginning to emerge. Hangs over him, the Count himself demands explanations what this inspection means and whether they are trying to test him. Beneath him, the boy clutches his throat, tries to speak, but breaks into a chain of strained, inarticulate wheezes. The man was suddenly seized by an icy, terrible uncertainty. Thoughts raced as he tried to understand whether this incredible return was a sign from above or cruel punishment from the heavens. The boy just stood and watched, confused, unable to fully comprehend the words reaching him. Leaning over the dead boy with a blade ready, he sharply declares, if this boy really came back from the grave he dug with his own hands, then he just has to finish the job once more, and he will not let the past haunt him. Only the steel begins to lower. The boy's brother suddenly jumps forward, throws himself between them, trying to prevent the inevitable punishment and save his brother from trouble. He suddenly lunges forward, as if driven by desperation. He sets his father down on the ground just at the moment when the blade was about to fall. The strike knocks them both into the dirt, and the Count freezes, stunned by such interference. As soon as he gets to his feet, the Count demands an explanation for why his eldest son dared to stand in the way, but the young man remains resolute and cuts him off. He has only one thing to say. Pressed between the Count and Varian, who is trembling, he takes on the cold gaze of his father. The Count himself, sword still in hand, looms over them and commands his son to speak with a fierce, low growl. He abruptly stands up, spreads his arms wide as if simultaneously begging and challenging. He says he asks forgiveness for his impudence, but keeps his voice steady when declaring that he understands the dark thoughts driving his father's hand. In the young knight's gaze, a fire ignites, and he solemnly swears an oath that echoes through the glade. He vows to become the successor his father desires, to treat the vassals as his own family, and most importantly, to protect Varian at the cost of his own life. He takes full responsibility for every step of his younger brother. This statement immediately knocks the ground out from under the Count's feet. His stern face cracks as he asks how serious such a promise can be. He directly clarifies whether the son realizes he is burning his own future and does so in his very right as an heir for the sake of a boy the Count calls a monster. When he stares into the unyielding gaze of his son, a cold suspicion runs through him from head to toe. In those eyes is a depth of understanding he did not expect. He suddenly sees that Robert has long known the truth about what is happening. He thunders with his confirmation, and his voice bursts with the force of conviction. In his stance, there is no longer any doubt. Holds his position against the man who raised him. The court accountant throws the last icy bait for thought. Will he protect Varian even if the boy slits his throat in the dead of night? Without hesitating a second, the son confirms his decision, and only then does the Count finally lower his weapon and surrender, with a heavy soap beer in his chest. He sharply raises his gaze to the boundless open sky, above which clouds sluggishly drift over the theater of war about to unfold. Under that sky, a huge troop of soldiers winds along the valley. Flags are tugged by the wind as they advance toward the distant Birgit peaks. In the air hangs the question of how many times they have already trodden this path, a silent proof of a long and exhausting war. Standing at the head of this formidable force, the Count is accompanied by his eldest son Robert. The young man, already 21 and seasoned through command experience, speaks with unwavering determination. He vows to his father that this campaign will be the one to end the endless cycle of war. In response, the father nods with a merciless gesture of approval and orders, "Leave nothing behind but dust." For a moment, their shared concentration freezes in silence. This moment is broken by a familiar voice coming from behind, calling them. This is Varian, already 16, and he carries himself as if he has just learned measured confidence. He approaches with a barely noticeable smile, letting the family know he has a question of incredible importance. Stepping forward, the young man meets both their gazes and makes a bold statement. He wants to prove his worth on the battlefield, and in return demands that once the dust settles, he be given his own lands and domain. The Count is caught off guard by such audacity, momentarily losing his gift of speech. The experienced commander and his heir freeze totally silently, drinking in each other's gazes, unable to believe, shocked by the brazen ambition of the request, or by the true reason hidden in his sudden appeal. Behind his careless smile hides a young mind fevered by miscalculations. He firmly sees that by becoming a vassal with his own lands, he will effectively remove himself from the cunning race for the throne, and by this move will take control of the future decided by himself. He freezes while his father and brother burst in and explode with loud laughter, and the audacity of his request truly seems incredible to him. The Count is amazed at the very thought. A man bargains for his prey even before a single drop of blood is spilled on the battlefield. His voice rolls like an echo, full of joyful delight. The jeers cut the ears of the young man standing motionless, grimacing from the acid, while loud laughter still echoes all around. Finally, he breaks down and begs his father to stop and cease the relentless bullying. Let them truly take control of the situation. He stands silently while two older men begin to leave. The Count rubs the back of his head with his palm and warns that it is not worth running to him later with tears if their attempts turn into ruin. The elder son remains uncertain. He mumbles to himself that the younger brother has become too arrogant and it will backfire on him. But suddenly the older brother freezes and stretches out his hand, a clenched fist, a silent hand of support directed straight at him. Catching his brother's gesture, he clenches his own fist. A brief, resolute smile breaks through the former vexation. He and his brother clench their fists in a firm brotherly grip. Between them hangs a silent prayer to the heavens for protection as they prepare together to face the coming storm. Maintaining eye contact, the elder brother sharply orders him not to lose his head and not to lower his guard for a moment in the heat of battle. In response, the younger brother speaks just as sternly. He mirrors the instruction for his kin and confidently looks straight into his eyes. With a light final nudge on the shoulder, he urges the younger brother on, jokingly warning, if he is late for the march, their mentor, Albert, will not be lenient. Here he stands beside him while their father, Count Lioncourt, addresses Varian directly. The Count emphasizes, the success of the upcoming battle depends on a diversionary maneuver and entrusts Varian to make the first move that will open the way for the main forces to an easy victory. The young man fixes his gaze on his father's face and replies with a confident smile without any hesitation. He declares that he will draw attention to himself, pushing everyone else aside, and orders them to relieve themselves of the heavy work by handing it over to him. As he moves away from the group to a distance, he throws back one last call to emphasize his sincerity. He reminds them that his request for his own domain is not a whim and asks to be taken seriously once they return. While the elder brother watches him go, he snorts disdainfully at such bold, almost cheeky statements. Then he turns to the Count and remarks, Varian still allows himself the same arrogant boasts as before. But his skepticism quickly quiets as soon as he meets the stone-cold, restrained face of his father. He asks the Count, does he still doubt Varian's abilities, or does he remember some specific episode from their past that might justify such a task? The narrator accountant sticks to the harsh, tactical truth. Varian's squad was deliberately made small. Its main task is to draw the enemy's attention, acting as bait so that the rest of the army can pass unnoticed. Continuing the cold assessment, he adds, if Varian manages to survive the first clash, he will be able to flank and strike the enemy from the rear. The news strikes the elder brother with alarm. His face twists sharply as he reaches the truth and bursts out in anger. He demands explanations. Is the father really condemning Varian to a deadly trial? He clearly understands the lethal role assigned to him. He freezes and listens as the father drills a harsh lesson about power. A ruler values the trust of a lord, but one who delegates his own mind to vassals is a fool. The weight of these words still holds him, but eventually a restrained, knowing smile barely appears on his lips. Only nodding restrainedly, he accepts their words, and the full weight of what is happening falls on him like a stone. Out of sight, Varian approaches the crippled veteran Albert. He throws him a usual, almost mundane apologetic tone for the delay and immediately explains that he was just finalizing the plan with his father. But Albert does not respond to any formalities. He sharply puts the young nobleman in his place, reminding him, this is not a walk or a game, but a real, dangerous expedition. Nearby, recruits close to the formation begin to whisper quietly, fear in their voices. They are afraid their task will be reduced to the role of sacrificial bait. He instantly silences the commotion among the frightened men. He scolds them and calls them fools, then reminds them that they serve the Count's son. Then he emphasizes that the recruits were incredibly helped by Albert's strongwoman appearance. It removes resistance with just a look. And at the end, he promises, if they want rewards, they will have to survive until the end of the clash. He plunges into thoughts about building his unit and puts everything into a single picture. Albert's sudden involvement becomes obvious to him. It was not a coincidence, but an attempt to outpace Yannick. And even clearer comes the main point, the essence of this mission. His father exposes him to a deadly dangerous task to test whether he truly has the mettle of a military commander. Returning to logistics, he contacts Andre and watches as he diligently tests the new handcard design. He is pleased with how easy the control of this equipment has become and considers this campaign an ideal proving ground for testing both carts and backpacks that could change their modes of transport. Then Andre questions him whether he performed a luck ritual with Smina before departure. A mischievous spark flickers in his eyes and he admits, he went even further. He stripped Chamis naked to wear her under his own armor as a personal talisman. Finally, he stands before the gathered people. His voice cuts through the space with an authoritative tone as he prepares the final orders before they set off into the unknown. He stands shoulder to shoulder with allies and absorbs what is heard while laying the foundation for the upcoming clash. Andre declares, Burgett and his followers are nothing more than criminals, villains abandoned even by the benevolent King Jamal. While the speech continues, their cruelty is revealed and exposed without embellishment. They declare that they have secured the support of both the royal decree and the hand of justice. Beneath them, the scarred killer Albert de Groot bares his teeth with a predatory pleasure already awaiting his moment and urges the soldiers to drop all restrictions and proceed to looting and killings. From morale and primal self-confidence, he raises his hand to the sky and his cry of victory cuts the air. The soldiers erupt with a thunderous roar, their spirits ignited before the bloody work ahead. About 2 weeks have passed since the campaign against Count Burge began. Varian stays steady in the saddle and leads his troops through wild, uneven hills as they press their gained advantage. He deliberately detached the trap detachment from the main forces and moved along the path to Burge's territory to dismantle small fortifications. But the advance immediately met resistance. Leon de Dua, ruler of the local fort, loudly roars a battle warning to Lioncourt's people and declares that he intends to hold the line. A sharp and merciless strike cuts through space and a dark, frightening helmet hides his face. The young ruler breaks through the enemy ranks with cold, deadly precision and leaves no chance for mercy. When the enemy's resolve cracks and fades, he bursts out with a final formidable command shout and throws the battle into an attack, leading the advance as his men close in like an assault pack and cover the remnants of the defenders. When the moon rises above the clouds full and bright, the sounds of battle finally quiet down, and the night covers everything with silence. In the quiet aftertaste of battle, a soldier raises a drinking horn high above his head and makes a loud toast, celebrating the victory won at the cost of great effort. He retreats to the command tent and listens carefully as Albert praises their progress, emphasizing that already 3 fords have reached their unit. Tired but composed, he asks the old killer if it is time for them to set out now to join his father in the main army. He stands in the middle of the camp and weighs every option as the truth of their situation finally dawns on him. They have already done much, but their strength and numbers are dwindling, and now it is up to him to decide whether to retreat for recovery or move forward to join others while they still have the energy to fight. He listens silently as the young genius recounts his own thoughts, his philosophy that a chance has value only when a person is still alive and can take advantage of it. These words touch Drew. He is suddenly overwhelmed by a feeling that the boy's wisdom has its own weight, and he recalls their old pranks walks that ended with stolen livestock. Lined up neatly before his assembled unit, the commander listened to the boy and acknowledged, their tactics must not choke the pursuit when the enemy is already retreating. If they go too far, their men will simply become exhausted and easy prey. With a commanding order, he demands the merchant to release the funds held in trust, thereby announcing a change of course. Now they will head north to meet the main army. These words are met with approving shouts that thunder through the entire avalanche of fighters. A joyful cry explodes in the air. Heavy buckets overflowing with silver and copper coins are brought to the center of the camp. He takes charge of the distribution and personally hands out trophies to his loyal warriors, generously measuring each one's share, and promises the staunch knights a reward in amount equal to 4 helmets full of coins. Since the loot is divided among people, he wonders why such rewards are needed. He realizes, as long as men feel rewarded for their hardships in captured fortresses and villages, their fighting spirit will not be broken even when future wounds come. Against the backdrop of festive cheers, young Raulio steps forward with a strange demand. He asks if his share of the reward can include the right to decorate the helmet with a horn. He accepts the coins with a humble bow and openly thanks the young lord. Varian simply tosses him a pouch of silver to the side, implying that no official permits are needed for such a demand and the money is his own, so he can use it as he sees fit. This seemingly insignificant gesture launched a new tradition within the Brotherhood. Since then, everyone who distinguished themselves in battles earned the right to decorate their helmets with horns, a sign of status and well-deserved glory that only a few could wear. While the men bathed in the joy of their new awards, the elderly killer Albert dragged the young genocide to give him one last harsh order. He forced the boy to tie his own life to changeability and not to step back from the one he called a warrior sent by God. It was then that the gene splicer in the young man spoke with a feeling that sounded like an oath, firm, unwavering loyalty. The boys silently watched as their leader summoned the troops and could not get enough. Varian managed to touch their hearts with a strange combination: ruthless violence on the battlefield and a strange, almost sacred tenderness toward his people. Feeling the weight of the moment, the old man leaned closer. His gaze burned with such stubbornness that it left no room for objections, and he repeated his demand that Jean remain very inside, regardless of the circumstances. Jean could only laugh lightly and carefree in response because he felt the old man now sounded exactly like a caring grandfather. Then he glanced at the doorway where Varian disappeared, leading the captive with him, and he could not shake the doubt. Does the old man's order still hold if their leader seeks his own bodily pleasures? Without hesitating for a second, the mutilated veteran immediately confirmed, the order is unquestionable. His face hardened as he insisted that Jean's duty does not lose its force even in these moments. In his private chambers, the young lord indulged his own desires, displaying explosive, untamed power that chroniclers would later call proof of his heroic greatness, emphasizing that he was the pinnacle of masculine might. He sits in the dim light of a single candle, and his own laughter rolls in waves through the silence of the tent. Next to him is an aristocrat woman they captured at the second fortress, sobbing, her spirit completely broken, while he tells how he decided to keep her instead of selling her into slavery. He leans back and, as if casually, throws out that his kindness is meant only for those he chooses to consider family, and these words only further eat away at the woman's visible despair. Suddenly he lunges forward, his hand firmly grips her hand, presses her to the bed and pins her to the mattress, completely ignoring her silent plea for mercy. Fixated on her wide-open, frightened eyes, he throws her a chilling ultimatum. If she wants his kindness, she will have to give birth and become part of his family. And even then, when he admits it was he who exterminated everyone she ever loved. In the silence stretching between them, a cold, calculated thought hangs in the air. She weighs what fate this stubborn captive should have. Behind the tent, morning is already unfolding. The camp is bathed in sunlight, and the soldiers have been hard at work from the start, while the sounds of army preparations fill the air. Near the stable, Jin watches as his master tends to the horses, and later, restraining his curiosity, asks if he considers these loyal animals part of his family as well. In the stable in silence, he freezes and gazes at the dark, powerful stallion standing opposite. When asked the animal's name, he replies, Jean called him Burro, but he wants another one that emphasizes its impenetrable northern blackness. Nearby stands a noblewoman in a simple shirt dress and cloak, watching him intently without looking away until she makes an unexpected demand. She asks to be given a name fitting her new status as a slave. He silently watches as she repeats the request each time and gives a dim, mysterious smile. Her palm lies near her chest, as if portraying theatrical submission. They stand among the hay, and around them the livestock rustles faintly and the soft sounds of the farm stretch out. A heavy moment of her consent hangs in the air while he considers how to name his new possession. Her gaze locks onto him sharply, as if a safety clicked in her eyes. The hopelessness that held her the day before has vanished. Now a cold, iron determination burns in her to reach some secret goal. He immediately understands if she's truly ready to renounce her noble identity and accept the fate of the enemy's slave, then her intent cannot be half-hearted. Every step must be calculated, and the motives much deeper and far from simple. After a brief pause, he settles on a name as if a hint surfaces, Belle. Then he carefully watches her reaction and checks how she perceives this title while they stand in the open courtyard of the camp. The horse waits patiently nearby, and the light is already dimming. He silently listens as she accepts the name with bitter irony and notes, Belle sounds as if it stands for unprecedented beauty and grandeur, but for a woman who chose to sell her own body just to survive, it fits all too well lowly. Her gaze remains unmoved, and the pride she forged has turned into a sharp, hidden weapon. She sharply drops to her knees right before him, and the rustle of her movement breaks the silence against the dirt. With a trembling, cold, emotionless voice, she utters her final concession. She admits she will indeed bear his child, as he demanded, and her head is bowed low, a demonstration of complete submission. She stares closely at the ground and ignites her own face with a hidden, fierce power, as if trying to tear it out, and whispers a vow to herself, this child will break him. In the silence of her own thoughts, she makes a silent oath the life they will create together will become the instrument of his future death. She barely rises, shielding herself with a deceptive smile, and lets him know, the child will become the embodiment of revenge for her fallen house. He, as if not understanding how deep her hatred is, or perhaps simply tested by her fervor, replies that he is completely satisfied with her new, harsh, and audacious mood. Although she was several miles away, the memory of her settled heavily in the commander's mind from the moment 5 days ago when they set out from Burgett Fortress. Varian led the column through wild, uneven passages, but his distraction did not escape the sharp eyes of Albert de Groot. The gray-haired assassin leaned closer and asked if the young lord's thoughts were still occupied by that noble woman. Startled, Varian jerked and tried to brush it off, but inside he was still racked with fear about how he would later explain Belle's existence to Smine. To hide his unease, he abruptly shifted the conversation to military objectives and asked when they would finally link up with the main army. He stopped the horse along with the old man as the path ahead became increasingly unfamiliar. Albert thoughtfully guessed they had strayed off the road into the wild wilderness and suggested climbing a nearby hill to survey the area and check exactly where they were. Before they could make a single move, the sky suddenly darkened, and a downpour with a deafening roar covered the entire group with a solid wall of water. The downpour fell so loudly and densely that it drowned out any other sound. He had to cut through the roar of the storm with shouts of orders for the men to take cover in the thick trees. He grew increasingly irritated, understood that they were not just lost, but this furious rain could destroy their vital supplies and soak their gear to the core. It seemed hours had passed. The deafening pounding of the storm did not let up for a moment, and they completely lost track of time until the downpour finally began to subside. Emerging from the shelter under the wet leaves, he grumbled about the capriciousness of the weather. He suddenly compared the storm that hit him to a partisan war, which confused them and caught them completely by surprise, leaving everyone soaked through. When the cruelest rain finally stopped, the commander and the exhausted soldiers, together with Enzo, set off again. Each heavy step sank their boots into the thick, freshly washed mud. Next to them, horses pushed through the dense underbrush, and damp air currents emitted their breath in puffs as the whole group pressed further into the wilderness. Varian clings with his gaze to the darkness. He peers through the gloom, his brow gathering into concentrated folds. Suddenly he is struck with realization sounds rolling through the forest do not belong to his squad. A muffled rhythmic thudding of hundreds of boots, and somewhere far off, convulsively wild cries of horses reveal that a huge force is already moving nearby. He presses his body against the rough bark, and a gulp of air gets stuck in his chest as soon as he realizes the scale of the threat. The monster enemy army, at least 2,500, marches through the forest with frightening, honed discipline. The realization kills the thought in him. If this colossus notices his small, lost group, they will not escape. before them lies inevitable destruction. The enemy has already made his move. He threw about 2,500 fighters into battle to divert attention from the real target. From under his helmet, he looks out heavily and intently, calculating grim odds. He has only 500 people at his disposal. A direct clash means suicide. But he quickly realizes the terrain offers a tiny chance. A narrow forest path forced the enemy to stretch out and thin their ranks right around their commander, so they remained exposed and exhausted after a long march under a furious downpour. The decision presses on his chest like a stone. In his gaze burns the full cost of risk as he asks himself whether this desperate plan can really work. A young blonde warrior woman next to him pushes him forward. She insists that there is no place or time for doubts, so the commander moment by moment imprisons the thought. The strike must be hard and fast to suppress the enemy before they are noticed. He is gripped by cold determination settling inside. He comes to a clear conclusion. In this ruthless world, survival belongs only to those who do not hesitate and act without retreat. Finally, he gives the order to advance and signals the stars into a hopeless assault. Among those already ready to strike is Hayton Tenker, a former farm laborer. His distinguished service in the Battle of Porto earned him a place in the Brotherhood. He hid in the canopy holding a bow with a drawn string, his gaze aimed at the target below. Jin's focus was ironclad. He tracked the movement of the enemy column and the arrow was already ready to fly. While the boy held his position, Virian quickly gathered his men and clarified the plan. The archer must start by attacking the horse, preferably the one carrying the nobleman. When the animal breaks into frantic thrashing and digging, it will be the signal for their strike. This will force the enemy to divert attention from the forest. His gaze sharply narrowed. In it was red, cold, unwavering determination as the moment of truth arrived. All the details of the battlefield were etched in his mind again and again, and the weight of the coming battle pressed on him ever more strongly. He suddenly moved forward, boots splashed through shallow water, and the silent approach finally broke with the rhythmic dull thud of sudden stepping forward. He led the attack. He jumped out of the shadows and rushed forward with a roar, and his blade caught a ray of light for a moment as he, along with the warriors, crashed down on the unprepared ranks. The strike fell instantly and mercilessly. It cut through the first line of defense while his men covered the panicked soldiers with a dense wave. In the air, the clangs of steel on steel rang incessantly, and the sharp cries of people fleeing from sight sounded like turbulent cotton avalanches, like the illusion of their scream that did not cease. Pressing the seized moment, he forced the enemy to rush to respond. The sudden threat scattered their formation. Nearby, a young archer kept covering without stopping, not allowing anyone to regroup and launch a counterattack. He shouted the final order to charge in an ear-splitting voice, and his voice, sharply cutting through the noise of battle, pierced the dull maw of the clash. All his strength surged forward in a continuous push to finish off the resistance that still held. The ambush turned into a full-scale enemy retreat. He leads surge, and his voice cuts through the space of the battle lair as he urges his men forward. He remembers, in guerrilla warfare, time is the harshest enemy, so he gives the order to strike directly at the enemy leader. The soldiers respond with a powerful, unified shout that thunders as one voice. He has trapped the enemy in Coslin, and Gaten, standing in his place, sees this and notes it with grim satisfaction. Against the backdrop of the frantic commotion around the horses stuck in the trap, Gaten realizes the enemy cavalry can no longer do anything. Then suddenly a rhythmic, loud, dull strike rolls through the air, and he recognizes this sound without hesitation. The thunderous clatter of hooves is heard. Albert tears through the enemy ranks on horseback, a rusty, worn, terrifying smile frozen on his face. The experienced warrior ignores the shouts calling his name, instead relentlessly making his way, cutting into the chaos and slicing through the alarmed soldiers who hastily jump back to clear the path. He rushes headlong into the thick of the battle, and Gaten cannot help but be amazed how the old man still holds such zeal and is able to command the battlefield. Gaten quietly laughs, seeing this lone warrior, and notes that the veteran knows how to enchant his allies even with a screaming, reckless desperation. He stands and watches as the veteran lets out a loud roar that spreads over the clash of steel and commands, Varian seize the moment and break their enemies. In Albert's eyes burns the tension of a lifetime of combat, now concentrated into one single, decisive attack. He catches the order and sharply throws his fist up. His voice rings sharply through the air, calling his fighters to rush forward and seize the gain. Picking up the momentum from the veteran's surge, Varian orders his men to keep pace and continue the advance. As soon as they move after him, a wave of battle fervor covers the squad. They plunge deeper into the very heart of the clash. From behind the edge of the trees, Jean watches him. From the shadows, he smiles crookedly, barely seeing the old man demonstrate incredible strength. Jean understands Albert's intervention has shaken the formation and opened a perfect gap for the shooters. They, sitting in ambush, will unleash hellish fire without any restrictions, wherever they wish. When the archers open fire, the warrior in the thick of the clash drives his blade into the very flesh of the enemy. The struggle bursts with the sound of heavy collisions, a dull, wet impression of impact. The fist-like, direct force of the assault becomes undeniable as soon as the enemy's resistance begins to break under the pressure of the coordinated attack. The commander steps ahead of the ranks, a sword and shield raised above his head, and his men collectively surge forward at a common call to follow their lord straight into the thick of battle. He urges his warriors forward as steel clangs and ricochets around, while he himself watches intently. The enemy's resolve cracks and collapses, and immediately he orders to hold their own formation steadfast to take advantage of the opponent beginning to falter. There, across the muddy field, the opposing troops are gripped by fear. Their ranks break apart as the soldiers try to understand how they were so confidently outplayed and from where exactly this sudden strike came. Just as such a soldier manages to exhale a breath of surprise, the blade finds a gap in his armor and passes through it. His killer calmly states, danger was always close by until life slowly fades from his eyes. Amplifying the swift acceleration of the slaughter, Gaten Tanker bursts forward and throws himself right into the enemy's midst, tearing the air with a scream that chills the veins. His gaze is wide, wild one that can no longer be restrained. He carves a bloody path through the crowd, wildly fleeing in panic, ignoring the pleas breaking out from behind, to retreat. Even when his leader warns of an inevitable encirclement, the warrior cuts in with a declaration. He is a shield that will not break, ready to pave the way at any cost. His path is suddenly cut off. Several blades shoot out at once and pierce his body. The blow stifles the roar replaced by a strangled breath with blood as he stares in disbelief at the weapon protruding from his chest. The commander, seeing his loyal vanguard fall, lets out a muffled, agonizing cry from his chest. The name of the fallen comrade echoes across the battlefield, roaring in the following seconds of absolute, uncontrollable horror. He watches in horror as his faithful protector false blood streams from the man's mouth as he convulsively gasps for air. Gaten still tries to stay on his feet, but his body rapidly betrays him. In his last moments, the fading man casts his gaze through the darkness and turns his thoughts to simpler times. He proudly told his mother, Lucine, that he would become a retainer to ease her burden. She looked at him and pride flared in her eyes, yet deep anxiety was hidden as if she had already foreseen this very day. And now, as the light fades, his only thought is Dutito stand as a shield. His mother's warning still rings in his ears. One day he will die in battle. Putting all his strength into one last move, he reaches out once more and life finally fades from his eyes. When he sees his friend fall, the young lord immediately turns grief into cold. Sharp rage directs it at the man standing before him. Breaking under the wave of emotions, he demands an explanation of how one could raise a hand against Tancer so noble as he was. Just as he fails to recover from the blow of loss, a giant figure in a cloak rushes at him with a guttural roar. It crashes forward, and he is forced to sharply switch to a defensive stance. Steel clashes with steel in a furious whirlwind. A hail of blows and the attacker's own weight almost overwhelm him, while he convulsively searches for any loophole in the relentless pressure. He pauses and mockingly brushes off the thought of proper etiquette, then names himself. He declares that he is Galio, the most formidable knight of Count Bergetti, and acknowledges the heard fame of the young lord as the lion court demon. Confidently grimacing in a smile, he confidently introduces himself. Marcel de Galio, known to all as the Morning Star of Berge, and intends to see what he started through to the end.